The story begins with the fact that in the year 2023, a certain energy of Reiki appeared, and all living beings on Earth were affected by it. People began to awaken a certain force. Other beings also quickly developed under the influence of Reiki. The food chain slowly changed. Humans ceased to be the rulers of the Earth, and the world changed dramatically over time. There are regions in the world that humans can no longer enter due to the emergence of powerful and mysterious races. 2029, the human settlement of Greentown. The young man was in the Shunguan district, in room number 402 in the 6th block. The tenant of the room was Huan Shan. The boy's gaze suddenly changed and he wondered where he was. He couldn't understand why his neck hurt. Was it just broken? He thinks there is a bit of Reiki here and stroking his head. He closes his eyes. He thought that there was some Reiki here, and if he absorbed even a little bit of Reiki energy, he could restore his neck. He closed his eyes in the lotus position and decided to use heavenly healing. It is necessary to heal physical damage, and by absorbing Reiki, he will restore his neck. Time passed and the interest rates kept rising higher and higher. The boy hoped for his recovery. Reiki is absorbed very slowly here, and perhaps because there is not enough of it here, it will simply slowly recover and try to remember what exactly happened, as if he was in the emperor's palace. Life in the palace seemed very boring to him, and he had to inherit his father's business and rule the world. Then the father appeared at the door, but the boy still couldn't remember what he said, what happened next, and why he forgot everything. The main character sat in the lotus position and tried to understand why he was here right now and what kind of place this was. 100% restored and feels like a new neck. In any case, the neck problem is solved. He still feels a little uncomfortable, and why is his body so soft? When the boy looked in the mirror, he was very surprised and could not understand who it was, and whether it was really he who had changed so much. He raised his hands up and saw a human body, and his special horns disappeared. What is going on? And the first thing you need to understand is what this place is. It's really not his body, and his soul is connected to this person. Can he restore the memory of this person? The main character decided that he needed to know more about him, and he began to remember the past. The boy's name is Huan Shan, male, 20 years old. This body has such weak limbs and is very fragile. Inferior talent and no signs of awakening, inactive life, no prospects, and everyone looks down on him. He also didn't have the courage to confess to his childhood friend, Zhang Yudong. In the end, he saw her end up with someone else. All the money he saved was used to pay huge sums, and he still cannot understand why he did it. He was nervous and hit his head on the wall, which caused a mild concussion, and he fainted. When he fell, he hit his head on a table he had bought at a second-hand store the day before yesterday. Even though it was the best table, it also turned out to be the cause of his neck injury. That's how he died, and the cockroach even crawled into his mouth after he died. This man is a complete failure, and it seems his soul is connected to an idiot. He is just a living dead man, but it doesn't matter anymore. At least he finally got rid of his father. Finally, he is free, and the prince's imperial palace looks like a prison cell. It is necessary to inherit the throne again, and now he will have his own identity. In other words, his father can no longer control him and he can do whatever he wants. First, he must learn more about this world and also must think about what to do. Huan Shan quickly went down to Lao Ji. It was time to pay, and he should not worry. Just take the money, the man replied. Doubts how that they found him in his own rented room. The boy asked if he would take it and said that it was his first conversation. He asked to wait and explained that he would figure out the language. There was a powerful cannon strike, and the guy flew far, far back. One of them asked him to be careful, otherwise he would kill him later. The second one replied that his smile irritated him. The guy advised to pour water on him so that he would wake up faster. And here it is. The whole thing is in the haze of yellow fire. He asked if this was really how they communicated with people, and they turned to look at the boy in surprise. At that time, they were sure that there were no monsters, but what is this in front of them? The guy opposite him, he really gives off an unusual, monstrous aura. He said that if they greet each other like that, their conversation will be short. The guy said that he really felt a monster behind Huan Shan back then. He felt a very powerful aura back then, and he doubts that it was an illusion. He really doesn't have a hallucination, and it's true. He does not shirk responsibility for his actions, and he does not dare to lie to him. He exclaimed that if the boy does not believe, he can ask Amon. Amon never lies. Amon replied that this time Amao did not lie to him. Huan Shan is indeed an extraordinary person, and at least he has the same strength as him, and he probably fought with him. During the battle, he felt a terrifying aura and was very surprised by it. The boy thought that the creature that had just hit him also had a human body, And why did it have so much power? It turns out that the absorbed spiritual power is concentrated in the cells through the veins, strengthening the body. And at the moment of attack, a stronger spiritual power is collected in the fist. The guy said that the old man said that he had not yet awakened, and maybe it was still worth trying. Eamon replied that in that case they would try again and began to approach the protagonist. Huanshan thought that he had once again gathered all his spiritual power into his fist. Eamon's great cannon strike came. After that, there was a powerful explosion. A bright yellow flash occurred. Eamon didn't expect this turn of events. His comrade noticed that he blocked Eamon's blow. Moreover, he parries all his blows, and do these two people really have the same strength? Eamon is a man who awakened power, but he only recently awakened it. Eamon is still at the middle level of the initial stage. The guy with the knife in his hands decided that it was dangerous to fight with him, and he had to kill him immediately. The main character put his hand forward and the enemy's sharp knife pierced it right through. The opponent noticed that he was using his hands to block the knife. This knife was simply impossible to pull out, and he could not understand how to proceed further. Huanshan thought that he had obtained a new knife with his bare hands and thanked his opponent. The man did not expect that he would laugh at him, and what it meant with bare hands. He clenched his fist and asked to receive Eamon's cannon strike as he approached. The man started shouting and asked the boy to stop immediately. He was seriously scared by this turn of events. He doesn't remember what happened next, but it seems like he used his technique. The man asked if he hit him, and Eamon replied that he just beat him up. Doesn't he always ask him how it feels to be hit by a cannon and how he feels? The man said he didn't feel anything, just fainting. His face just hurts after he woke up, but his nose and bones are broken, and how it looked then. Eamon said there's only one word to describe it. It was just horrible, and the fist flew straight into his nose and a lot of blood splattered around. The boy began to use Eamon's big cannon strike. The enemy even turned over, falling to the ground. Eamon asked his friend Mao to wake up quickly and asked if he was still alive. The main character apologized and said that he thought he was as strong as him. He passed out for a long time. When he woke up, he asked to apologize for him. The opponent was very surprised that this guy wanted to apologize. Huanshan said that if he touched him again, he would become exactly the same. The boys decided to run away quickly and sent this boy far, far away. They promised to definitely take revenge on him. Huanshan stood with a sharp knife in his hands and continued to pick at his hand with the knife. He couldn't understand, touching his bloody hand, why his head was spinning. The human body is too weak, and if he loses more blood, he will die. The counting days have begun, and it looks like he should be a little more careful. The human body could not stop the sharp metal. Since the time that people began to call the period of Reiki recovery, each species began to develop because of Reiki, including humans. But humans have not ruled the planet since then. And human beings are an old and backward race. A guy came into the room and called him brother. He said that he had repaired the door that was destroyed in the battle, and this was his name card. He could pay for the service over the phone. 50 yuan for the repair and 5 for the trip here. He told his brother that he was busy today, and if he needed anything he could contact him, and the quality was excellent and the price was low. But the main character, looking at the phone, immediately agreed, and suddenly his look changed. There was a photo of a girl on his phone, and he looked at it very carefully. This girl is Zhang Yukun. She is Huanshan's childhood sweetheart. He noticed that there is nothing special about this girl. She should be seen as a relatively good woman, and seems to have never shown love and is better off with others. He wondered what this feeling was, and it seemed like something sour had struck his brain. It felt like his heart had been pierced very painfully. Strangely, he has no wounds, and is in great pain. People's environmental feelings affect them greatly. Humans are actually an interesting species. A person is also strong if he has a close friend next to him. He is not strong enough, and therefore danger can come at any moment, which is very bad. This is the first time he lives his second life, which involves avoiding hardships, earning a lot of money, and pretending to be a pig to kill tigers. Now he will continue to live as Huanshan. Is this where people live in the city? This city is filled with countless expensive houses. It seems that in order to buy one, someone must be in debt for decades. Hospitals, cinemas, supermarkets, sports complexes. These are the places where most people go. After all, as long as he was here, he could satisfy all his life's needs. He had the feeling that he was in captivity. Huanshan has arrived at the place where awakened ones can cultivate. In front of us is a green training camp. Because Reiki is being restored, more and more people are awakening, and training camps can help people learn how to use the awakening power. The training is expensive, and there are people who are not awakened yet. They go to these camps to awaken. Two guys asked to see who was coming. One of them asked if he was mistaken and was still here. The second one started laughing and talking about the Imperial Temple collapsing. He hopes that he will wake up today, and he has already tried 3 times, but nothing worked. The friend asked what he was talking about and said that it was impossible for him and he could not even pay for the training. They kept laughing and talking about how he was too poor to pay for his education and asked if they could give him some money. The second guy laughed even harder and asked how little money he made. Could he really pay for his education? The protagonist felt the rage raging in Huan Shan's body. These people don't want to say hello, but want to hurt Huan Shan's heart. Although these people have awakened, none of them are as strong as Amon. The boy looked at them carefully. Their jokes are much weaker than what he went through with his father. No matter what they say, he is much better than them. The boy laughed and decided that he needed to remain modest and polite and not provoke anyone. But someone's foot was already on his face. The enemy approached him and streams of scarlet blood splashed around, falling onto the floor. Huan Shan fell, hitting his back against the tree trunk, and he wondered who it was in front of him. In front of him was a guy who said that he didn't expect Huan Shan to show up here again. He understood that the guy had come to embarrass himself again. If Zhang Yukun mentions his name again, he will break his legs. The guy called the protagonist useless trash. Someone nearby said that this was the angry brother from the training camp, and he heard that his family came from the criminal world. It was better not to anger this guy under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the girl told Cao Meng that she was fed up with him and why he was bullying Huan Shan. The girl asked if he was okay. The guy said that it was Zhang Yukun, the girl Huan Shan liked before. What happened and what is happening to Huan Shan's vision? Why did the world become brighter when he saw Zhang Yukun? He sat with his back to the tree and held his head with his hand. The boy thought that it had become even brighter and that this was too much. Right now the pulse rate is crazy and dopamine is just dancing. What is wrong with Huan Shan's body? It might be lust, but it's not really a problem. He won't worry about it. This fierce brother obviously likes Zhang Yukun. He must show his attitude to clearly withdraw from the battle. He must not hesitate and tell her right now. Han Shan walked up to the girl and said that he didn't have time to tell her earlier, but he thought it was understandable. Huan Shan has loved her very much since he was 4 years old. All his efforts are directed towards her. But now, Huan Shan, who truly loves her, he died. So he asked her not to miss him anymore and wished her good luck in life. The main character asked her if she could to forget him. She looked at this guy in surprise. The girl even blushed when she looked at him. The boy thought that a clear position is a good point of view. He easily ended the relationship and left the conflict without a fight, which he is very proud of. Before the main character could finish speaking, his opponent had already approached him and began to attack him. Zhang Yukun started screaming, worried about the boy. The boy was told that fighting was prohibited in the training camp and was asked to stop right now. But he asked not to be so fussy because he was just saying hello to him. Then the man in the helmet said that the training camp had strict rules. If they wanted to learn from each other, they had to find a suitable platform for it. If they did not listen to their warnings, they would be severely punished. The guy got angry and said that this loser wouldn't even dare to approach him, and how about this? A fool named Huan, whom he would pay for everything, and would he dare to fight with him? Zhang Yukun approached the boy and asked if he was alive. Cao Meng had gone too far, and why did he beat him? The girl promised to tell the coach everything. Huan Shan said that it hurt him to watch how he behaved. Zhang Yukun immediately apologized to him, to which he said that there was no need to apologize, but simply asked her to be happy. He asked her to simply forget him. The girl asked what he was saying and exclaimed that he was very important to her. The protagonist was very surprised and said that she had misunderstood. He was really fine. Cao Meng was very surprised and asked the boy if he was not dead yet. The boy Zhang Yukun is here and he clearly wants to die. Cao Meng pointed at the boy and asked him to get his butt into the ring. He asked if the boy was pissing himself, and if he was, he should stay away from his girlfriend. Did men really spend money on the platform, and should Huan Shan accept this challenge? Zhang Yukun said that this guy was starting again. Then the protagonist asked if he had bought the platform and what it meant to accept the challenge. The girl explained that if he accepts the challenge, he will fight him on this platform. Causing wounds and injuries to the opponent is allowed, and this guy is an arrogant person who has power, and he always uses everything to humiliate others, so he should be careful with him. Cao Meng asked if he would fight and said that he would not have to pay or he would hide behind the girl. He had seen many weaklings like him, and he beat them up and gained the sympathy of the girls. He told Zhang Yukun that such a coward would only hide in a girl's arms and cry. He was no different from the weaklings he had beaten. The girl told the main character that he didn't need to fight him, and that it was better to just go where he was going. Huan Shan said that it was a bit high and quite difficult to climb into the ring, She called him crazy and asked him not to climb there. Chowman was very surprised and smiling asked if he had decided to fight him after all. The boy replied that he had, and that he would like to learn his foot fighting techniques. Jang Yukun was seriously scared for the boy, and everyone around him was also very surprised by his courage. The boys were talking about Huan Shan deciding to climb. Awakened versus unawakened. That would be a great fight. But Huan Shan is too stupid and will be swatted like a mosquito. The show is about to start, and it is necessary to take a photo of the still-alive Huan Shan. Jang Yukun asked the boy not to fight, but to come down quickly. One of the opponents exclaimed that he would not go down. Let him fight, who knows? Maybe he will win. He just needs to wait until Brother Men humiliates him, after which he laughed. Cao Ming told the protagonist that he knew he was an ordinary person who would never awaken, so he would let him strike him first. Because he wouldn't have a chance to hit him a second time, the boy thought to himself that after he hit him, he would immediately send him flying beautifully. After Jang Yukun saw his handsome face, she would definitely be drawn to him and be charmed by him. But before he could finish his thoughts, a large cannon strike from Aemon flew towards him. The guys started filming everything on their phones, being very surprised and couldn't stop laughing. The enemy began to stagger and stars flew from his eyes. He seemed to be fogged up and drops of blood sprayed from his mouth. Did the furious men faint? The boy was knocked out by Huan Shan. The boy actually knocked him out with one blow, and the blow was simply stunning. This is the power of an awakened being, and he feels that he is at least at the middle level of the initial stage. Has Huan Shan really awakened? Cao Ming, in a daze, asked his grandmother not to do this and not to take his little bear-shaped cookie. Huan Shan, surprised, asked if he talked when he was sleeping and what he should do. Wait until he woke up and fight him again or leave him? He asked the boys if they wanted to play with him while he was sleeping. But the boys were scared by this fight and unanimously refused. The main character heard his opponent behind him, who suddenly came to his senses. The opponent exclaimed, wiping the blood from his face, that it was a bad blow. He said that he didn't expect that he would be able to hit so hard, but he still managed to do it. Huan Shan asked if he was awake and wondered if they would continue fighting. But the enemy asked if he had just fainted. The guys started filming everything that was happening on their phones. Cowman got angry and asked to give him the phone. He grabbed the phone and actually saw how he was knocked out, and it was too shameful. The boy really hoped that Jang Yukun didn't see this and glanced at the girl. Jang Yukun smiled slightly, blushed, and coughed, casting a contemptuous glance at him. She started coughing, after which she turned away and said nothing to the boy. He became even more angry as he realized that the girl had seen everything. His image of an arrogant and domineering man disappeared. Huan Shan apologized and asked if they would fight. The enemy exclaimed that of course they would fight. The protagonist replied that this was just fine. Cao Meng continued to get angry and exclaimed that he wanted to slap him. Cowman exclaimed, calling him a scoundrel, that he would destroy him and that his own mother would not recognize him. He approached his opponent and kicked him with all his might, wishing him to go to hell. The protagonist stepped back and streams of scarlet blood began to flow from his mouth. The boys noticed that the furious brother was very strong and laughed. Huan Shan was beaten without stopping. The empty Huan Shan can't even withstand a simple blow. But the furious brother has stronger skills. Chowman continued to beat the protagonist with powerful kicks. The guys noticed that he was looking for the moment when the opponent would lose his balance. They asked him to dodge because the furious brother's fatal blow could kill him. This is the most powerful skill of the furious brother. An adult mutant water buffalo that weighs 2 tons. Even a hungry lion will not choose it as a target. Legend has it that Cao Meng's punch can easily knock out an adult mutant water buffalo. This most powerful skill is called the half-moon hammer strike, and it is already approaching the boy. He dealt such a powerful blow that Huan Shan fell backwards onto the rocks and broke them with his body. Jang Yukun started to scream, worried about the boy. The boys said that this was the end and that this was the final blow. The enemy was pleased and looked at his victim carefully. The guys were talking again about how if he wasn't dead or maimed, his brain should just turn into mush. Chowman smiled and said that he fainted for a few days. He didn't force him to fight him, so if he woke up and acted like an idiot, it wasn't his fault. Before he could finish speaking, the main character asked him not to worry and said that no one would blame him. Cao Meng was simply shocked when he heard the voice of his victim. He asked what had happened to him and how he had remained whole. The boy replied that he had not even been in pain. The people around were shocked by the half-month hammer blow. Everyone who received such a blow to themselves was sent to the hospital. Huan Shan had only recently woken up, and how could he remain whole? Cao Meng couldn't understand it either because he hit him really hard and he didn't care. He hit him several times, but he didn't have any injuries, and why was he so scared? Hanshan explained with a smile that he had broken his neck with his kick. But fortunately, there was a lot of Reiki so he could restore his neck. Cao Meng asked how he hadn't died if his neck was broken. Even if he hadn't died, he should have been paraplegic. The main character began to approach the enemy and asked to show what it looked like. The guy couldn't understand what he was talking about, and Huanshan raised his leg above his head. He explained that it seemed like the power was coming from the hip. The aura was concentrated in the abdominal diaphragm. And then the Reiki would go to the thigh and gluteal muscles, and then the blow would be with incredible force. The guy thought that he had done everything right, and that he had learned this blow in 6 months. He was simply shocked and could not understand how he was able to repeat it and how it could have happened at all. If this is a dream, he asks someone to wake him up quickly, and so he gets a half-month hammer blow. The main character delivered a powerful blow and sent his opponent to the same stone on which he was lying. The stones flew in all directions, and the boys watched what was happening with their mouths open. And here in front of us is the director's office, the Advanced Training Department, office number 705. When the director heard about the application for first aid, he asked what this Cao Meng had already done. How did this student get into trouble? And he is a very problematic guy. The man in the helmet replied that he had not and was completely sweating. The director asked him to speak more slowly. The man then explained that it was Cao Meng who needed help. He had been beaten by a student named Huan Shan. The director was very surprised and said that she remembered that name. Huan Shan actually knocked out Cao Meng. Cao Meng, who is at the middle level of the initial stage, is now lying in the middle of the ring. The main character asked if he had won and asked if he was free and could go to class. But in fact, the lesson was already over and the boy decided to go home in this case. The guys were simply shocked and could not understand how Huan Shan suddenly became so strong, and if they had found out about it earlier. The main character was in the room and the guys gathered around him. They looked at him carefully and asked what he wanted to do. They decided that he must want to punish them and were seriously scared of this. The main character simply looked at them attentively and pretended to approach them. The boys immediately got scared, covered their heads with their hands and asked what he was doing. Huan Shan simply waved his hand and said that he would see them later. He thought that even if he won, he should be reserved and polite to avoid getting into trouble. The boys were completely covered in sweat and also waved their hands at him, saying that they would see each other later. Huan Shan was glad that everyone was saying goodbye to him and thought that he had shown himself on his good side. Zhang Yukun suddenly appeared in front of him. She looked at the boy carefully. The main character began to approach the girl, and for some reason, having approached her, he made a sharp movement. The boy changed his mind about approaching her and simply walked around her. The director held Huan Shan's file. She read that his awakening level was 0. His physical condition was average. He had paid for 3 training courses, but he still showed no signs of awakening. Is the guy who was injured really the Cao Meng she was thinking of? The man replied that it was true, and he was completely sure of it. Cao Meng was indeed beaten by the protagonist, and his face was swollen and red from the blows. The principal said that she had already said that it was not Cao Meng, and since when did he become so fat? The man explained that it was him, and his face was just swollen. The student named Huan Shan was not awakened, and he did not make any contributions to the training camp. He heard that he had not come to the training camp for training in recent days. When he came, troubles appeared. The principal asked to inform him immediately that he had free classes in the main class tomorrow. The protagonist was walking along the road through a pedestrian crossing. He heard a phone signal and read that the training camp had sent him a message, and he was already crossing the road. Suddenly, a car appeared at the crosswalk, and the driver asked how he could look at his phone while he was crossing the road. But before he could answer, he flew over the hood, turning over several times in the air. The boy fell unconscious near the car on the roadway and was completely covered in blood. The man asked Amon and Mao to take a closer look at the boy. He wondered if he was the brat who didn't pay. The guys immediately approached the main character and, having looked at him closely, said that everything was correct and it was him. It was this boy who beat him up. Cao Lao Cao was the owner of the largest underground market in Luoyan City. He gave the order to send him to the hospital and then tell him which hospital he would be in because he wanted to come and see him. The boys started laughing and told their father that no problem, and he hit him really hard. Eamon said that he would call the police and report that there was a man who had been hit by a car. Meanwhile, the main character, completely covered in blood, was sitting on his phone and talking about how he would really be studying for free in the main class. The guys were very surprised how he was lying in the middle of the road and still managed to surf on his phone. Cao Lao Cao said that being hit by a car and remaining unharmed, and also being able to defeat Amon, It seems like he is at least at the intermediate level of the initial stage. His combat power had already reached level 40 or even 50th. The man asked him if he wanted to become his subordinate and asked him to call him father and work for him. He told the boy that he would help him repay the debt, to which Huan Shan immediately agreed. Cao Lao Cao was very surprised that the boy agreed so quickly. Huan Shan suddenly asked him to wait. He explained that he had thought about his decision and asked to forget about it because he wanted to be a reserved person. He was also still studying at the training camp. The boys asked how he dared to refuse the old man's invitation, and he had just had a chance to study in the main class for free. Huan Shan replied that he would refuse because of what their family did to him in his past life. No matter how terrible their tortures are, it won't help. He will never agree to something he doesn't like. Then one of the guys pulled out a cold weapon and exclaimed, approaching the boy, that he would kill him now. Han Shan managed to get there before he could punch him in the face and explained that he was just defending himself. Cao Lao Cao asked his comrade Wei Chu to teach him a lesson. If he did, he would not call that guy, and this was his chance to show his best side. The man listened to his father and told him not to worry because his strength would be enough. All he lacked was the ability. Huan Shan asked if he had a prosthetic arm. Wei Chu replied that it was a machine, and he was a man who had awakened through technology. Why was he a scoundrel looking down on him? Eamon thought that Wei Chu hated being looked down upon, but under his father's roof, he didn't want to be near this guy. But when he starts to prove that he is strong, he immediately gets upset, especially when he is next to that guy, or when he is underestimated. Wei Chu did not even spare the child and the old man who begged him. The protagonist clutched his head and said that scientific and technological awakening sounds very cool. He asked if the man was a scientist or a small inventor. Wei Chu laughed and exclaimed that he was his sister's little inventor, and he should know when not to look down on a person. He said that even if he were to kneel down and beg for mercy, he would continue to break his arms. Suddenly, the man launched a super jet attack as he approached the main character. Scientific and technological awakenings are equal to their physical awakenings. They can create and operate extremely powerful mechanisms. He called the boy an idiot and said that he was already behind him, hitting him with all his might with his prosthetic arm. It hit the boy right in the chest and streams of scarlet blood began to flow from his mouth, and he began to cough very hard. Wei Chu said that scientific and technological awakenings are rarer than physical awakenings. Moreover, he had reached the highest level of the initial stage and his combat strength had reached over 80. Why did he hit him so hard he could die? The man asked his father to calm down and be sure that he would not die. With his protection, this should not happen. They were shocked that he could stand there as if nothing had happened. Cao Lao Cao asked if he really hit him hard and why he was fine. Did he really eat porridge in the morning? Huan Shan clenched his fist and asked to receive a big cannon blow. The man managed to dodge in time and put his metal hands in front of the main character's fist. Cao Lao Cao asked Wei Chu if he could handle him and asked him if he should call that guy to come over. Wei Chu asked him not to do this and said with a laugh that he was confident that he would fix it. He started using a high-pressure rocket hook and said he was more reliable than this guy. He began using maximum power and a new high-pressure jet strike. The protagonist was lying on the ground bleeding, and Wei Chu was standing next to him. He said that even if the boy was at the intermediate level of the initial stage, he would still faint for a day. But the man looked at his hand and noticed that the mechanical system was almost out of order. Eamon called Big Brother Wei Chu a good man and said that he was the one who could defeat Huan Shan. Cao Lao Cao also called him a good guy, but said that he almost screwed him over. And now his thing has run out of electricity and he is completely unreliable and much worse than that guy. Wei Chu wondered why there was no electricity in his machine. He had used its battery all day yesterday to play his games. When he came back to charge at night, he drank a lot and used its battery to have a drinking party. He is the boss and says everything even if it is right or wrong, but he looks at him without any respect and he will never change it. He has no power or his own opinion and he will never admit his mistakes. He is the boss as long as he gives him a salary and he will think that he is right. He just needs to do what he has to do and just defeat the enemy in front of him. The man, thinking about this, suddenly felt that someone was behind him. He saw the main character in front of him and asked in horror what happened. Huan Shan asked why he suddenly screamed and scared him. Cao Lao Cao asked how he could wake up again, and they said that Huan Shan was immortal. Wei Chu wondered what was wrong with this guy. However, he won't be able to stand up for some time. Huan Shan asked the man when he used that thing. He became faster. How did he do it? He explained that he wanted the same thing, but only in the form of sneakers. Is this guy really immortal? Cao Lao Cao exclaimed that he really couldn't, and then he would call that guy. Although he didn't want to say it, he was really weak. The man called and asked where he was. He asked to come here quickly. Liu Guanzhan replied that he was already on his way. He asked to just wait a little longer as he wanted to eat and drink. Meanwhile, Zhang Yukun was thinking that she still hadn't decided whether to send a text message to Huan Shan. She feels selfish towards him and may ask if he is hurt today. She wondered if it was okay to ask such a thing, and she picked up the phone. The girl decided to just ask, because there was nothing special about it. Suddenly, she looked at her phone and realized that the message had been sent. The main character was sitting near the phone and saw a message from Zhang Yukun, which made him very surprised. She asked him if he had suffered any injuries today. He wondered how he could make her hate him. He asked to wait because he had to answer the message. Although he would not fight him anymore, he gave in, and the man could leave and not wait for him. Wei Chu thought about how he used his strongest attack on him and how he could still browse the phone. On top of that, he was out of energy. Everyone must have thought that he couldn't defeat him. And now Liu Guanzhan will arrive and finish him off. Then everyone will start praising him, and on the contrary, they will scold him and say how weak he is. He can't let this happen, and he will finish him off. He decided that with the next attack he would kill him, and he would be the strongest than all the others. But before he could strike the main character, he completely ran out of energy. What if he has no strength because he has always been very attentive, and because of this he has not run out of energy in flight before? It is all because of this old stinky dog who threw a party with alcohol, but he will not tell him anything. Someone exclaimed that Wei Chu fell from the sky. Chao Lao Cao asked where Liu Guanzhan was. The guy asked him not to worry and said that he was already there. He asked if the guy on the third floor was the target, and now he was already starting to climb up to the main character. When the man rose, everyone around ran in different directions because he was very healthy and frightening. The man greeted him and said his name was Liu Guanzhan. He would be a little rude, so he asked to apologize in advance. Huan Shan also introduced himself and said that he didn't need to apologize because everything was fine. One of the guys exclaimed that their protector had finally arrived and he was at the peak of the initial stage. He heard that his power was equal to 99 and this guy was finished. Han Shan told the man that he didn't want to fight and that it was attracting other people's attention. He wondered if he would have to pay back the money if he won. Before he could finish speaking, the man said that they were about to start and tried to strike. Once the battle begins, it will be filled with terrifying awe and horror. Liu Guanzhan began to swing his fists and use the tempered fist of trust. The boy started shouting that Big Brother would kill him. Cao Lao Cao said that he didn't want to call this guy, and that was because he was very hard to beat, and the people he beat up could only die. The protagonist felt heavy blows and realized that he was losing consciousness, but he had to find a way to escape. He was afraid of losing consciousness if this continued. Liu Guanzhan prepared to deliver more blows one after another to the protagonist. He approached him and began to use the seasoned fist of trust. There was a powerful explosion, and the boy flew far, far back, breaking stones with his back. Huan Shan, a little frightened, said that he had never lost consciousness before. Chao Lao Cao asked Liu Guanzhan to stop because if he died, they wouldn't be able to return the money and he didn't want to deal with the cops. The guy replied that he should have talked about money earlier and then he would stop. Whether the guy dies or survives depends only on him. Liu Guanzhan said that it was not as difficult as it seemed, and he just wanted to play with it. He took his fist in his hands and said that he did not blame him. He knows he's a little nervous too. He asked if anyone has texted him. The man said it was a pity he couldn't answer it and looked at him sideways. Suddenly, his gaze changed as he saw that the protagonist's broken arm began to heal. The man was simply shocked and could not understand how this could happen and how he began to heal. Zhang Yukun apologized, said who wrote by accident and said goodbye to him. Huan Shan thought that she wrote again and he really does not understand women. Liu Guanzhan was very surprised when he looked at the main character. The boy started to look at his phone again after such powerful blows. The guys laughed and asked if he was freaking out because he was dead. Cao Lao Cao asked him what he was happy about and called him Mr. Untalented. When Liu Guanzhan realized that the boy was not dead, he thought that they could continue playing. He thought that this boy was a toy that would never break. Han Shan looked at the man with fear and said that he did not want to fight and he just wanted to live quietly and peacefully. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful fist of his opponent flew into his face and he exclaimed that he could not refuse. If he doesn't resist, he will kill him right here and very quickly. Huan Shan said with his head down, that he simply doesn't want to fight. Liu Guanzhan replied that he was really disappointing him and why did he continue to act like this? Or maybe he was afraid that he would kill him. The main character looked at him and asked him to try because he wouldn't be able to kill him. The man said he wanted to play with him and he still held back. He would make him famous by telling everyone he was immortal. He was weird and acted like a girl. He is like some foreign prince. Huan Shan got angry and asked not to cause trouble for him. The man had already hit him in the face with his fist as hard as he could and asked who was causing him problems. Liu Guanzhan smiled wryly, picked up the phone and said that he had thought of something. Then if he doesn't want to fight, he'll find that girl and have a fight with her. He asked the main character if her name was Zhang Yukun. Han Xian immediately became angry and asked what he wanted to do and approached the man. Liu Guanzhan said that in this case he would now write where he was and she would come here. And if he didn't want to play, then let him just come and watch. The man exclaimed that the weak had no choice and cast a contemptuous glance at him. The main character approached this big guy and unexpectedly took him by the hand. He said that she had nothing to do with this showdown and asked not to involve her. The man asked why he hadn't given up yet or wanted to fight already. Was it because of this girl? Liu Guanzhan asked if the reason he would fight was because of the girl. But a woman is like clothes. He can throw away the old one and find a new one, and it is too stupid to fight for her. Liu Guanzhan asked him again if she was the reason for his consent. Well, before he could finish speaking, the main character's fist flew into his face. The boy began to use Eamon's big cannon strike, and the man flew far back. He fell, landing on stones that flew in all directions. Han Shan exclaimed that he really hated involving other people in his problems. Liu Guanzhan said sarcastically. His face was a little scary. Zhang Yukun noticed that the male lead had sent her his location, but it was already late at night. She wondered what he meant and whether he really wanted to meet her. The girl replied that she would start getting ready. She asked her cat to stop playing with her shoes, or maybe she was telling her something. Zhang Yukun got into a taxi and asked the driver to take her to the designated place. The driver said that she was dressed nicely and asked if she was going on a date. The girl replied that she was not, and that she just needed to meet her friend. She was ashamed and just wanted to fall into the ground, so why did she dress up like that? At this time, the main character was very worried, and the wounded man sighed heavily. The boy thought that he would not be able to defeat this big guy since he was very strong. The limit of the Reiki reserve in this body is 80. To defend against his blows, he uses 50 units of Reiki. The aura he absorbs in this place is enough to heal. Huan Shan thought that his Reiki reserve was not enough to repeat his movements. He wondered what he should do in this case. Liu Guanzhan approached the boy and asked him to stand up. He asked where his aggression had gone. Cao Lao Cao asked the man not to kill him because he had already told him that. They needed to recruit him. If they recruit him, he will become the strongest duo with this guy and they will conquer this city. The guy wondered if this dog had become his replacement. Liu Guanzhan returned to his boss and said that he refused. Cao Lao Cao began to be indignant and said that he worked for him and why did not he follow his orders. Liu Guanzhan replied that he probably didn't understand it now. But for him, this opportunity was very valuable. 20 years ago, Liu Guan was 5 years old and his physical strength was suspected of awakening. What a misfortune, and why did this happen? When the boy touched his toys, they immediately broke. The boy was surprised why no one played with him. He broke other children's hands and said that he just pushed him weakly with his palm and he really didn't want to hurt. What nonsense after all, a light push doesn't break your arms. This child's mother asked to push her. The boy was crying after all. Even people close to him are separating from him. He told his mother that they were all lying. They said he was a monster and they didn't want to play with him. The father asked not to listen to them, but just not to pay attention. The mother asked her boy not to worry because they were talking nonsense. He just had to be happy. He was very surprised that his mother was talking to him and why everything was so terrible. He just wants to be happy like other children, so that when he made mistakes, his parents would scold him and why he couldn't be happy like everyone else. Since then, he never smiled from the bottom of his heart and no one will understand. No one will know how unhappy he is. A toy that never breaks. No matter how hard he hits it, it still won't break. The man put out his strong fist and hit the main character. Is he really a godsend and the toy he's been dreaming about all these years? But suddenly the boy stuck out his elbow and hit him with all his might on the chest. Before the man could say that he should enjoy it, the boy began to fly back. He asked him not to dare to fall but to continue fighting. He begged him and asked him to play a little longer. The man continued to frolic and exclaimed that this was the most fun time of his life. He continued to hit the protagonist harder and harder and thanked him for it. Everything around was covered in blood and scarlet drops of blood fell directly on the enemy. Was he disoriented? Liu Guanzhan thought that he had given him a concussion by hitting him in the chin. The man did not expect such a turn of events, but he was very happy and interested. He asked the boy to continue and asked where the little dinosaur had disappeared. He kept calling this little dinosaur louder and louder, but the dinosaur was much larger than all the surrounding high-rise buildings, which seemed to rise to the sky. Huanshan was completely covered in blood and approaching his opponent. He called him a complete non-entity. Satisfying his desires, he does not pay attention to others, like his father. The boy exclaimed that he was very irritated now. Liu Guanjian smiled and replied that he wanted to tell him that he had a great time. Han Shan approached him and said that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. And how could he think only about himself? But the man continued to smile and thank the main character for the fun. The boy approached him again and asked what kind of thanks he was asking not to piss him off. He began to apply the steel fist of trust and hit him with all his might. Cao Lao Cao was very surprised and exclaimed to his comrade that he could not lose. He still had to recruit him. Could he really lose to him, and what's wrong with his face? Why is he lying in that position now? Eamon approached Guanzhang and took him in his arms and asked him to wake up immediately. He exclaimed that the guy should not lose. His comrade started screaming and asked how he dared to beat his brother and let him prepare to die. Eamon asked. A Mao not to die under any circumstances, and the main character was already approaching the fat man. Cao Lao Cao thought that he had knocked out Liu Guanzhang, and he couldn't afford to waste such a chance. He asked the boy what he wanted to do and said that he was Liu Guanzhang's father. Han Shan replied that he was already tired of listening to his voice and that this voice was the ugliest of all he had ever heard. Cao Lao Cao was seriously scared and asked him to wait. He said that it was not necessary to release his demons and asked to just discuss everything. He became scared because the guy was getting closer and closer to him, and he had no fear at all. He had a feeling that he was going to eat him. But what is this in front of him? Is it the illusion that A Mao was talking about? He has no other choice but to use this technique, and he is forced to do so. Cao Lao Cao immediately fell to his knees in front of the boy and exclaimed that he was mistaken. From now on, he was his big brother. He offered to help his big brother. He remembers that he had problems with money, and from now on, he can do whatever he wants and he will sort everything out. Huanshan asked if he was telling the truth and thanked him. Cao Lao Cao called the gentleman very polite. He asked to add him as a friend if any problems arise, then he should definitely write. He wished him a good rest and said that they would see each other soon. The boy immediately waved his hand and left. Cao Lao Cao told his men that they were leaving. He had said that everything would be fine. Eamon exclaimed that his father had managed to get away with it. Meanwhile, the main character stood on the roadway and looked somewhere ahead, covered in blood. He thought that finally this nightmare was over and he needed to go back. He hoped that this would never happen again. As he stood on the roadway, Zhang Yukun appeared in front of him. She looked at the boy with fear. There was fear in her eyes, and she looked closely at Huan Shan, who was completely covered in blood. She asked the boy not to kill him and said that he could be sure that she would not tell anyone anything. Han Shan asked the girl not to worry and said that it was a normal fight. Zhang Yukun agreed and said that she had already thought that this was a criminal showdown and called herself a fool. He doesn't know what she's got in her head, but they're not bad people. One of them even added him as a friend. The girl was very surprised when she saw a photograph of Cao Lao Cao in front of her. She explained to the boy that he was the leader of the biggest gang in the region. She asked if he was telling the truth. Han Shan asked her to forget it, but she hadn't seen anything and he really didn't want to fight today. The girl said that she would keep her mouth shut. The boy asked her to go home and she asked if he hadn't sent her his location. Huan Shan explained that a guy had taken his phone and sent her his location. This all happened because they shot him down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought them. The boy asked her to be careful and gave her advice to follow traffic rules in the future. Zhang Yukun was surprised and agreed with the protagonist. She thought that the boy was worried about her. Huan Shan was furious when he heard Cao Lao Cao's words. It seemed that all the emotions he had experienced in the past were beginning to revive, and the most selfish being, his father, would be happy about it. What he did, the crimes he committed, are unforgivable, and he has no desire at all to inherit his business. The boy decided that he would never be like his father. The boy told his father that it was an interactive online game. He controlled the shooting with his right hand and controlled his movements with his left hand. The little red plane is him, and he must avoid the bullets that his enemies shoot. If he follows these rules, he will always win. The father asked why the pink plane wasn't shooting. Then they laughed and explained that his friend was joking and she thought he was the one controlling the plane. This is Princess Jane from the Kingdom of Cloud Butterflies. It is difficult to meet such a chatterbox, but she is very good. The man asked how it exploded, and the guy laughed and explained that Jane destroyed it, and that's why he lost. Then the man asked if it was a provocation or something. The guy answered that the princess of the Kingdom of Cloud Butterflies dared to declare war on them. He got really angry and told his father that it was just a game and asked him to wait. 3 days later, the other emperor's family sent out their elite army to destroy the Cloud Butterfly Kingdom. Even though the Cloud Butterfly Kingdom surrendered, it was still destroyed in one day. The protagonist thought that he would never be such an idiot as him. He does not want to inherit his throne, and does not want to do the same as him. But he still needs strength, and with this human body, he will not be able to resist his father. So why should he just stand in one place? He needs to become stronger and act. Through these few battles, he realized that people really did change under the influence of Reiki. They learned a number of ways to make themselves stronger, and these methods actually work. From his experience in battle, he realized that he didn't have to defeat them. He can simply count on regeneration and a new emperor, and the perception of a new emperor. With Huanshan's body, he can't defeat Liu Guanzhong. Through the perception and the new emperor, it became clear that Liu Guanzhong's fist has a powerful attack power. This is precisely because a lot of the rail is concentrated in his fist, even before the blow. Also from this feature, every time he attacks, he can absorb his powerful aura, and this helps him weaken his attack, heal his wounds, and strengthen his aura. If he didn't release so much of his slats, he would be a big problem for him. Or if Wei Chu had a spare battery, he would be in danger. Understanding the environment and evolution is the way to the top of the food chain. He just has to get stronger. Meanwhile, the girls were talking outside and one asked the other if she had heard about Cao Meng being beaten up yesterday. It seemed that the one who beat him up was from the general class. The second girl was surprised that a person from the general class beat up a person from the main class and said that it was simply impossible. Then the girl smiled and laughed and said that maybe he was just lucky and after all, it was the main class. Zhang Yukun turned around and told the girls that Huan Shan had defeated Cao Meng with his own strength, and there was no need to pull the wool over people's eyes. Then the girl asked who she was and if she wasn't the heroine Zhang Yukun, for whom those two fools had fought. She's really shameless, and they fought over her. She's just playing with them like a little bitch. She never agreed to become Cao Meng's girlfriend. Then the others said that she admitted it and laughed. Suddenly, the boy asked her to shut her dirty mouth if she didn't want to die. He asked her not to dare mention the main class. The girls immediately turned to him and agreed unanimously. Zhou Guanyuan is the leader of the main class and is close to the peak of the initial stage. He explained that although Cao Meng was a good student, he was too impulsive. Because of impulsiveness, it is very easy to lose, so it is just nonsense. However, it is not worth talking about the main class. If he hears something like this again, he asks not to blame him for his rudeness. The girls were surprised and realized that he was a man they shouldn't approach. Although he was handsome, he was too fierce. Zhou Guanyuan called them a bunch of naive people and who dared to hit him. There was a guy nearby who was looking for Huan Shan and was very angry with him. He exclaimed that he would simply destroy him. Then the boy asked Cao Meng to wait a little, but he was too fierce and asked what to wait for. Zhou Guanyuan thoughtfully replied that nothing. He couldn't figure out what had happened to this guy and decided that it was better not to talk to him now. He continued to search for his enemy and repeat his name all the time, which did not leave his lips. Zhou Guanyuan watched him carefully and thought about the main character. Cao Meng's anger has always been hampering his spiritual power. And now, he is afraid that Cao Meng has passed the initial stage. Even he cannot defeat him in a few rounds. The guy called Huan Shan and asked him to roll to him. He was looking for him and asking where he was because he came for him. The boy wondered if this was the man he had beaten up last time. He decided that he had to be discreet, and this time, he would hit him randomly. He should look like he didn't notice him, like he was playing on his phone or scratching his ear. And that was just the perfect plan. Suddenly, Zhang Yukun covered him with her body and asked the boy to be careful. The enemy began to use Amon's big cannon strike. The guys began to cover themselves with their hands. The girls noticed that Huan Shan sent Cao Meng flying while he was checking his phone. Huan Shan is very strong and he should definitely join the main class. Cao Meng, who wanted to attack secretly, was defeated by him. Huan Shan asked them to wait and said that it was not so. The boys were surprised how the main character defeated Cao Meng while playing on the phone and scratching his ear. This Huan Shan is too strong. These two guys even fight over the girl. The guy asked to wait and said that all this is not true, and he did not do it on purpose. But the guys kept saying that he was very strong and it seemed like he would join the main class sooner or later. It seemed that this was the main class's strength. Zhou Guanyuan thought that if you want to enter the main class, you must undergo the strictest examination. And does he think it is so easy? Regardless of the level of talent awakening or growth, students worthy of training will enter the main class. They are like small fry who have no common sense. Huan Shan said that the training camp sent him a message yesterday saying that he can join the main class for free, but he doesn't know how to get in. Zhou Guanyuan was very surprised by this. How could he be admitted to the main class for free? He thought about how this had only happened 3 times. This guy had only recently woken up, and how could this happen? But he had met many times such people who awakened only by luck, and they were the same. They had wasted their resources by letting him study in the main class. Suddenly, the boys were asked to be careful, and all students were asked to immediately evacuate the building. They explained that invaders had arrived, and all students needed to go back. Zhou Guanyuan thought that it seemed like the mafia. The men with guns asked the students to go back and report to the battalion commander and the coach. Everyone was asked to be more careful and not to interfere. No need to participate in battles with people outside the camp. The guy lying on the ground asked if he was a coward or a scoundrel. He explained to those around him that he had called them and they had come. Each of them would die for him. Zhang Yukun was surprised when she saw that Cao Ming did it. The other guys asked what the mafia was doing in the training camp. Cao Ming began to shout and promised to finish off the main character. He exclaimed that the guy was dead. Even if he gets kicked out of the training camp, he still promises to kill him. The guy took out his phone. He told his father that it was him and said that Huan Shan bullied him again. He wants to show how cruel the world is. The boy explained to his father that they were at the gate and then hung up. He pointed at Huan Shan and laughingly exclaimed that he would die today. Zhou Guanyuan thought that Cao Ming had really made everyone in the main class fall flat on their faces. He asked to stay away from Huan Shan for a while. There was a command for everyone to go back. The main character looked at those around him and said that he was right and that they just needed to hide. It was reported that the training camp security was knocked off its feet. And these security guards are at the initial stage, and who are they anyway? Chao Lao Kao appeared in front of them, smoking a cigarette. This was the largest gang in the area. Zhou Guanyuan was very surprised when he saw that very assassin in front of him. He has many high-level masters of the initial stage. The man asked who here had a very high opinion of himself and said that he wanted to see the one who bullied his son. Cao Meng immediately approached his father and pointed his finger at the main character. He said that it was this boy who was bullying him. The man was very surprised and the cigarette fell out of his mouth when he saw the main character. He immediately fell to his knees before his big brother and bowed before him. All the guys around were very surprised by this turn of events and were covered in beads of sweat. The man continued to shout and call Huanshan big brother, repeating the word many times. The boy asked the man what he was doing there and called him names. Chao Lao Kao replied that he just wanted to say hello to him. He hit his son and asked him to move and say hello to his uncle. He is his father's brother, so of course he should call him uncle. The father asked his son to move his buns and not talk nonsense. Otherwise, he would throw him out of the house and not give him any more money. He asked why his son beat them and said that it was an honor for them. His father is his greatest support, and no matter what he does, he will always help him with his support. This fortress is so powerful that it can withstand all attacks, but now it has collapsed. It seems that in this life you can only rely on yourself and whether it is rain. He really is his uncle and he doesn't care. He called him uncle and wondered why he was crying. He thought about his childhood memories and his real one gave him lollipops and sweets every time they met. Later, due to smoking, drinking alcohol, lung cancer, and liver cancer, he died, and then he forgot about him. Why does he have this feeling as if everything inside him has turned upside down? And maybe this is a memory of his uncle's death. A memory from childhood? Cao Lao Kao asked his boys to leave here and asked his son to throw his tears out. This is the last lesson his daddy will teach him. Without tears, he would never have been able to stand up as a real man. The boys were very surprised by this turn of events and watched the car drive away. The main character stood in front of them and asked if anyone knew how to get into the main class. But would he like to explain what just happened? The boy explained that he couldn't get his bearings. As Zhou Guanyuan walked down the corridor, he thought that Huan Shan was a tough nut to crack. Not only does he possess enormous strength, but nothing is known about his family status. He wondered why he hadn't shown his power before. Was it really just a random awakening? The boy asked if they were scared. Zhou Guanyuan thought that this boy was really annoying. In front of them was a red-haired girl who said that they looked very confused. Do they know that they are late? It was Misu, the deputy leader of the main class squad. She asked to go faster because Teacher Feng was very angry. The boy asked to wait and said that there was a reason why they were late. The girl asked to explain it to the teacher. The teacher said that they knew that he didn't like it when someone was late and asked if they were making fun of him. Zhou Guanyuan bowed his head and apologized to the teacher. Cao Men also bowed to him and said that there was a reason why they were late. The teacher asked the two to return to class and asked who the guy was. Huan Shan explained that he had received a message from the camp yesterday that he was exempt from paying tuition and could join the main class. The man asked in this case to get out of here. And that's all he can say. He is the teacher of the main class, and only he decides which students to enroll in this class. He's just trash who didn't want to apologize for being late. He has no right to be in the main class. The boy called someone and said hello and explained who he was. He said that the teacher of the primary class said that he had the last word, and now he didn't want to let him in. Huan Shan asked him what he should do. The boys thought that he should hang his head and admit that he was wrong. The teacher got really angry and asked what he was talking about there. Misu thought that this guy simply had no brains. If Teacher Feng was provoked, he would never be able to enter the main class again. Teacher Fen thought about something and greeted the principal on the phone. He asked what they had just talked about and said that it was just a misunderstanding. He asked not to worry and said that he had said goodbye to the principal without any problems. Huan Shan asked the teacher if everything had gone smoothly. The teacher responded angrily that, of course, everything went like clockwork, and he asked to hurry up and enter quickly. He said that the boy would stand behind the door and listen from there. Huan Shan replied that there was no place to sit. But the teacher exclaimed that if he said to stand, then the boy should stand. And didn't he get it? Teacher Feng was very angry this time, and it was better not to provoke him again, the boy decided. The teacher asked everyone to shut up immediately and asked for classes to begin. Suddenly, the boy lowered his head and apologized to the teacher for being late. The guys decided that this short fat man was definitely dead. The fat man explained that many people were blocking the gates and he couldn't get inside. Feng got even more angry and asked if they were deliberately finishing him off today. He asked what the reason was for his being late. The guy replied that everything was correct and he would not lie to the teacher and his reason was insignificant. Huan Shan stood up for the fat man and explained that someone had blocked the gate of the training camp, which was why they were late. It follows from this that this boy did not lie to him, and the boys immediately turned their heads towards the main character and the teacher. Feng was very surprised that he wanted to protect him. He said that they would have a serious talk today. He asked the four-eyed fat man to get out immediately and said that he was expelled, and he will express such an opinion about him that the training camp will no longer accept him in the future. The boy fell to his knees in front of the teacher and asked him to please not do this. But the boy kept swearing to the teacher that he would never be late again. He could only come here because his parents had borrowed money and he swore to improve. Feng laughed and replied that it was better that way. If he wanted to learn something in the main class, he had to listen to him. The dragon would hand him a plate and the tiger would set it for him. He asked the newcomer if he understood him. He explained that he was giving him another chance, and now he asked to say hello to him one more time. But the main character looked at him sideways. He asked if the man was playing with people's freedom, and only for his personal emotions. He said that Feng was not worthy of being a teacher, and he was just trash. Feng was covered in beads of cold sweat from the impudence of the protagonist, and everyone around looked in front of them in horror. The protagonist looked at the people around him carefully. The teacher is the best in the training camp. He explained that this was the first time in his teaching that he had encountered such a student. Misu looked closely at the protagonist and the teacher, surprised by what was happening. The teacher got really angry and asked if the new guy had just said that he was trash. He asked the newcomer to see what he can do, and they will start with real combat practice, which will be broadcast. He asked to quickly climb onto the platform, and this is his order that he must listen to. Zhou Guanyuan watched everything and thought that it seemed like the teacher wanted to teach him a lesson. He asked Chao Meng if he wanted to fight him and show him what the main class could do. The fat man thought that the teacher had chosen the most fierce student of the main class, and every battle he had had ended badly for his opponents. Chao Meng lowered his head and told the teacher that he refused. Feng asked why and said that he could fight in his own style. But the guy replied that he still didn't want to. He started crying and talking about how it was his uncle. He thought to himself that he really had become his uncle. The memories of his real uncle were starting to fade. The boys were very surprised that he was Cao Meng's uncle. Was he really so scared that he even cried? The protagonist said that he came to the main class to learn a lot. He does not need to compare it with others. Teacher Feng asked him not to worry and said that he was better than him, and better than he could imagine. Huan Chen said that he understood, but he said, who does not want to compare? And is he going to compare their strength? Then he is going to join him. Feng replied that he is a teacher and the boy must listen to him or else he will expel him. How can he compare him with him, and if he loses, he will be expelled? Zhou Guanyuan thought that the teacher would not let him live. The boy should not provoke the teacher. Huan Shan asked what would happen if he won. The teacher got even more angry and exclaimed that he was the teacher here and the boy still didn't understand it. Did he really think he could beat him? The main character said that if he wins, he will allow that student to stay. He also needs to stop speaking badly about others. And the boys looked closely at the boy. The teacher thoughtfully exclaimed that he agreed. He asked not to regret it. This man is simply impossible to beat, and he asked to come and see who defends better. This is a game that only men can play. The guys were curious about what kind of device it was, and it looked pretty cool. Teacher Feng explained that he usually uses this device to train his defense. He asked the students to watch how to defend themselves properly. He said that he would start with several tons at once. The man concentrated and began to twist his hands in different directions. Huan Shen said that it seemed to him that the teacher was only lacking spiritual vibrations, and what was he doing? The teacher asked not to make noise because this is a special ritual that helps to focus. Feng concentrated and extended his fist, which glowed with bright yellow rays, and began to use the Admiralty Golden Shield. The boys were surprised by how powerful his spiritual power was. The protagonist thought that this teacher was really impressive, and his whole body could create such a powerful aura. He started using the perception of other. He can actually create a powerful aura in front of him, and it can really help him block a serious attack. The protagonist thought that he was not strong enough now. He should collect some of his aura so that he could copy it later. He is ready to repel a blow equal in strength to 2 tons. Huan Shan began to gather aura. He concentrated, closed his eyes, and began to accumulate this energy faster and more. The guys filmed the entire process on their phones and carefully watched what was happening. The teacher asked the students in the primary class to film the blow on their phones. He explained that it would be his honor, and a very powerful blow occurred. Teacher Feng said that it didn't hurt at all. Now it was his turn to feel the force of 2 tons. Huan Shan asked if he was okay. The teacher replied that of course he was okay, calling him a newbie. He said that it was his turn now and whether he dared. Misu said that the teacher was very strong, but the force of 2 tons was very great, and he would die if he was hit by this blow. The teacher exclaimed that for a real man, this blow was nothing. He thought to himself that something had happened to his powers, and he was sure that he would be able to block the blow. The boy wouldn't be able to withstand 2 tons, and he asked him to give up. The boy asked where he should stand. The teacher was very surprised by the automatic addition of force. This button adds another ton of force, so the countdown to the impact, which is equal in force to 3 tons. The main character asked to forget and said that it was all nonsense. Misu decided that he wanted to die. Huan Shen looked at the teacher carefully and asked if he had forgotten their promises. A blow equal in force to 3 tons began to be produced. The teacher asked the protagonist not to pretend to be tough. He wanted the boy to just run if he couldn't take it. But Huan Shan concentrated and twisted his arm forward, preparing to strike. The boys were very surprised when they saw the boy using Teacher Feng's pose. Huan Shan looked ahead carefully and began to meditate again before striking. The teacher was simply shocked by this pose because the boy was trying to copy him. He asked to stop this scoundrel and told Zhou Guangyuan to stop the car immediately. But the boy decided to use the Admiral's golden shield and lit up with bright golden rays. The teacher thought that the left hand gathers spiritual power in the right hand, and he had been learning this trick for 2 years. He copied it just by looking at this trick once. Is he really a super genius of the last decade? The teacher asked the boy not to turn off the device and wait a little. He was simply surprised and asked not to kill the chance to create an incredible miracle. He looked at the protagonist and told the newcomer that he had complete confidence in him. The teacher asked the boy not to give up and said that if he stood firm, he would idolize him. Henshan concentrated, thrust his fist forward and delivered a powerful blow. It was painful, and he felt like his internal organs were badly damaged. But compared to his father's torture, this was completely incomparable, and his eyes lit up with some kind of excitement. The boy covered himself with his hands and began to fly far back after the powerful blow. The boys looked at him attentively, and the teacher shouted, looking at what was happening. The main character began to straighten his torn sleeves and asked if he had won. The teacher and the other boys were simply shocked and looked at him with strange looks. The boy explained that the teacher had jumped a certain distance, and he had only jumped 10 meters. But Teacher Feng asked him not to say anything and raised his hand up and exclaimed that he had won. He explained that he hadn't had such a feeling for a long time, and he would take good care of it in the future. He would receive resources, training, and he asked to continue in the same spirit. Misu said that it was the first time she saw the teacher so happy. Zhou Guanyuan said that resources and training should be obtained according to the score. The teacher exclaimed that he was a teacher, and he said that he was weak. Zhou Guanyuan should test his strength through this 3-ton punch. Han Shan said that he was only fighting for resources and training, and did not need to pay special attention. He asked if the teacher would keep his promise and expel this classmate who wears glasses. He also asked not to speak badly of him. The boy asked his name, and the fat man replied that his name was Chao Qiang, after which he thanked him. Teacher Feng replied that he certainly would not expel him, and the boy had indeed won, so he would keep his word. This world is too cruel to the weak and only strong people can express their opinion. He can help others, but he cannot help everyone. Sometimes sacrificing oneself for others is useless. The teacher advised the main character to gradually change his attitude towards this naive idea. The boy remembered how he told his father to stop. If he didn't stop, they would die. His father said that if he intended to save them, he would die with them. He asked him to never do such a stupid thing as sacrifice himself to save others. Hanshin thought about who would want to follow the words of an idiot. As long as he had the strength, he would help them, and he hated the feeling of not being able to help someone. The teacher said that he really is an incurable idiot and he really likes it. The teacher exclaimed that the Reiki revival era was a disaster for ordinary people, as everyone around them began to be endowed with superpowers. But after awakening, this phenomenon still did not stop. But there are still skies that can be endlessly challenged. It is necessary to continue to work hard and win and become stronger by radiating light. Zhou Guanyuan was surprised at how happy their non-teacher looked. Perhaps he really liked Huanshan and thought it suited him to be like that. The revival of Reiki has affected everything in the world. Not only people, but all living things in the world are evolving. Wanted to become stronger and physical fitness as a whole improved, due to which the human body became stronger completely. Improved control over mechanical equipment, its understanding and production, great ability to control equipment, and this direction is very rare. It is said that such awakened possess supernatural powers like magic. In fact, the place where everyone lives now is called the sheep area. This area is protected and safe. But there is also a wolf area and a more dangerous dark area. The boys listened attentively to their teacher and talked about how he had never talked about this before and what it all meant. Feng began to explain that the sheep realm is a place where people gather, especially those who have not awakened and those who have recently awakened. The wolf realm is a place for strong awakened ones, and the sheep realm is often a reward for the winners of the wolf realm. And they do not need to know what the dark realm is. Huanshan asked what conditions were necessary to enter the wolf realm. The teacher replied that he had to reach at least the fusion stage. The boy asked what it was. Zhou Guanyuan was very surprised that he didn't know what the fusion stage was, or if he knew anything at all. The teacher said that after ordinary people awaken, past the initial stage of enlightenment, they will reach the fusion stage. Upon reaching the fusion stage, spiritual power soars incredibly, and the peak of the fusion stage can reach 10,000. Hanshan thought that someone who had reached the peak of the fusion stage could confront 100 Liu Guanjians at the same time. The teacher asked if they had any questions, for example, how one could become strong. Of course, the boy wanted to know. To achieve anything, they need to first understand the characteristics of the aura. Although Reiki energy is invisible, it actually has its own characteristics. Reiki energy is divided into 4 characteristics: fire, water, earth, and air. And each person can only have 2 characteristics. Each awakened person has his own proportion of spirit resonance. His characteristics are Air 7 and Earth 3. The perfection of one's own characteristics will influence the strength of the corresponding new martial arts. The protagonist asked why everything was so complicated. Misu said that this was the basic course of awakening, and didn't he know this before? The teacher asked the boy not to worry because he would gradually understand all this. These 4 characteristics restrain each other, using them in battle, and they must be careful. For example, the combat characteristics of water and fire are at the same level and also for the damage inflicted, and they will receive a bonus. However, if the level of the characteristic is higher, then its weight may not be taken into account. Teacher Feng said that he had told them a lot today, and it was very important for them to understand it. The main character started clapping his hands and exclaimed that it was simply wonderful and very educational. Misu couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Huanshan said that he had given up his prejudices about the teacher. Although his character was so-so, his explanations were simply excellent. He remembered the boy asking his father how to improve his defense. Looking back, his father had told him similar things, and was it really that hard? He explained that you improve your defense when you are beaten. The son screamed and asked what kind of ridiculous theory he had. He asked his dad how to improve his attack, and he explained again that it can only be improved when you get beaten. Feng thought that he had been a teacher for so many years, and he always suppressed his feelings and everyone hated him because of it. In fact, he did not agree. And frankly, he did not like being a teacher. But he really said that this was the best explanation. The boys were very surprised by their teacher's reaction. They couldn't understand what was wrong with this situation. Meanwhile, the girl didn't think that Huanshan was suitable for the main class. And after all, Teacher Feng's character was so-so. There was nothing wrong with being strict. But as the principal, she had to take care of it. In fact, unless something serious happened, she wouldn't interfere. The teacher approached the boy, hugged him, and said that no one had praised him in years. He offered the boy to study together after that, and he immediately agreed. When the director approached the door, she was as if blinded. The girl decided that perhaps she was mistaken. She decided to forget about it while these guys were getting along. Suddenly her phone rang, and the battalion commander addressed her. The man asked the director to go to the battalion commander's office because he had something important to tell her. The director thought that she could already smell that disgusting wine through the screen. She would come if it was important, but if he deceived her, he would be finished. The director told the boys that they could all go home, but he asked Huan Shan to stay and measure his level of spiritual strength and characteristics. The boy immediately agreed, and he asked him to stand there and be ready for testing. Zhu Guanyuan told Misu that he felt like she was worried about Huan Shan's initial spiritual power. She then asked if he was worried about it too. The man asked the protagonist if he had awakened yesterday. Most likely, he is only at the initial stage of spiritual power. Huan Shan was surprised and asked what they meant by the initial level of spiritual power. Zhou Guanyuan replied that the initial level of spiritual power refers to the original spiritual power of a newly awakened person, and only newly awakened people have spiritual power in the 30 range. The highest value is good talent, but of course it is not very important. Everything depends on his own efforts. It's been 10 minutes, and why is nothing showing? The higher the talent, the slower the results are calculated. Has he never heard of such a thing, and what happened? Misu told the teacher that it seemed he forgot to press the switch. Meanwhile, the director had already approached the battalion commander's office and said that she had arrived. The girl looked seriously at the man and said that she hoped that he had called her on a serious matter. The commander asked Xiao Shuiyi not to be so strict and to look at him and be kind for today. He asked her to look at his little pet that he bought at a high price in the Dark Realm. And that little praying mantis has the intelligence of a 2-year-old child. She says she likes this type of fish, the parrotfish he keeps. And he also likes these little fish. He asked to forget and promised to give her all this. After all, he is very kind today. The director said that he was disgusting as always. Then the man asked if it was because he was feeding him this food. Xiao Shui replied that his love for wine and his character were also disgusting. The commander laughed and noticed that she had a very keen eye and asked to talk. There will be a league of 5 district training camps in the city soon. The training camp that wins will receive huge prizes, and he asked if she was interested. The director asked if he would say anything else because there were so many disgusting things here and why he had called her. He was sad because of the director's hatred, and she always spoke the truth. He explained that his worthless son also wanted to participate in this competition, but he knows that his level is not enough to even enter the main class. But she can go to the main class and arrange for his son to participate too. It's not good, but as a father he is very ashamed. He promised to give her more awards than the winner of this league. And the student who gives up his place to his son will also receive many rewards. He asked if she liked his proposal. The teacher of the primary class was one of her former students. He listens to her better, and he asks to talk to him about it and has great hopes for her. The director thought that she hated this old man. Then he exclaimed, removing his hands, that he was not touching her and asked not to kill him. He laughed and the girl exclaimed that he was disgusting as always. Turning around, she said that she was leaving and he cast an admiring glance at her. There was a partial flash cut, and the man exclaimed that he was just joking. He asked the director again not to be so serious and said that his aquarium was very expensive. Xiao Jue asked him to be careful next time, or he would say goodbye to his hands. The man said that his little girl was both fierce and sweet. At least his little praying mantis was here. Did he really think of laughing at him? And he squeezed him with his hand very tightly. The main character stood in this tank and chuckled, a little scared. Zhou Guanyuan asked him not to worry and said that he understood that the boy was a little nervous after awakening recently. Awakening mainly relies on acquiring aura to increase spiritual power. The so-called spiritual power actually measures the amount of aura in the body. His spiritual power is currently 94, Misu's is 90, and these are high. Being one step away from advancing, they are already like teachers, so he can ask them anything. The protagonist asked if it was real and thanked the guy. He explained that he would not refuse his help. Zhou Guanyuan asked him not to worry and to trust him. Incidentally, his initial level of spiritual power was 30. Such geniuses are found once in a century, and the boy lit up with golden rays. The device gave 99%. Zhou Guanyuan was simply shocked when he saw Huan Shan's spiritual power of such a high level. Zhou Guanyuan was speechless when he saw these indicators. He still had some things to do, so he decided to go home. The teacher was also shocked and asked if his initial spiritual power level was 99%. Mi Su was also very surprised at such a level immediately after awakening. It is impossible to describe this in terms of genius. The teacher asked the boy to stop playing with this phone. The boy explained that he had just received a message. The girl was sitting at the table, holding a glass of juice next to her. She decided to ask Huan Shan if he had a free minute, and she doesn't even know if he will answer her. The girl took the phone in her hands with hope and asked in surprise what was going on. Zhang Yukun asked if he had a free minute and said that she wanted to ask him something. The boy didn't even know how to answer her, and the kids and the teacher crowded over his head. She couldn't understand what was wrong with the phone screen and how these messages were suddenly sent. The girl apologized and wrote that there was some kind of mistake and she forgot to turn off the screen. These messages were sent by accident. This is a big misunderstanding, and it was like a scene of a big disaster. If the boy didn't reply, it meant he simply didn't see the messages. Zhang Yukun angrily exclaimed that it was completely accidental. She couldn't even explain it all, and her eyes blushed and tears flowed out. Mi Su laughed and said that she would leave the young people to play. The girl turned around and left, saying that she would not disturb them, and they were already next to each other. Zhang Yukun was really worried, and took the piece of paper with the text and said that firstly, she was not really dating Chao Ming. She never wanted to be with him. He didn't know what had affected him so much, but she still seriously asked him for forgiveness. She doesn't tell him to start dating. She just doesn't want him to get hurt. She always considered him a good friend, treated him rudely. She didn't notice that it hurt his feelings, and she hoped that they could start over from scratch. Huan Shan, listening to her, replied that it was good. They looked at each other standing opposite each other, and there was some kind of awkward pause. Suddenly, a fat man appeared who told the main character that he had come after all and that he had been waiting for him for a long time. If it weren't for him, he would have been expelled, and to thank him. His father wanted to invite him to their home. He grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to go with him and thanked him again. He asked the girl if she was Huan Shan's friend and asked her to go with them. The girl agreed, and then two guys appeared in front of them, greeted them, and asked them to wait a bit. They asked if they were from the Green Training Camp. One of the guys asked if they could ask them something, if they knew one guy, and said his name. The main character looked at the men, answered seriously that they were not familiar, and began to run away. The man said that they had a problem and needed to be caught and interrogated. It seems that this is the man they are looking for, and they started to pursue these guys. One of them ran after him, and the second asked him to wait, and they saw a mirror in front of them. The boys couldn't figure out what kind of tricks they were doing and how they had gotten away so quickly. These people had created a huge problem for them. An order came from above to find and kill a man named Huan Shan. He himself had sparked a conflict with Cao Lao Cao. If he doesn't want to join them, then we'll have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Zhang Yukun called this trick very good, and the fat man replied that he specializes in such items. In the end, he is not a good fighter, so he can only use such methods. When the man saw the main character, he asked if this was the same Huan Shan. He was incredibly grateful for his help. The man explained that this was his best lamb noodles. He could always order it when he was there. Zhang Yukun said that it smelled very delicious. Huan Shan began to eat and also said that it was delicious. Fatty asked to eat more in this case, and he is glad that he likes it. Today he really didn't know how to thank him. If he was expelled, he wouldn't know what to do then. They don't have much money and he hasn't awakened yet. And if he wanted to live a better life, he would practice well and much harder than before. Zhang Yukun told the boy that if he could enter the main class, it meant that he had practiced hard. The protagonist asked what practice he was talking about. The fat man was very surprised how he didn't know this and how he got into the main class then. The practice increases the amount of spiritual power in his body. Huan Shan listened to the fat man and, surprised, asked if it was easy. He answered again in a strange way, and the guys continued to sit at the table eating. The father and son bowed before the main character and thanked him. They asked him to come at any time and he could eat whatever he wanted. The boys also thanked him in return and said that they would go then. The man could not understand why he was not happy or did not like their hospitality. But the boy replied that everything was fine, and this was his usual state. He is a reserved person who does not like to cause inconvenience. But at the most important moment, he really has a sense of justice. On the table, there was a portrait with a photograph of a woman, and in front of it was a plate of apples. The fat man stood in front of his mother and told her that he was okay and that he had escaped trouble today. The guy he first met saved him, and he would like to be friends with him. The father saw his son and told Zhao Qiang that his classmate had forgotten his phone. He asked if the boy could return the phone to him since he had a lot to do. The son immediately agreed and asked where he should look for him because he didn't even know where he lived. Suddenly, the two opponents saw the fat man and exclaimed that this was fate. Should they say something now? And the boy's face began to run cold sweat. The man apologized for making them wait so long and who ordered these pancakes. Two opponents had already beaten the fat man and he was lying bloody on the floor, holding his head with his hands. The father ran to his son and asked him not to kill him. He asked what they had done to make him do this. Then one of the guys replied that they were looking for someone and that it was a man named Huan Shan. How dare this puppy stand in their way? The man tearfully begged them not to kill his son and said that he would do anything. Then one of the men asked how about barking on his knees, since he was his little dog and he was his father. The protagonist was surprised to ask where his phone was. Zhang Yukun asked if he had left it at Zhao Chang's house. The man actually got down on his knees and started barking like a dog to save his son. One of the boys exclaimed that it was very disgusting and kicked him in the face, asking him to disappear. The old man actually did it, and the son ran up to his father. The boy started laughing and talking about him protecting his son. He asked them to wait because he hadn't finished eating his noodle soup. Does he really want to die because he doesn't know who they are? These are the devils that appeared in Greentown and they killed many people. It seems that they have reached the peak of the initial stage. Zhao Cheng called them scoundrels and said that they would pay for this. The father exclaimed that his dog was stupid and asked for forgiveness. He told his son that it was not so easy to live in the present time, and in any case, one had to learn to bow one's head. One of the opponents laughed and exclaimed that the father's life was very difficult. The father told his son that his mother died in his arms and he could not help her. Without bowing to fate, it is impossible to survive. One of the opponents told the little fat man that it would all end if he knelt down and not to let his father kneel down in vain. The second said that it doesn't work that way, and why is he even talking to him? The most interesting part has just begun, and his father saved him from his fate. They should respect such a heroic father, and if he steps on his father, he will pity them both, and if he does not, he will certainly kill them. The father asked his son to do what this man asked him to do because he saw his wife die. Does the boy really want him to watch his son die now? He started screaming and asking his son to quickly lower his head and step on him. He explained to the boy that his mother did not want him to die, and he, gritting his teeth, looked at the villains. The men clenched their fists as they approached them and asked them to obey immediately and not to argue. The boy exclaimed angrily that his mother would not have wanted this. She wouldn't want to look and see that he lives in this shit. He became very angry and exclaimed that he would rather become a person who would make his mother proud. But one of the guys immediately hit him in the face with his fist as hard as he could and asked what he had just said. The man began to use the fire snake explosion, and a powerful golden explosion occurred. Is he still seriously thinking about fighting them? And he blew up his sunglasses. The man exclaimed, looking at him with contempt, that no one would help him and he would die here. There was another powerful explosion, and the man, in the form of a fiery snake, approached the fat man. The son asked his father for forgiveness for having to go through it again. This is truly a world without gods. Not to mention justice. Mom is so sweet and hardworking, but in her free time she always read books. Then she was killed by a drunk who had awakened without any reason for compassion. How many years was the murderer sentenced? What was the sentence and why is he thinking about it now? He will always remember his mother's smile that disappeared from this world. Does he still have the strength to talk? And the man began to beat him even harder. He exclaimed that this was not the rule of this world and he had to say goodbye to this disgusting world. He asked the old man not to cry and laughed. He said that prayer would not help him and what he would do to him if he killed his son. He wanted to wipe that vile, disgusting smile off his face forever. He laughed maliciously and wanted to finish off that boy as soon as possible. But suddenly a boy appeared who started using Aaron's big cannon punch. The main character appeared in front of them, breaking the window and kicking the villain with all his might. The guys saw the boy and were very surprised by such a powerful, strong blow. They saw in front of them their enemy whom they had been looking for so long, and it was Huan Shan. The teacher approached his principal and she asked what had happened. Feng explained that the results of Huan Shan's characteristics had been measured. The girl asked to look at them and approach the sheet. The main character meanwhile asked the villains why they were doing this. Then one of them answered that it really hurt and why he was asking. Han Shan was very angry and exclaimed that if he did not care about the reason, then he would answer for it to the fullest extent. When the director took the paper in her hands, she couldn't understand how this was even possible. The indisputable test was made by the tester Feng in the green training camp. The man asked the boy to let him think, and said that perhaps the expression on their faces was so funny that it would make you laugh out loud. The fat man looked at the boy with tears in his eyes, and pain was visible in his eyes and tears were flowing. Huan Shan looked at his opponents and told one of them that he would answer for this. One of them asked permission to introduce himself and said that his name was Qianju, and his comrade was Zhou Mu, and they were from a shadow organization. All 7 cities in the south were under their protection, and they had come to Greentown to clear up some business with Cao Lao Cao. And he heard a rumor that Huan Shan had been very active lately. Would he like to join them? Or would he rather choose to be killed? The father was next to his fat son and held him tightly by the hand. The main character looked at the enemy. Qianju picked up a sharp cleaver and began to approach the boy faster and faster. He became very angry and asked why he was silent, throwing a sharp-bladed weapon at him. The man was very surprised that the boy knew the skills of defense. Huan Shan began to use the Admiralty Golden Shield. The fat man was very surprised that the boy started using Teacher Feng's skill. How could he use it so easily? Qianju asked why reveal his characteristics, and he has fire and air, and he personally has water and fire, so he will come to an end. He called him a very pathetic weakling and said that such a scumbag like him could not defeat him. The main character looked at him as if he were a stupid person, drawing his eyebrows towards his nose. The director said that 100% characteristics are very surprising and have never happened before. Perhaps there is something wrong with the testing device. With the exception of a few awakened ones, there are only 4 combinations of characteristics: wind and earth, earth and water, water and fire, wind. But he has a full set, and all the characteristics are 100%. The teacher asked how this is even possible, and he is just some kind of cheater. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to fight his opponent, who began to use a fire snake explosion. He approached it with this blow, and there was a powerful flash of golden light. He asked if the boy was using the shield again and said that his fire fist would easily kill his wind shield. He asked the boy if he was really that stupid and laughed and exclaimed that he had already destroyed his shield. He wondered what the boy could do to him. He could only watch him beat his face. Zhou Mu thought that the winner of this battle was already clear. Huan Shan would not be able to withstand this water attack. The director said that it looked like these results were true, but that was not the worst thing. If he chooses his skills carefully, he can repel any attack with any characteristics. In other words, he is invincible among his class. The teacher was seriously surprised. The protagonist looked at his opponent and apologized for being a little rude. He made many blows against his enemy and began to use a seasoned fist of trust. Jianjun's partner was seriously scared and wondered how he could have 3 characteristics. Perhaps some characteristics were fake, which he was very surprised about and could not understand. The fat man watched what was happening and was pleased with his comrade's abilities. He remembered the boy talking about crawling on his knees and barking like a dog. He asked the man to bow his head or promise that his son would die because he was such a pathetic weakling. Weak people are worse than trash. And the fat man saw a photograph of his mother in front of him. It's him who's going to get it in full. The kid started using the improved steel fist of trust. The boy asked Huan Shan to teach him a lesson and make him pay for what he did to them. There was another powerful explosion and the enemy hit his back, breaking the stones. He fell to the ground, hitting his head with all his might and bleeding. The fat man looked again in surprise and thought that his blow was like a bloody fist of a demon. The boy stood and looked into the hole that had been made by the body of his opponent. The protagonist exclaimed that he hated fighting, especially those who forced him to fight. Chu Mu told Huan Shan from Greentown Province that he was worthy of being noticed by the Shadow Organization. The main character looked closely at the man who had just said such loud words. He asked the boy to give it to him and said that they would leave and that would be the end of it. Jiangjun asked why he stopped and if he really didn't have enough strength. He told the guys that they were in deep trouble and at least they knew who he was. He promised that the Shadow Organization would not forgive them for this and they could already order coffins for themselves. When he returned, they would be in deep trouble. The man exclaimed, smiling, that the killer would stop at nothing and he would definitely kill them. Huan Shan asked the fat man if he was okay after what happened. The boy replied that he would go down and asked when he would shut up because he was too noisy. Jiangjun exclaimed that he remembered them and they would not hide from him anywhere. Just let them wait a little and he will give them hell. Huan Shan approached with a punch and asked him to fall down, already using a powerful jet strike. Zhou Mu asked not to block the way and promised not to do anything to him if he moved away. He explained to the protagonist that he simply wanted to take this man with him. He took Jiangjun on his shoulder and left with him. He said that the Shadow Organization would not forgive them for this. He asked them to continue enjoying life while they still could, and said goodbye. The boys watched attentively as they left, with the main character standing at the head. The fat man told Huan Shan that he had saved him again, and that he was very kind to him. He didn't know how to repay him for that. The boy replied that everything was fine and asked not to worry. He helped him because he was too angry with them. In that case, Even if it were a puppy instead of him, he would definitely help. The fat man thought that Huan Shan knew how to ruin a pleasant atmosphere. The boy gave his friend advice that instead of thinking about how to repay him, he should think about how to become stronger. This world is cruel to the weak, and no one wants to save others. If he wants to repay him, then first he needs to become stronger. In order not to let go of your hands in the face of difficulties, you need to try to survive and fight them. He came back here for the phone and never took it back. The fat man asked his mother to be confident and said that he would become as strong as he was and live his life with pride. Meanwhile, the main character was already indoors and hanging his suits on a hanger. It turns out that human characteristics of martial arts do indeed have such a noticeable effect. It's no wonder that every time he uses the Riot Police Big Cannon Punch and Riot Police Big Cannon Leg Kick, such a striking effect is seen. It seems that each combat skill needs to be matched with the corresponding characteristic. Currently, only the existing combat skills are distributed, and he does not yet have water combat skills. That white-haired deer then used a water martial skill. But because he was so angry, he forgot to use the perception of another emperor, being calm. He cannot begin to learn. He was sure that calmness was the most important thing, but he could not concentrate. Wen Shen wondered again where his phone was, how he had gone back for it and not taken it. Meanwhile, the man called his son and said happily that he did it for him. Now he can participate in the competition, and then he needs to prepare properly. The son asked if he was telling the truth and exclaimed with a smile that it was just wonderful. He smiled and told his father that he loved him. Meanwhile, the boys were already in the school and the fat man approached the main character. He explained to the boy that he had left his phone at his house yesterday, and Huan Shan immediately chuckled. The teacher asked the boy in messages to hide his test results from everyone. They will temporarily announce that his characteristics are fire and air. It is necessary to avoid danger and keep it a secret. The boy immediately agreed, and the fat man said that he saw something he shouldn't have seen and swears to keep it all a secret. Teacher Feng said that before the class began, he wanted to tell them the following. The city government is organizing a league among 5 training camps: Fujin District, Beiquan, Honggu, Nanki, and Greentown. Their green training camp has already selected 3 main and 2 reserve members. The teacher began to name the main participants. They were Zhou Yuan, the leader of the main class, and Mi Su, the deputy leader of the main class. The 2 reserve members were Huan Shan and Cao Men. Everyone around was very surprised. They were more surprised why the main character is so strong, and he is only a substitute. Shouldn't there be 3 main members, and who is the 3rd member? The teacher closed his eyes and explained that it was a long story, and, to put it simply, it was the battalion commander's son. Suddenly, a voice was heard, asking the students of the green training camp to be attentive. There was a command for all students to immediately gather on the field, and the guys went outside. The students were curious about why they were called so suddenly, and they didn't even know it. One of the guys asked to look up. They asked to be careful and noticed that a very strong wind was rising. Is this really an evolved bird of prey in front of them, and what is it doing here? The guys asked her to move away immediately, and she landed in the middle of the field. A young boy appeared on the threshold and asked not to panic and said that it was just a greeting. He asked permission to introduce himself and said that he was the son of the battalion commander and his name was Ma Lu. Since he will be with him for so long, he does not even want to cross paths with them. He thinks that all of them here, without exception, are scum, and asked if his opposition is clear to them. The guys asked how much they were paying for their education, and what was he even talking about there. This guy, the commander's son, explained that his father pays for everything out of his own pocket. He called all the guys not just scum, but also big losers and laughed. One of the boys exclaimed that he hated him and he became so arrogant because of his father. The second one answered that he completely agreed with him, and if his father did not hold such a position, he would be nobody. Malu stared at the students and said with a sly smile about being arrogant, "Do they really think that he got everything only because of his father, and they are really right? Absolutely right. He has his father's girlfriend, but do they have one? They don't have anyone, and they don't have such a handsome father as he does." The boy called them just a pile of rubbish and started laughing again. The father greeted his son and said that it was just great. Malu asked, "How about this, and who will take the microphone? He wants to hear their opinion, and let them speak with enthusiasm because he hopes there is a brave man among them who will dare to fight back." Before he could throw the microphone, it ended up in the hands of one guy, and Malu asked if he had anything to say. Then, this guy threw the microphone into the main character's hands and said that he had something to say. Zhang Yukun was afraid for the boy. Malu smiled and said that since he was so brave, he should come and tell her what he thought about it. Hunshan is not as arrogant as he is, and the guy decided that he should act as he usually does. He asked to be convincing, and of course if he asks him, then he will say that he would like to see him alive. Huanshan took the microphone in his hands and agreed to speak. What does good mean, and why does it seem like he challenged him? He sure knows how to ruin the atmosphere. The father of this impudent guy also said that such a pleasant atmosphere was spoiled by this guy. The teacher approached the commander and asked if he was looking for him. The commander smiled and replied that he had come at just the right time and asked to give something to the students who would take first place. Or was he very surprised because it was a bloody jade medallion? Could it really be him? This item is worth $1 million, and it can regenerate aura on its own and is great for transferring spiritual aura. If he carries it with him during practice, the effect of practice can increase even by 10%. The teacher was very surprised. Could this valuable thing really be given to a random person, and could he really have bottomless reserves? The commander asked to look at the note to him, and he looked carefully and was surprised. In his hands was a golden paper of death, and he asked what else it was. The man explained that it was his drawing and laughed. But the teacher asked what he meant by that, and he couldn't see the connection between them. The commander replied that this golden paper was a guarantee that he would not be killed. As long as he carried it with him, it guaranteed that he would not die in the dark area. He meant that no one would touch him with a finger. The teacher was even more surprised and said that the entire dark area was more than 500 square kilometers. Could he really be guaranteed safety in such a huge area? The man exclaimed that he could not stand people like him, and why shouldn't he follow the example of others? While talking to him, he had already forgotten about him. He wants to continue watching his beautiful son's debut. What does he want to do, and will he dare to hit him? And who is he, and does he have the right to do so? It seems that it is already known how this will all end, and he is apparently deliberately asking for trouble. The commander said that his spirits were lifted when he saw this wonderful debut of his son. He asked to show it on all 9 screens as if it were one big one. The blow was so strong that they even sent for help for the battalion commander's son. And Huanshan himself was summoned to the battalion commander's office. The last student that the commander called to him seems to be dead. Then will everything be okay with the main character? One of the boys exclaimed that he hated Huanshan, but he hated the battalion commander's son even more and hoped that Huanshan would stay alive. The boy held a paper on which was written about the golden paper of death and asked the commander if he remembered about it. This is the golden paper of death that he recently gave him. As the owner of this paper, he handed it over to him, and now he cannot kill him as he promised earlier. The man exclaimed in anger that he was very angry and did not care about this damn piece of paper. He promised to kill him without fail. The boys unanimously said that they did not want to watch his violence anymore. He had already killed so many skilled and capable students, and for the sake of the future of Greentown, it would be better if this guy stayed alive. The commander, clutching his head, exclaimed that he didn't care. He didn't dare touch his son. He promised not to forgive him, whoever he was, and exclaimed that this boy must die. The director asked to be careful because the commander is too strong and he needs to be stopped. But the commander did not calm down and, clenching his fists, began to approach his opponents. It's like he's turned into some kind of angry tiger, and we need to be more careful. The man began to use the Tiger Roar Mountain Fist and was already next to the boys. The students wanted to defend themselves as quickly as possible, and each of them placed blocks in front of him. The man's strength was so great that they were thrown far back. A wave of incredible power began to spread to everyone who stood in this establishment. The commander's eyes suddenly changed, and he laughed and asked himself. The teacher asked if the battalion commander had calmed down, to which the director replied that he should not relax. She explained that he had not yet come to his senses. The commander called the main character a brat and asked why he hit his son. The director asked the boy to run away, and Huanshan said that he made him hit her. Did he really hit him? And as he said earlier, he will try to help others. He explained to the man that he would do this as long as he had the strength to do so. In that case, they could not worry. The commander was very surprised when the boy said that there was no need to worry. Wouldn't he think that he helped Ma Lu and he didn't even feel the commander's murderous aura? Has he really lost his fear? The boy asked if he said that yesterday, and the teacher replied that that was exactly how it happened. The man called Huanshan a brat and asked if he was pretending to be a fool in front of him. Does he really think that they will believe him and everything around him lit up with a bright red light? The teacher thought that he could no longer breathe and began to call the main character. He asked to look at him and tell him honestly whether he was telling the truth. Huanshan replied that he was indeed telling the truth. Teacher Feng was surprised that the boy was not afraid of the commander's murderous aura. Did he not feel these spiritual vibrations at all? The commander was surprised that his murderous aura did not work, and the teachers were also surprised. His intuition tells him that something is wrong here. The commander asked the boy to forget about it and said that he was a friendly commander after all and asked him not to take it all seriously. He promised to give him B-rank treasures and asked if he wanted to increase the pace of training or improve his skills. The teacher was surprised at how he was just throwing away high-ranking treasures. The headmistress replied that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not intend to kill Huan Shan. The commander said that he could ask for whatever he wanted and that he would still kill him later anyway. Huan Shan decided to think about it for a while, and the commander said that he was listening to him carefully. It was quite normal that he couldn't decide, and he just had to say what he wanted more now. He asked the boy to be confident because there was nothing he could not do. Huan Shan said that in that case he wanted to replace him here as the battalion commander. The boy couldn't understand what had happened to these guys. After all, he had said to ask for whatever he wanted. The teacher asked Huan Shan not to do anything stupid in front of the battalion commander anymore. He explained that he could not be saved every time. Huan Shan asked if he had provoked him. Master Feng replied that he was capricious and merciless, so it was better not to provoke him. He said that the principal and other teachers were still holding him back, and it was not easy to calm him down. He wondered if the boy had sensed the commander's murderous aura. Huan Shan replied that he had. Then the teacher asked why he didn't even move. The boy replied that his father's murderous aura was much stronger. The teacher was very surprised and asked what stage he was at then, and who his father was. Huan Shan replied that his name was Adolf, and then he began listing many different names and said that he was stubborn, and the great devil from Liz Kelton. Then the teacher asked if he was kidding. The boys were very surprised and asked if the others had heard. Huan Shan got out of the water dry. But is it all true or a lie? And didn't he hit the battalion commander's son? This is what the teacher told them during their lesson. It is said that the battalion commander was so angry that he even smashed his desk because he could not teach Huan Shan a lesson. Zhang Yukun said that she didn't even know about it. She thought that he was still the same decent person he was when he was a child. He heard that their teacher also said that the main character told the commander that he wanted to replace him at the post. The guys laughed and asked if he was telling the truth, and the battalion commander. He wouldn't let it go that easily. The commander would definitely destroy him. The guy answered that he had already killed many outstanding students and no one could stop him. If he can really replace the battalion commander, that would be just great. The teacher was very serious and said that that was all for today. The man asked the 4 students participating in the league he had chosen to stay. He explained that they would be going on a few low-level missions over the weekend to hone their tactics. To begin, they would need to download the app and then select the nearest low-level monster clearing missions. The app shows them the missions that are top priority for the mission center in Greentown. But what's going on, and apparently something is wrong with this app. The remaining missions are only near the city's border. He asked to go and ask this at the mission receiving center. He is the teacher of the training camp, and he has the right to do this. So he asks them to go there together. The boys asked the main character to become the leader of the camp and exclaimed that they believed in him. The man asked the boy if he had any fans. In front of them was the mission receiving center. The storage bureau can also accept missions and you can get good rewards for completing missions. The man greeted the boys and asked how he could help them. He explained that he was a teacher of the main class of the Green Training Camp, and he would like to receive the next missions to clear out monsters. He explained to the teacher that he could select them on the app. Teacher Feng replied that the app showed that only missions near the city border remained. The secretary of the Mission Receiving Center, Ji Neiman, replied that this was for now, that all the missions were currently unavailable. As the river was being restored, the nearest low-level missions had long been completed. Since they are from the main class, why don't they take the top-rank missions? He suggested that we start with the first mission, which was to destroy the flamingo eggs. Since this place is far from them, they will leave tomorrow and begin carrying out the mission on the weekend. The boy approached his father, the commander, and asked why he didn't finish him off. Father was somehow strange, and lowering his head down, he closed his eyes. Then the son turned around and said that he shouldn't tell him then, and he went away. In front of us is the central railway station of the Greentown Express trains. The teacher asked his students to come closer, and they immediately agreed unanimously. The commander's son turned to the boys and said that he was also a member of the league and asked if they had forgotten or wanted to leave without him. The teacher turned towards him, and everyone looked at Ma Lu carefully. Ma Lu explained that although he had not planned to participate in the mission itself, he was still part of the team, so he would go with them. This scoundrel thought that Huan Shan would soon die and laughed and exclaimed that this time he would solve his problem himself. Let his daddy wait a little and he will give him a huge surprise. The commander called the secretary and asked how everything was progressing and whether everything was already prepared. The secretary began to assure the gentleman that everything was almost ready and that they would go together to the border, where 5 high-ranking monsters would be waiting for them. But the man asked for the rank to be even higher because he thought it was dangerous. Then you can only send 2 monsters. He asked to make sure that they all died, and the man promised to arrange it for them. The commander thought that yesterday he had deliberately ignored him, but in fact he had been preparing this for him. He already wanted to see respect and gratitude in his son's eyes. The train is departing and people are asked to follow safety rules. The next stop is Greentown East Station. Respectable passengers are asked to give up their seats to the elderly, disabled, passengers with children and pregnant women. By the way, his initial level of spiritual power was 30. Such geniuses are found once in a century. The commander's son couldn't understand what was going on and how they were training right on the train. He heard that the students of the basic class were always proud of themselves. They really don't relax at all, but regardless of them, his goal on this trip is to finish him off. The main character suddenly turned towards this guy and he, frightened, became covered in beads of sweat. He couldn't understand what was happening and why the boy was looking at him so intently. Huanshan thought that this little Ma Lu has many characteristics of water. This is exactly what he needs to learn. Water combat skills. He asked the boy if he wanted to fight him. Ma Lu immediately responded with fear that he didn't want to and asked what he wanted. Huanshan replied that everything was fine and simple. He was asking to hit him and he would not fight back. Ma Lu said that he did not want to and he was not strong in this. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy and decided he was nuts. The boy asked the teacher to come with him. He kept asking the deputy leader to change places with him. And here in front of us is the eastern station of Greenwood. The guys have already arrived at their destination. The teacher explained that it was the nearest station, but they would still have to walk a long way. Ma Lu asked if it was really that far and if it was just a wonderful place. Have they left the Greentown area yet? The place they are going to will become more deserted and uninhabited. It seems that no one really lives here. They are indeed almost at the border with the Wolf region. The place where they will carry out the mission is located near the border. After some time, a checkpoint will appear outside the city. Do they want to leave the territory of Greentown? The guys answered that everything is correct, and they were asked what their rank is. The guy explained that they were all at the peak of the initial stage, and one of them was at the average level of the initial stage. The man in the helmet advised not to cross this line, especially since they were not yet familiar with the requirements. The teacher handed over his ID and said that there shouldn't be any problems. He is a teacher of the basic class of the Green Training Camp. In this case, they were immediately allowed into the territory. Ma Lu asked if they had reached it yet and said that he was already exhausted. The only thing they needed was a desert ahead. It turned out that they were still in Yongle, but they had already moved quite far away. The teacher explained that this was the area of E-rank monsters, and that high-rank monsters were rare here. Thanks to the joint efforts of the 5 districts, the monsters had been driven out long ago. But E-rank monsters can appear at any time, and they will fight according to their training. He gave the command to Huan Shan and Cao Meng to use speed in offensive attacks. While they work together, they must understand what characteristics the enemy has. After the attack, Han Shan must retreat, and he and Mi Su will cover him. The teacher then gave the command to Zhou and Chao Ming to attack their enemy and defeat him. The man began to use the power of the general's scattered stars and apply his abilities. The teacher clapped his hands and exclaimed that this was very good and simply an excellent tactic. This was really very impressive. Zhou said that this was not enough and could be much better. No praise was needed, and they needed to raise their level. Mi Su couldn't understand why they were emitting such strong energy. The teacher said that it was all good and asked them not to complain until they became stronger than this guy. This monster magical firefox was killed recently. This is also one of the E-rank missions, and if they bring back evidence, they will receive a reward. The fox fur can be sold to fur processors and the meat to cooks. The monster's dead body remains here for now. Then, after confirming the mission's completion, it can be sold, and the reward will be shared with everyone. The boys decided to move on. The bloody enchanted flying warrior they ordered was not far from them, and would arrive at the destination within 10 minutes, so they needed to prepare the bait. In 10 minutes, the bloody enchanted flying warrior will arrive, and he only needs to leave a mark on the main character's back. Hunshan will be served to this monster for dinner. The boy suddenly turned towards Mi Su and he stopped. The main character asked how he wanted to fight, but the guy didn't answer him. He was slowly creeping up behind him, and the boy kept turning around, not understanding what was happening. He keeps feeling like he wants to attack him and he thinks about it. He doesn't want to miss out on the water fighting skills and needs to focus because he can't miss such an opportunity. Does he really think that he is playing with him and then there is no need to turn around? If he didn't leave a mark on it, the bloody enchanted flying warrior would hunt him. Huanshan said he didn't understand and asked if he was imitating a sand sculpture. Bloody enchanted flying warrior. It is a flying animal that has excellent air and ground combat power. They are descended from dogs, and this species has a very fierce and explosive personality. Once tamed, it retains the traits, is loyal to its owner, has a strong sense of territorial protection. Misu couldn't figure out when this scoundrel would stop turning around. It wasn't too late to put a mark on him. When nothing happened, the boy decided to go to Plan B and wanted to throw it right at him. When the bloody warrior grabs Huanshan, the teacher will try to save him. Then he will throw this flashbang grenade with a power of 1,000 watts. It will be enough to blind everyone for a few seconds. And while the bloody warrior flies away, he took Huanshan with him. Misu thought that he didn't care if they later figured out that he did it. This fate will await anyone who offends him and we must act quickly. The teacher asked how the bloody enchanted flying warrior got here. He asked to be careful and better to move away, as he himself would stop him. Misu laughed and thought that death had come for Huanshan. He threw a smoke bomb and asked to smell the durian. When he saw a flashbang grenade flying, he realized that he had thrown something wrong. He exclaimed that because of Huanshan, he mixed up his hands and threw the wrong thing. The teacher asked who had just thrown the flashbang grenade and asked him to be careful and not fall into the clutches of the monster. The monster had already approached and grabbed Misu with its paws, lifting him higher and higher above their heads. The boy asked everyone else to help him quickly because he was already flying away. The teacher asked him not to be afraid and said that he would save him right away. He asked Zhou Yuan to prepare to catch Ma Lu. Meanwhile, the monsters had already surrounded them from different sides and the boys became wary. The teacher placed the block in front of him and began to shout as the giant lizard was already approaching him. This giant earth lizard, and why are there so many D-rank monsters here? Someone must have set up an ambush. The teacher asked Zhou Yuan if he was okay. Misu replied that he was badly injured. Zhou Guanyuan had been attacked by another giant land lizard, and she was afraid that the injury was serious and he needed first aid. They clearly won't be able to stop them, and the teacher asked the kids to hold on for at least a few more seconds. Feng thrust his fist in front of the giant lizard, and it glowed with a golden light. The lizard began to fall back and blood spurted from its mouth. The teacher asked the children to step back. He started calling for help and explained that the team needed immediate reinforcements and they were ambushed by 3 huge monsters. One student was kidnapped and another was injured, and they were pinned down. The location is the eastern border of Yongli. The principal burst into the battalion commander's office and exclaimed that they had an emergency. The main class had been ambushed during a mission, and she was requesting immediate backup. The commander immediately changed his mind and asked about the emergency situation. He asked how this could happen and said that he was very worried about them. Then they must rescue them immediately. Protecting the students is their top priority. As he said this, he pulled out his tongue and, smiling, began to laugh because his plan had succeeded. He started talking about how it was really funny to him. Were they really in danger and was he really afraid of it? The man continued to roll around on the floor in different directions and, opening the door, saw that there was no one there. He didn't find his son and only found a note where he wrote to his daddy that he would return with a big surprise for him. The commander thought that his dear child wanted to give his daddy a surprise. He wondered if his surprise would be as big as his own. He called Teacher Feng and asked how they were doing. The teacher explained that they had encountered many high-ranking monsters. One student had been kidnapped and another had been seriously injured. The man asked who was injured and who was kidnapped. The teacher explained that the class leader, Zhou Guanyuan, was seriously injured. And when asked who was kidnapped, the teacher explained that it was his son, and interference immediately arose. The commander was simply shocked and took the note in his hands. When he read it, he realized that his son was there and that this was the surprise he was writing about. The train was moving very fast and the director and her friend were sitting in it. He asked how long it would take them to arrive and that the borders seemed very far from here. The girl replied that it would take about 40 minutes after disembarking from the train. She's worried about whether they can hold out. It's very rare for 3 high-ranking monsters to attack directly, but first they need to save them. One of the guys in full gear exclaimed that he felt a high level of spiritual power. Is the enemy really attacking them? Meanwhile, the commander ran faster than the car, talking about his son. Malu screamed and asked to be saved quickly. Then the guys asked if he saw that they were busy with 2 high-ranking monsters. The teacher exclaimed, looking at the 2 huge lizards, that they were too strong. He explained that he would detain them and asked the others to try to cure Zhou Yuan. The main character said that he himself wants to save little Ma Lu. It doesn't matter what he says. He could die, and he just saved them because they can't let him die. The teacher turned to the boy and exclaimed that he can't do this because it's too dangerous and it's a high-ranking monster. His strength is equivalent to that of an awakened being at the initial stage. His spiritual power can be 10 times greater than Huan Shan. Misu said that she could fly and asked permission to go with Huan Shan. They would only pursue and not fight. They would pass on the coordinates of Ma Lu and the bloody enchanted flying warrior to the reinforcements. The teacher asked in this case to take care of yourself and not to expose yourself to danger. He gave Chao Meng the command to protect Zhou Guangyuan with all his might, and he understood. Misu approached the main character from behind and, clinging to him, hugged him very tightly. She told the boy that she would show him how good she was and immediately smiled. She grabbed him very tightly and began to fly up, after which the boy began to scream in fear. The girl explained that she was turning on voice communication with all participants and transmitting coordinates to everyone. She was demanding immediate help for the team at their coordinates. She is Misu, the deputy leader of the main class. When their team completed an E-rank mission, they were ambushed by several monsters. One student is kidnapped, another is seriously injured. The teacher defends the injured one against 2 high-rank monsters, while Huan Shan pursues the D-rank monster that kidnapped the student. But why does the whole training camp hear this, or are they on the wrong channel? And what did she just say? Apparently they're chasing this monster together. The boys were scared and asked why this happened and said that they had to save him. After all, this was a direct path to death. The director continued to travel with her friend on the train, and he was due to arrive in 5 minutes. The boys said that they had fallen into a serious trap. The director replied that there was no way back. Otherwise, Ma Lu would die. If something goes wrong, it's likely that all 3 will die. She asked them to stay alive until they arrive. The monster that carried away the boy growled very loudly and began to approach him. Ma Lu, with tears in his eyes, asked the big guy not to eat him under any circumstances. He was very frightened and began to back away and scream as the monster approached him faster and faster. Cold sweat began to run down his cheeks and tears began to shine in his eyes. The monster was too scary and growled at him. He approached him and the boy began to close his eyes, deciding that this was the end. Meanwhile, the main character and the girl exclaimed that they found him and he was here. Misu wondered where the high-ranking monster had gone and why there was a lower-ranking monster here. The rank was equivalent to the power of an awakened being at the fusion stage with a spiritual power between 1,000 and 10,000. He is 10 times stronger than them and maybe even 100. Misu said with tears in her eyes that they cannot defeat him. Huan Shan, after listening to the girl, looked at him in surprise and asked if this monster was really that strong. He had already opened his mouth to eat the student. The girl told the protagonist that they should not come closer, trying to stop him. She yelled at the boy and asked him what he was doing when he threw her off him. But the main character was already flying towards the huge monster, not listening to anyone. The students, watching what was happening, decided that he wanted to die and could not understand, with horror on their faces, what was happening at all. Ma Lu continued to cry and beg the monster not to eat him and to call for help. He heard a familiar voice not far from him. Huan Shan was already approaching him to help and began to use an ultra-powerful half-moon hammer strike. There was a powerful explosion and the monster began to fly to the ground, falling with a great roar. It was reported that the plan had changed and Huan Shan had entered into battle with a high-ranking monster to save Ma Lu. They demanded immediate reinforcements. Huan Shan fights the high-ranking monster Golden Demon Monkey. The director couldn't understand how a Golden Demon Monkey of such rank could end up in Yongle. The protagonist asked little Ma Lu not to worry about protecting him from the monster and exclaimed that he was here. Ma Lu called the boy very cool and exclaimed that he was simply incomparable and that he was his hero. Tears streamed from his eyes, and he said that he could not help but admire him. The boy cried on the protagonist's shoulder and called him very cool. Misu, on the contrary, called him too careless. The monster hasn't found them yet, and they can run right now. Ma Lu asked his brother not to leave him because he had already become his hero. Huan Shan asked if they should wait for reinforcements. Misu replied that she didn't know because the monster might notice them or smell them. He is gradually approaching them and it is a matter of time before he finds them. He has indeed already opened his mouth and started releasing some kind of purple ball from it. The girl asked the boys to be careful and they stared at the monster. There was a powerful explosion and a bright volley of fire flew in their direction. The monster began to hide in clouds of white smoke and growl in search of its victims. The guys looked at the main character and the girl noticed that something happened to his right eye. Ma Lu kept repeating the main character's name and tears flowed from his eyes. Huan Shan replied that everything was fine. His right eye was blind and he could not move his right hand. He asked how they were doing. Misu was surprised that he called it okay. She explained that the mechanic on the left was completely damaged and she was not seriously injured. The boy asked if she could fly, but how could she take the three of them with her? This monster has a large radius of destruction, and if they do not fly, it will level them with the ground. Huanshan glanced at the girl with one eye and asked them to go first and said that he would catch up with them. Malu asked with tears in his eyes not to do it. Misu also said that it was a high-ranking monster and it would die. But the boy asked not to be so emotional and only they would be able to fly. If he stays, then the two of them will definitely survive, but if not, then he might kill them all. The guys were simply shocked that the boy was ready to sacrifice himself for them. Malu began to cry again and cried out, clenching his fists, that he would stay with him and then they would all die together. The girl asked him to stop whining already and hit him on the head with her fist. Huanshan turned his head to the side and exclaimed that he had already found them, and the two of them should get ready. Misu looked at the protagonist and the monster and asked him to come back alive. The boy already saw this evil monster approaching and thought about what to do next. But he continued to try to calm the boys down and ask them not to worry but to simply trust him. He prepared to jump and began to run away from the monster very quickly and nimbly. The monster noticed him and began to growl very menacingly and angrily. He took the full brunt of the blow, and the monster began to chase after him, while the girl with Malu tried to fly away as quickly as possible. The boy ran faster and faster, and the monster again released a purple ball in his direction. Huanshan asked the boys to fly away quickly, and the girl took the boy in her arms and lifted him straight up. The purple ball hit the main character and he glowed in a bright fiery light, turning over in it. When Misu flew away, she began to watch him, and tears flowed from her eyes. She started calling the boy, but he was already in the volcano of red strong fire. She called his name, flying higher and higher, but he could not answer. The guys were talking about Li Su being the deputy leader of the main class. The girl has lost Huanshan's coordinates. She requests immediate reinforcements as the protagonist is engaged in a fight with a high-ranking monster. First aid is also necessary in this situation, as it is an emergency. The situation is too serious and this help is needed as soon as possible. Zhang Yukun was very excited when she heard this. Misu said that Malu and she were out of danger and they were returning to Teacher Feng. The director explained that they would only be able to arrive at the site in 5 minutes and asked what had happened to Huanshan. The girl continued to fly with the boy in her arms and only said his name. She was very worried, and the director asked her to speak more calmly. She listened attentively to the girl, but she continued to remain silent and only spoke his name. The situation was truly emergency, and Zhang Yukun was too scared. The location and battle coordinates were lost, so they reported. Misu began to cry, and the tears on her reddened face flowed more and more like a stream. All the students asked to save the main character together. Zhang Yukun covered her face with her hands, shedding bitter tears. The fat man who was his friend and the other students also began to cry, worrying about him. The director said that when he returned, everything had to be provided to them. She promised to do everything possible to save the boy as soon as possible. Chaoman told his teacher that he could no longer restrain him, and he asked him to leave immediately. The man used the Tiger Roar Mountain Fist and tried his best to hit the monster to save his students from danger and death. Both the teacher and the students were very worried and afraid that something even worse would happen. The monster was approaching, and the commander, when he realized that there was a problem with his son, was very scared. He didn't expect to see so many monsters in front of him and began to scream in horror. The teacher asked the battalion commander to stop immediately because the two could no longer fight the monsters. Suddenly, a signal appeared over the battalion commander's head to be attentive. The girl was already flying up with Malu, and the commander was very happy when he saw them. He was worried and quickly grabbed his son, asking if he was okay. Meanwhile, the teacher asked Misu what was wrong with her. The girl asked not to worry about her and said that she was fine. She asked to save Huanshan, as she had lost his coordinates. Feng asked the battalion commander to hurry up and find the protagonist, but he replied that he would protect his son and would not move from the spot. The son opened his eyes and his father asked if he was awake, and he said yes. Tears continued to flow from his eyes, and he looked closely at his father, screaming. The commander asked not to say anything and said that Dad understands everything and he is next to him. He asked to hurry and save Huanshan, throwing his father away from him. Meanwhile, the monster was very angry, and his teeth were glowing with an eerie white light. There were many purple balls above the main character, and he could not understand what had happened. The spirit of the new emperor and very interesting balls appeared in front of him, so he has a high stat level. Unfortunately, it exceeds his limit, so he can't learn it now. He was close to the monster and said that he could still use this purple ball. He put his hand in front of him and directed all his golden light energy towards the monster. There was another explosion in the form of purple rays, and the glow touched the main character. The healing of the new emperor was complete, and the right eye and right hand were completely healed. Meanwhile, the director of the Green Training Camp spoke. They inspected the nearby battle area of Huan Shan and the high-ranking monster. But despite the signs of a struggle that they noticed, they did not find the boy himself or the monster. The search continues and they gradually expand the search area. The guys asked where Huan Shan is now. The teacher asked the backup team to continue the search, and the principal was also with beads of sweat on her face, worried about her student. They suddenly reported that they had just found traces of his blood and part of his shirt. When Mi Su and Ma Lu heard this, they began to worry about him even more, and pain and despair could be seen in their eyes. Zhang Yukun, meanwhile, covered her face with her hands and cried loudly. The boys couldn't understand how this could happen. Mi Su exclaimed that she shouldn't have left first, so she would continue looking for him too. Ma Lu and Chao Men also wanted to go with her. Zhou Guanyuan exclaimed that he would also go since his body was not found. There was a chance that he was alive. The teacher said that he was badly injured, and if he forced himself, he might even die. Zhou Guanyuan replied that he was fine and that they were classmates so he wouldn't leave him to die, and that they were all injured so they had to hurry and find him quickly. Ma Lu thought that he was very guilty and that he was the only one here who had no injuries at all and that everything was his fault. He clenched his fist and asked everyone to find Huan Shan together. He would not return home until he found him, and everyone began to look for the boy. The principal realized that Huan Shan was an important student in the main class since everyone rushed to look for him. The girl decided to ask the reinforcement commander to continue the search, and they really continued to search for him. The map contained the search range and location of the protagonist, namely the wolf area. The monster was running away from the boy, and he wanted to catch up with him as quickly as possible and asked him to stop. He asked him to stop running away already because he was tired of chasing him. The boy called this monster very naughty and said that now he definitely asked for it. He decided to use the Emperor's spirit against this monster to force it not to run away. The protagonist's eyes lit up with moonlight, and he threw a stream of his power towards the monster. He kept asking him to stop immediately, and there was a powerful golden explosion. He asked to produce more of these balls, then he would let him go. In his opinion, he still had very little spiritual power left. Then the monster started to spew out many more purple balls, and he praised him and asked him to continue in the same spirit. Meanwhile, in front of us is the wolf's region, and it has long been dark outside. Amidst the incredible aura, a sand ship called the Lone Wolf appeared. A guy came out and called his dear captain and asked if he was sure he wanted to use the propeller to get going. It was too energy-consuming, but the captain replied that he was bored and let it blow because he loved sailing. The city sent out a distress signal, and it seemed a high-ranking monster had broken into their territory. The captain replied that it was their problem and asked what difference it made. Huan Daoji was the ship's deputy captain and said that he understood. He asked if they wanted to eat, but the captain replied that he wouldn't let them play in peace. She said she would call him when she was hungry. Cooking took a lot of effort, so she didn't want to waste time on it. Hu Xiaoyu was the captain of the sand ship Lone Wolf and asked to get out of her room right now and close the door immediately. The guy replied that he understood her and left. The girl exclaimed that she was irritated when she was constantly interrupted. Now she can finally play in peace, and looking ahead, she laughed. The guy approached her again and she became even more angry and asked what else he wanted. Huang Daoji explained that this high-ranking monster was a golden demonic monkey, but now it had disappeared from Yongla. The girl asked what this had to do with her. The boy explained that he had just been ambushed. In an ambush of the awakened at the initial stage, and now they are in the middle of the sands. The photos are not very clear, but the device showed that they were not far from them. Now the girl became interested and asked how this was possible or if their device was broken. Indeed, in this photo there was a large demonic golden monkey. And here is an awakened one at the initial stage who ambushed the monster. Hu Xiaoyu was very surprised and seemed to see a mouse in front of her that was in the game. She grabbed the photo and asked if a mouse really had the ability to wake up, and it was very cute. The guy was very bitter to tell her about it. It was said that an accident happened to a primary class student, Wang Shan, while on a mission, and 5 days had already passed. The students approached the boy's portrait one after another and placed flowers next to it. The teacher said they now have a memorial to the students who died. He asked the principal if this was the case at the training camp before. The director replied that this memorial was made personally by the battalion commander's son. He said then that he would not return home until he found Huan Shan. Eventually, after a long search, he lost consciousness and help arrived just in time. Teacher Feng asked the principal if the boy was really dead. The principal replied that they had not found his body and that it had probably been eaten by other monsters. He died from massive blood loss or infection. Based on Misu's description, his wounds were too severe. They also looked for him in nearby hospitals but did not find him anywhere, which is very unfortunate. The chances of him surviving were almost zero. The boys were all very sad and couldn't believe it. The Green Training Camp Heroes Memorial belonged to Huan Shan. All the students were in mourning and great sadness. No one could understand what was wrong with Malu's face and why his eyes were so swollen. The guy had a huge piece of paper in his hands and the guys wondered if he had really prepared such a long speech. The students were all very sad and began to listen to what the boy wanted to read. He just opened the paper and couldn't say a single word as tears started flowing from his eyes. He tried to say something, but he couldn't start and kept crying all the time. After which he got angry and asked everyone to apologize and said that he just needed to get in the mood. He began to talk about that day that happened then and again. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. He said that they would leave this day in their memories and he would always be a hero to them. Everyone understood that he was very upset, but his father did not understand what he was saying now. The commander approached his son and, taking him by the head, asked him to say it for him. He said that the tragedy that happened 5 days ago is hard to forget. No one could believe what happened, much less predict it. This boy, Huan Shan, will always remain like this in their hearts, and it is too late to say goodbye or thank you. He really shone for them like a star, and it is unpleasant to admit what happened to him. The students and everyone around listened to this with tears in their eyes. The man continued to read that all this is reality, and the Reiki period is more dangerous than ever, and the world has long been shrouded in the veil of death. All they can do now is shed tears. He asks them to forget the pain in their hearts and continue to work hard. Suddenly, when the man continued reading this text, the guys changed their views and opened their mouths. The commander continued to talk about how this world is very cruel, and miracles do not happen in such a world, and innocent thoughts only make them vulnerable. The boys opened their mouths even wider, and Zhang Yukun covered her mouth with her hands. The commander said that a couple of days ago, he even wanted to replace such a great commander as him in his post. It was as if his heart had been pierced by a knife, and if only he could return to his youth. The man swore that then he would definitely leave the post of battalion commander and give it to the boy. He would let Huan Shan keep him busy for a while, and the man continued to say this desperately. He tried to do everything in his speech so that his son could calm down at least a little. Meanwhile, the main character, watching what was happening, exclaimed that he had finally returned. When the principal saw the boy, she exclaimed that he was wearing the skin of a golden demonic monkey. The teacher said that this was a great rank monster. Misu looked at his right eye and right hand and exclaimed that they were fine. And how could this be? Huan Shan smiled and asked for permission to explain everything. He said that he had returned so late only because he had gotten lost and whether they could enroll him back in class. But the boys asked him to tell them what had happened to him. The students could not understand whether he was really still alive in front of them. Huan Shan turned to little Ma Lu and Miss Misu and asked if they were okay. He exclaimed, looking at them, that it was very good. The girl thought that he had not had time to come as he was taking care of them first. The commander asked how he had not died and asked if it was the skin of a golden demonic monkey on him. He asked how he killed such a high-ranking monster. Huan Shan replied that he simply shed the skin and ran away. The teacher was shocked and asked how he escaped. But he had to be at least 10 times stronger than him, and what kind of joke is this? The boy smiled and said that it just turned out that his fighting skills were no good against him. The questions kept coming. Huan Shan explained that he ran first and then he ambushed him, and then he threw off the skin. Huan Shan said that the golden demon monkey simply ran away. But even if the long-range attacks fail, it is natural to fight hand-to-hand. As Misu remembers, his arms were broken and his eyes were blinded. Maybe she really did mess something up. Although what difference does it make? The main thing is that he came back after all, and that's enough for her. The commander approached the boy and exclaimed that he was very glad to see him back. They didn't really expect anything else, and the boy asked if he would give him his post. The commander asked if he had promised him such a thing. Huan Shan replied that he had promised it just recently. Then the man replied that he swears and would gladly leave his post as battalion commander. He would let him take his place for a while and the boy would laugh in response. The man continued to say that if he had taken his place, he would not have been able to participate in the championship. In addition, to become a battalion commander, you need to meet certain criteria. He's not old enough yet and just has to keep working hard and all that. And he also has a special gift for him. He hugged the boy and quietly said that he could help him move to the stage of enlightenment and how he felt about that. The people around were very surprised. Could he really do it? Well, doesn't it take at least half a year to get to the peak of the initial stage? The director said that she once helped in promotion, and this process is too complicated and expensive. Is he really telling the truth about rapid progress to the stage of enlightenment? And is this even possible? Huanshan was very surprised by this and asked about the stage of enlightenment. The commander looked at him and replied that he could indeed do just that. Did he even know what advantages a warrior who had reached this stage of development would have? At the very least, his status rises. His value in the team inevitably increases, and ultimately he can live better than others for the rest of his life. After advancing, he will have access to special trading platforms, secret areas, and mysterious missions. In addition, he will need a lot of resources, so advancing to the enlightenment stage is just the beginning of his journey. Malu asked how difficult this process can be, and why only a few manage to progress further. The commander replied that many awakened ones get stuck at the 99th level of the initial stage, and live like that for the rest of their lives. Since they are not yet experienced enough, he will tell them what they lack. The man explained to the students that they lack the desire to take risks, which surprised them greatly. The completeness and richness of the level means that it is impossible to absorb anything new. Simply by training and pushing further, you can cross this barrier and get to another stage. Many people actually experience moral breakdown and nervous breakdown because they cannot move forward. In despair, they simply give up and stop trying. And only at death do they understand what their purpose in life was. Therefore, being in despair, they will not be able to move forward to the next stage. If they decide to give up, considering themselves weak, they will lose the chance to challenge fate again. He has great power and immeasurable wealth, which they never dreamed of. And it will not be difficult for him to help someone in this difficult matter. Although the process is essentially quite painful, going through it is at least much better than simply giving in. With this holy jade medicine, which by the way cost him more than $1 million, one can overcome the initial stage and at the same time increase spiritual energy. He knows that each of them dislikes him, but he is the only person who can help their favorite Huanshan move to the next stage. Could it really seem to them that he is a stupid villain from some anime or novel, and it is just funny? But he will not create problems for them anymore, and he will help those whom they love, and the more they hate him, the more he will help such people. But even filled with hatred for him, they should at least the smallest idolize him because he is the only one who has real power. Let them know that there is no man born on earth who would be fit to punch him in the face. The students said that he really irritated them, but to some extent he was right. He really was the only one who could help Huanshan. Does he always behave like this? And the director replied that yes, Huanshan wanted to ask the battalion commander. But he asked not to say anything. He asked not to be stupid, saying that he would be able to move to another stage on his own and not to think that it was so easy. He asked him not to refuse help from the powers that be, and the boy immediately agreed. The battalion commander exclaimed that this was simply wonderful and that they would not lose a minute. He gave the order to install a high-precision device measuring the level of spiritual power for him and to begin right away. Misu thoughtfully asked if it would work. The teacher became interested in how he could increase the boy's level. He couldn't understand how it was even possible to go from the 99th level at the initial stage to the stage of enlightenment in just half an hour. The commander had some plan, and he decided to start it quickly. The teacher and the director could not tolerate his behavior. The boy was already standing under the device, and the commander was shocked when he saw the 112th level. How can this be? And has this guy really already reached the stage of enlightenment? The commander opened his mouth in amazement, and everyone around him was also in shock. The boys exclaimed that Huanshan had already entered the enlightenment stage, and that he had the 112th level of spiritual power. They couldn't understand what kind of person he was. Not only did he return having killed the monster, but he also crossed the final limit. The protagonist was also surprised and exclaimed that it was incredible. The commander also asked if he was surprised by this. The boy asked them to forget it. It was just a promotion. The commander asked how he could be so careless. The process of promotion is very difficult and a person can even die. Did he really manage to rise by fighting a monster? Hanshan replied that he didn't even know. Maybe even then he understood that he couldn't defeat him. And suddenly it dawned on him that he needed to somehow become stronger. Then suddenly his strength began to grow. But it seemed that this power had increased only a little bit, which surprised the commander very much. The boy continued to explain what happened next when the ball stopped in front of his hand. He explained that he had then entered a new stage without even realizing it. The boys exclaimed that he never ceased to amaze them. He said that since it was so easy to swing, recalling his promises to help him, why don't they see how the progress was going? This is of course something else. But even so, he will accept his help. and perhaps he will still give him that medicine. The commander realized that the boy was talking about the holy jade medicine and said that he had already entered a new stage. Huanshan asked why it was not possible now, and maybe then he would become the battalion commander. The man began to say again that he swears and would leave the post of battalion commander and let him take it for a while. Suddenly he exclaimed, throwing a bottle for him to take. Huanshan thanked the man and said that he would never forget his leniency. The commander asked him not to say anything and left. The director exclaimed that it was the first time she saw the commander so angry, and the teacher laughed. Huanshan said that since he was alive, the ceremony could already be finished. The guys gathered around the main character and exclaimed, hugging him, that they were very glad that he was okay, and that a weight had simply been lifted from their hearts. The moment Huanshan returned, the entire camp literally came alive. Everyone felt incredible curiosity about this guy, but one day he will leave them, and will definitely rush upward to furrow the expanses. He is like a shining star, like a reflection of justice, and this is really so. Huanshan is such a wonderful person and completely unpredictable. As the fat man was making these notes, a boy suddenly appeared behind him. He exclaimed that Huanshan had scared him, and that something had happened to him in the middle of the night. The protagonist said that this would not do, and asked why his house was not protected in any way. And what if that guy in sunglasses comes again and he's not around? He'll definitely die then. The fat man agreed with him, and Huanshan said that he came here with one request. The fat man replied that if so, he would agree to everything. The protagonist asked if he could create a device that could store his power. Then the fat man asked if he was talking about a container of spiritual power and how much he wanted to put in there. The father asked his son to eat more slowly, and if he wanted more, he could just call him. Huanshan said that he thought about 500. The fat man almost spat out the food and said that this was practically the same as adding up the strength of an entire class of disciples, or equivalent to the average level of spiritual power at the enlightenment stage. Then the boy asked if this was possible, and the fat man replied that at least it should be studied. Huanshan asked to make him a 10 in this case and raised his index finger up. The fat man asked to wait and said that he did not guarantee that everything would work out and where he would get so much spiritual power. Meanwhile, a woman greeted a guest at the Greentown shopping mall and asked her to come in. The second one was greeting another guest and said that the blue spiritual silver deposit was here. The girls were saying that the woman in furs must be rich. But now it was another shift. Then the second girl said that it was her turn and 2 new customers had arrived. Meanwhile, the main character entered the room with his fat friend. Then the woman asked not about these beggars. She was talking about them and said that they did not deserve to enter here, so let him not be stupid. Huanshan asked the fat man if he could find everything he needed here, and he replied that yes, this is the largest store. The main branch in Greentown is approved by the Yongle Valuable Materials Association. The boy said hello and asked where he could find particularly rare metals. He raised his hand and said that he could find them. When the woman turned towards the boy, she asked him to come and serve them. The main character looked closely at this woman, no longer surprised by anything. The girl came up and said hello, apologizing for the wait and asking what they needed. The fat man kept saying that this was all wrong, and the girl asked what exactly they were looking for. Since they had already walked around a lot, she was already tired of showing them and did not know how to help. The fat man began to explain that he was looking for completely melted and processed pure copper. Then the girl asked if he was really looking for completely melted and processed pure copper, which surprised her greatly. She exclaimed that it was a very valuable metal and she needed to consult with the manager. She approached the woman and said that they had a very large request and would she like to take it on. They asked for fully melted, recycled, pure copper. The woman decided that she was teasing her, and did she think they could pay for it? Although what difference does it make? You have to somehow dilute the boredom. She asked why she herself doesn't take on this matter, and it would definitely be better for her to go for the head manager. Such a big fish needs a higher person. She laughed at this girl because she really decided to go to this idiot herself. I wonder how he will react to such requests of a poor student, and she can't wait to see it. The woman covered her mouth with her hand and began to laugh. She felt that the head manager would be in good shape today and she wanted to see it as soon as possible. The general manager's nickname is the Golden Lion King. If you anger him, he will look like a bloodthirsty predator. There are countless workers he has already fired in a fit of rage. The man asked if they would be able to recoup the purchase. He exclaimed that it was worth asking questions directly, and why was it necessary to distract him? The girl apologized and said that she was so nervous that she completely forgot herself. The man began to get even more angry and shout at her, saying that she had forgotten her head and now she was fired. The manager asked who had come for the goods and the woman answered, pointing to these 2 guys. The manager became even more angry and grabbed the huge soft sofa in his hands. He lifted the sofa as high as he could and began to throw it to the side. The guys were simply shocked by this man's behavior, but he put the sofa back in place. Unexpectedly, the manager greeted the esteemed guests and said that he was very glad to see them. The guys sat down on the sofa and he asked them what they wanted to buy. He apologized for not introducing himself and said that he was the manager of this store and his name was Wang Pao. He asked to be called less formally. The woman who laughed at the guys was very surprised. The manager asked why she was still there and asked to quickly prepare hot tea for these esteemed guests. He is definitely an unusual visitor and he knows what he is wearing. This is the skin of a golden demonic monkey, and the usual materials from the skin of such monsters are very valuable. But this is one of the highest grade items. It increases defense against martial arts and increases the speed of cultivation by almost 10%. This thing appeals to the monster's most powerful aura, and the reason for his addiction is also that when the golden demon monkey is hunted, such a coating does not allow even a drop of blood to leak out. So this guy is literally wearing $500,000 on himself. What a beautiful coat she has. And he sees that the boy understands fashion. Huanshan smiled and replied that it was just cold outside, so he grabbed the first warm thing he could find. Manager Van came up to the main character with a woman. He told the guy with a smile that he could ask the assistant for anything he wanted. The worker poured hot tea in a teapot into the customer's cup. The assistant asked the guy with a smile, what else did he want? A girl named Xiao came up from the side and looked closely at the main character. The protagonist pointed after the girl as she left. He demanded that Xiao return to them and serve them. The girl in glasses stopped. She looked at the main character in surprise. The woman told the manager that her shift had just arrived according to the schedule. A girl approached her from behind. The main character told the employee that she was not hospitable to customers. Van sternly asked his subordinate, was she really not hospitable to people? The assistant turned away. The guy in glasses looked at her carefully and realized that there was disappointment on her face. Wang hugged the girl and told the protagonist that she was their responsible employee. Xiao promised the client that she would be happy to help him. The girl ran to the side and brought a large suitcase. She opened it and showed the clients ingots of pure and processed copper. The main character handed the skin to his interlocutors and asked, how much would this valuable thing cost? The manager held the skin of the golden demon monkey in his hands. He told the main character that it would cost at least $500,000. The guy next to him was surprised when he heard such a sum. The woman behind was surprised when she heard that such a decrepit skin was worth a lot of money. Sean asked his friend how much money he needed. The interlocutor explained that he would need 10 such ingots for 10 storages of spiritual power. Sean asked the manager how much copper he could exchange for his skin. Wang told the customer that he could get 5 copper bars for the skin. The woman on the side looked closely at the main character. She decided to herself that the guy would not have enough money. The main character took out a small blue bottle with a large pearl. He asked how much it would cost. The assistant told the clients with a smile that they would not be able to interest them with such trinkets. Wang excitedly shouted that he saw before him a holy jade medicine worth only $1 million. Next to it was a bloody jade medallion. The manager was very surprised. He said with surprise that all the artifacts cost $4 million. After that, he began to calculate what he could buy for the things he sold. The assistant was surprised and amazed when she realized that the things in front of her were worth $4 million. The friend looked at the main character and realized that he was very rich. Shan asked the manager, will this be enough? Van told the protagonist in an excited voice that he had enough money and they would even return the demon monkey's skin to him. The manager handed the main character a document and told him to sign it. Sean extended his pen forward to sign. The client asked the manager whether he would have rushed to him with such enthusiasm if he had not had these valuable things. Van looked at the main character with excitement. He didn't know what to answer him now. Suddenly, someone ran up from the side and shot at the manager. The wounded Van began to fall. The main character was scared by the shot. His scared friend stood next to him. The stranger's bullet hit the manager and left him on the floor. Bandits ran into the room. The leader grabbed the girl with his hand and demanded that everyone lie down on the ground and put their hand behind their head. A guard ran out from the side. He shouted that wanted criminals had run in. The stranger started shooting at the guards. "Ha fell to the ground," he said with fear that the attackers were at least at the peak of the initial stage. The frightened friend grabbed his head with his hands and asked the main character why he wasn't lying down. Sean stood and calmly looked ahead. The main character asked the worker why she had ignored them before when they asked for help. The woman looked at the guy in fear. She didn't understand what he was talking about now. The bandit held the hostage with his hand. He pointed the gun at the main character and threatened that he would kill him now if he did not lie down on the floor. The bandit with a gun angrily asked the main character, "Did he really want to die?" The main character calmly answered the attacker that the floor was a little chilly. The group of bandits were very surprised when they heard such calm words from the guy. The leader put a gun to the main character's head. He threatened to nail him to the wall with a shot. Sean looked calmly and angrily at the bandit. He shouted that he should not have interrupted his conversation with another person. The bandit pointed his gun at the protagonist's head. He angrily asked the guy why he was looking down on him. Shen calmly looked at the attacker. The fighter shouted to the leader in a dissatisfied voice that they were just robbers and he shouldn't kill anyone. Another bandit shouted in dissatisfaction that the police were already on their way. The leader shouted very angrily at the guy that he was going to die now. After that, he got ready to shoot. The bandit fired his gun at the guy. The protagonist defended himself with the Admiralty Golden Shield. Xiao tried to free herself from the bandit. She pushed him aside. The leader rushed towards her and grabbed her by the head. The frightened bandit held the weapon in front of him. He couldn't understand what could block his attack. The main character looked at the bandits with fear and asked what happened. Shen calmly told the attacker that he said he could repeat it. The bandit looked at the guy with fear. The angry fighters opened fire on the protagonist with their pistols. Shen put a golden shield in front of him. All the bullets hit it. The main character read the details about the golden shield's defensive skill on his phone. The guy learned that the higher his spiritual power level, the more combat skills of another emperor he can unlock. The bandits continued to shoot the guy with a pistol. Van looked at the guy from the side in fear. He was surprised that he was calmly looking at his phone when they were shooting at him. The bandit got even more angry. He continued shooting at the guy, then he launched a small electric ball at him. The leader used a powerful impulse to break the protagonist's magic shield. The bandit shouted at the guy like an angry boss that he was already convulsing from his stun gun. Shen calmly told the surprised leader that he had found out several details about the Golden Admiralty shield and about the perception of another emperor. Shen stood quietly with the phone in his hands. There was a bright glow around him. He said in a thoughtful voice that the emperor's ability could be used for personal defense. He could safely participate in battles and improve himself. The main character stood in the center of the hall around a bright glow. There were bodies of people lying on the floor next to him. The bandit told the boss with excitement that the main character was not hurt at all by the electric ball. The other fighter told his colleagues in a dissatisfied voice that they had to run away. Their opponent turned out to be very strong. Shen demanded in a dissatisfied voice that the bandit let the girl go. Then they all had to go to the police station with a sincere confession. The bandit held a gun near the girl's head. He angrily told the protagonist that he would shoot several bullets at her. The main character demanded that the bandit stop. He explained that this matter did not concern the girl. The bandit demanded money from the guy in a disgruntled voice. He threatened that no one would leave here alive. Shen told the leader with displeasure that for the sake of some papers he was ready to destroy his pride. The angry bandit sternly demanded that the main character give him money. He threatened to kill the hostage. The main character put an expensive artifact on the floor. He offered the bandit to take this thing for $1 million and let the girl go. The bandits were very surprised when they saw the bloody jade medallion in front of them. The leader angrily demanded that the main character put his hands behind his head and slowly back away. Shen looked very carefully at the bandit and prepared to attack him. The protagonist swung his leg sharply. He used Eamon's enhanced cannon kick against the bandit. The main character suddenly stretched out his hand forward and grabbed the frightened girl with it. Shen grabbed the frightened girl from behind and led her forward. Xiao burst into tears in fear. The main character told the girl not to let anyone touch her again. Xiao told the guy in a sobbing voice that she understood everything. The bandits prepared to run away. The main character jumped on them from behind to stop them. Shen looked piercingly ahead of himself, his eyes glowing red. The protagonist launched a bright fireball at his opponent. It was a hardened fist of trust. The attackers flew away after the main character's attack. The guy said in a dissatisfied voice that their technology was still no good for anything. The main character calmly took the phone in his hands and started looking for something in it. The amazed people on the side looked at him in surprise. Shen stood calmly surrounded by large clouds of smoke. People looked at the guy in amazement and did not understand who he was. The main character calmly asked his interlocutors for permission to ask him a question. The woman promised the guy in a frightened voice that she would always treat him with respect. Van promised his interlocutor in a stern voice that they would now always serve customers with enthusiasm. Shen asked the people around him in a calm voice if they had a power bank. His phone was dead. Van was very surprised when he heard such a question from the guy. The guy said with admiration that Shen turned out to be an amazing person. He became rich and easily defeated 3 criminals. The main character sat and thoughtfully looked at the bright welding flame in front of him. Shen told his friend Ha that he wanted to see how he would create. The guy continued to weld something at the table. The main character asked his friend, "What kind of special technique is this?" Ha, smiling, explained that there is nothing special about it. The guy started telling the main character the principle of his device. Shen listened to his interlocutor, but understood little. The main character picked up the phone. He told his friend that he didn't understand him at all. Shen went outside. There, a guy with purple hair rushed towards him. He wanted to show him his new skill. The main character told his interlocutor that he could show him whatever he wanted. At that time, he activated the perception of another emperor. The delighted guy spat out a whole glass of magic elixir into the glass. The interlocutor held a glass of sparkling liquid in his hands. He told the protagonist that the elixir was full of useful elements. The human body can quickly replenish lost water and electrolytes. The guy enthusiastically offered the main character a drink from a glass. Shen stepped aside and refused the offer. The protagonist carefully studied the table with his skills. He realized that he could not quickly master new skills. Shen sat on the roof of a large building and looked down from it. He realized that he had to become stronger. The protagonist imagined himself as if a large hand grabbed him by the clothes. He realized that his body had very low resistance. There was no way he could escape. He couldn't fight Daddy in such a frail body. Shen looked thoughtfully ahead and realized that he had to find a way to become stronger. A man in a yellow suit inside the building informed the guest that he was done for the day. Then he asked if anyone had any questions. Shen asked the man what reward would be given for participating in the championship between the 5 training camps. The host read from a piece of paper that the participants will receive material rewards. The participants will be able to receive high-ranking items to increase their spiritual strength. The professionals will also lead the teams to the wolf area to complete particularly difficult missions. The main character excitedly asked his interlocutor about high-ranking items and difficult missions. The man asked the guy again, "Is something really wrong?" Shen thought to himself with excitement and realized that he would learn much more when he went to the wolf region. Then he calmed down his interlocutor out loud and said that he was only asking him. 3 days later, the boy came into his father's bedroom and said, "They are leaving tomorrow morning. Then they will definitely return as winners." The man was lying on a large bed, covered with a transparent blanket. He told his son that he could go wherever he wanted. He felt unwell and did not want to talk about anything. The son told his father with a smile that he would not bother him anymore and hoped for his speedy recovery. The father, without turning around, told his son that he was getting better every day and said goodbye to him. The protagonist met his friend on the street. Ha opened his backpack and told his friend that 10 spiritual power storage devices were ready. Ha created devices for storing power for the main character. They had buttons for absorption and release. The protagonist prepared to open the hatch on Earth. He saw that the balls of the golden demon monkey were in place. Most of the power in an uncontrolled state evaporated. Now he could store the remaining power in the device and carry it with him. A few days before the championship, people gathered at the stadium. They shouted words of support for Greentown. The boys and girls looked at each other happily. The participants said thoughtfully that everyone was so lively this year. The manager glanced at the participants. He reminded them that last year they took the last place. The man asked his subordinates if they had hope this year. The man sternly asked the participants if they were ready. The fighters shouted that they were ready. The main character approached from the side with his friend. The guy asked his friends who they would choose as their captain. People around all started pointing at the main character with their hands. People around were shouting that the main character would be their captain. Shen turned around and thought with displeasure that this nickname seemed strange to him. The protagonist looked at the table of 5 training camps. He didn't understand why they had to fight first. The man told the fighters that they were in for a far from ordinary fight. They would have to participate in other territories. The manager said to the young people with a smile that he was not losing faith in them. The girl, Liu Xiaoyan, said in a thoughtful voice that it would definitely not be worse than last time. The man glanced sideways at the girl with surprise. Her manner of speech reminded him of Huan Shan. A group of students were walking down the street in a big city. Someone said with admiration that Nanki looks more decent. The man looked around carefully. He told the fighters not to create problems on foreign territory. They should keep their phones ready and always check the team composition. One fighter said with a proud voice that he would be full of confidence until his opponent Shan. The girl on the side asked the main character, "What is that guy talking about?" Sean explained to his interlocutor that he was testing his ability on this fighter. The spectators stood on the bridge and looked in surprise at the people walking down the street. They were surprised that these were participants from Greentown. The audience muttered angrily among themselves. Someone said that it would be interesting to see how Dalao would crush the participants. The fighter heard the words of people on the street. He threatened them. The man told the guy that he should not pay attention to the fans. It is quite natural to be a laughingstock before the match. The manager demanded that the guy smash to smithereens everyone that people in this city support. People from their houses looked at the participants and called them worthless. Someone shouted for the guests to quickly retreat before they were buried here. The main character walked with his companions. They looked around silently and discontentedly. The guests approached a large building. The man told them that their battles would take place in this place tomorrow. Nancy County allocated rooms for them in a nearby hotel. The man entered the hotel building and approached the receptionist. He received a card from her for a double room. The guy on the side shouted joyfully to the teacher that he wanted to share a room with the main character. The guy in the room shouted to Shan that a luxurious life awaits him with him. He was happy because of the fruits in the room and the bubble bath. The main character told his neighbor to shut up with displeasure. At that moment his phone rang and he answered that he would come. The interlocutor asked Shan with excitement, "What happened?" The spectators rushed at the guests and started throwing garbage at them. They shouted at them to go back to their Greentown. The townspeople angrily threw garbage at the visitors. The fighter looked away with displeasure. He shouted that people have no friendliness towards guests. One girl was injured after being attacked by passers-by. Her friend said with fear that people even threw stones. The fighter shouted in fear to the passers-by to stop. Someone slyly answered him that he really wanted to attract attention to himself. A man with a microphone and a hood appeared from the side. He told the residents to beat up the guests harder. The leader told his subordinates in a very angry voice not to be afraid to exaggerate. An unfamiliar guy ran up from the side. He was getting ready to throw a stone at the girls. Sean put his hand out to the side in time. He stopped the stone in front of the surprised girls. The leader looked angrily at the main character. He shouted to his friends that they would shoot all the guests. The man angrily shouted at his subordinates to kill people. There should be more fun on the street. A sniper with a rifle appeared in the window. He was ready to shoot the guy with a rubber bullet. The shooter looked through the sight at the main character. He was interested in his reaction. Shan calmly turned around and looked through the scope at the sniper. The protagonist turned around abruptly and threw a huge rock at the shooter in the window. The stone flew through the window at great speed and hit the shooter who was there. The friend asked the main character with excitement what he had just done. Sean calmly answered his interlocutor that someone had distracted him. The leader asked Zhou Tian in a frightened voice over the radio what had happened to him. The protagonist turned sharply to the side. He stretched his hand forward and pointed at the fighters. Behind them stood an excited commander. The leader was scared. He didn't understand why Shan was pointing his hand at him. The frightened man decided to himself that the guy had given him a warning. The commander shouted to his subordinates to retreat. He also demanded that they make inquiries about the main character. One of his subordinates informed the man that Sean was a most ordinary person. The commander said to himself in an angry voice that he would grind the main character into dust. A group of people gathered near a huge building. Inside was a huge arena. The guests sat in the stands near the large ring. They were waiting for the start of the championship among the 5 training camps of Yongloi. The guests felt very badly poisoned by the food. Someone shouted that he had a stomachache. Xiao told her friend in a frightened voice that something had been added to their food. The teacher asked the main character in surprise why he was okay. Sean calmly told his interlocutor that he had not eaten anything and was looking for water for himself. The man angrily shouted that the organizers had become impudent and had violated the boundaries of what was permitted. The guests in the stands turned around with displeasure. Someone shouted that their seats on their side had been damaged. A spectator said with displeasure that water was pouring down on his head from the ceiling above. A man in a combat suit named Hei Tuo yet jumped onto the podium. He was the captain of the Nanki team. The captain greeted his friends from Greentown. He said that the main principles of their camp were honesty and fairness. He looked carefully ahead and saw the main character appear near the entrance to the podium. Sean waved his hand. The captain covered himself with his hands in fear. He decided that the main character had decided to attack him. Sean looked at the frightened man in surprise. He calmly scratched his head. He got really angry because the guy looked down on him. He decided to beat him up and then finish him off in the end. The referee in the ring held a microphone. He shouted to the guests that the participants from both sides should come forward. After that, He explained the basic rules for the fighters. He looked happily ahead and said that everything was fine. The soldiers angrily answered the commander that they understood everything. The poisoned participants clutched their stomachs. They did not understand what the organizers had done to them. The man turned to the side. He angrily asked the commander why he poisoned their participants. He angrily told the guests that they could have had a bite to eat somewhere on the side and nothing would have happened to them. He didn't expect them to be so stupid. The girl with the combat helmet suddenly jumped up from her seat. Zhao said that the championship was getting more and more boring. The contestant grabbed the weapon and prepared to fight. The man from behind grabbed her by the clothes and asked her not to start fighting now. They could be disqualified. The commander sternly reminded the main character that he had wounded his brother with a stone yesterday. He threatened to take revenge on him today. Shan looked ahead with displeasure. The friend thought to himself that he had never seen the main character so angry. The blue-haired participant shouted at the commander that he had no right to even touch him with a finger. The commander pointed his finger at the frightened guy and said that he wanted to be the first to lose. The referee began to sharply count down the seconds until the start of the championship. The participant turned around in fear. He asked the main character to replace him. The commander looked at the guy with displeasure. He called him an impudent little man. He grabbed the microphone. He shouted in a stern voice that a participant could only be replaced after 5 minutes of battle. The frightened guy pointed at the commander and said that he did it all on purpose. Someone with a baton ran up to him from behind. The fighter swung his baton wide and hit the participant with all his might on the head from behind. The spectators screamed in fear that the guy Malu had been attacked and had flown away in a knockout. The participant lay unconscious in the ring. The fighter with a baton in his hands angrily reminded his opponent that he had said that he couldn't be hit. The commander shouted in a stern voice to his subordinate, the Bitun, to turn around. A girl ran up from the side. She hit the participant with a powerful blow from the robot's steel hand. The contestant angrily shouted at her opponent not to use such nasty hands. The angry commander pressed a button on the remote control. The girl flew to the side from the powerful blow. The fighters fell into the ring. Someone from the audience shouted in fear that Mi Suzhou Yuan had fallen. The girl was wounded. She felt severe pain and screamed very loudly. The teacher shouted angrily that the organizers had manipulated food toxins. He angrily shouted at his subordinate that he wanted to hit that girl. The fighter kicked the girl with all his might. He shouted at her that she dared to hit him. The audience was unhappy when they saw that the girl was poisoned in a mean way. He was unhappy when he heard the audience talk about meanness. The commander turned around in the ring and angrily told the contestants to try to defeat him. The beaten fighters lay on the ring. The commander angrily shouted to the people that only the winners go down in history. The rest will be buried alive like manure. He stood in the ring and spread his arms out to the sides. He shouted to the people that the mayor of Nanki district is his uncle. He will do whatever he wants, and he is the king here. The spectators waved their hands. They angrily shouted at the commander to kill the participants. He stood on the stage. He angrily told the participants that powerful people can twist the rules as they want. The commander touched his face with his hand. He said in an angry voice that he could make any rules he wanted. The spectators happily supported him. The teacher said in a dissatisfied voice that the competition had become meaningless. They couldn't stand it any longer. Xiao angrily told the man that they had to find and kill the rivals. The main character told the teacher that 5 minutes had already passed, and it was his turn to enter the duel. The man turned around in surprise and called the boy by name. Shan told his companions that he wanted to win the main prize and they should not interfere with him. The main character prepared to go to the podium and fight. He told his friends that they should trust him. Shan jumped into the ring and threw the fighters to the sides with very powerful blows. The teacher, frightened, asked the guy to be a little softer. The beaten Mao Lu shouted after the main character to refute everything the enemy commander would say. He shouted in an angry voice at the guy that he wanted to scare him. The main character calmly explained to the man that only the winners would go down in history. Mali told his friend goodbye that he could do as he knew best. Suddenly, someone with a baton ran up to the main character from behind. A friend shouted to Shan to be careful. The main character activated the Admiralty Golden Shield from behind to protect his back. The protagonist took out his power storage and opened it. A bright glow appeared near his hand. The fighter put up a ghost shield in front of himself to protect himself from the guy's attack. The commander shouted in a joyful voice that the ghost shield was a defensive skill of the Bi-Tong. The frightened Bi-Tong saw a bright fire and a large demonic head in front of him. He felt that his opponent's characteristics had changed. The fighter could no longer believe that the main character was only at the initial stage. The participant became more and more scared. He commanded himself that he should calm down. The main character ran up from the side and hit the surprised Bitten with all his might. The amazed spectators watched in amazement as the protagonist sent his opponent flying with a large cannon blast, leaving Bitong spinning in the air. The fighter flew to the side after being hit by the guy and crashed into the stands with an explosion. The surprised commander watched from the side. The audience looked at the beaten fighter in surprise. The frightened commander called Bitong by name. The participant said in a thoughtful voice that she felt the guy's attack level at the fusion stage at that moment. After a powerful attack from the main character, Bitong flew to the side and broke through the ground. Surprised spectators were lying around. The main character, without turning around, told the surprised commander that a lot can be done for the sake of victory. The audience listened attentively to the protagonist. Shan accused the commander of beating innocent people and bribing judges. The main character stood sideways. He told the commander that he was doing everything for the sake of victory. Shen explained to his interlocutor that they also wanted to win, and that he should understand his anger. The protagonist looked angrily at his rivals and said that they could all attack together. He promised to crush their pride and egoism. The stunned spectators near the stands looked at the body of the beaten bat, his head stuck in the floor. The fighter on the side told his angry commander in surprise that they could attack the main character with 4 of them. The spectators on the side shouted words of support to the main character. Someone even wanted to give him their daughter in marriage. Liu looked at the guy thoughtfully from the side. She said that he had achieved fusion and was now doing something with his legal hand. The teacher told his interlocutor that she should not worry. Shan always has an ace up her sleeve. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that the boy had changed his characteristics right before the attack. He would still have many surprises. The audience shouted words of encouragement for the protagonist more and more furiously. He sternly demanded that his subordinate Huan Tao teach the protagonist a lesson. The fighter excitedly reminded the commander that Shan couldn't even defeat Bitong. He said to his subordinate with displeasure that the protagonist's arm was injured after a strong attack. Now it was time to strike and win. Tao felt confident in his abilities. He promised the captain that he was going to fight. The fighter took off and flew up on his jet engines. Shan watched him closely. The fighter landed in the ring. He called upon a mechanical golden support to help him. Tao began to beat the protagonist with his cybernetic fists above his head. Shan quickly dodged to the sides. The audience joyfully and unanimously shouted words of support for the Tao warrior. Tao watched happily as he beat up the main character. Gradually, he saw that his opponent continued to dodge his blows. The participant looked on with displeasure and saw that Shan was able to calmly and quickly dodge his strong blows. From the side, someone angrily demanded that Tao finish off the guy. The fighter thought to himself with displeasure that he was able to defeat his opponent. The main character jumped very quickly and sharply and found himself behind the frightened fighter. Shan accelerated very quickly. He hit the fighter from behind with all his might, with a large cannon strike of the demonic monkey. Tao flew far to the side. Tao flew back after the blow and landed in the auditorium. He looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he wanted to stand out on purpose. Shan calmly explained to his surprised opponent that he only wanted to find a suitable angle. He asked the guy with displeasure, "Is he still thinking about such nonsense?" The audience in the hall shouted words of encouragement for Huan Shan. The main character sternly asked the commander, does he really want to fight him himself or together with his subordinates? He looked at the guy very angrily. He didn't even know what he would answer to his question. The commander turned around and shouted to his frightened subordinates named Li Yao and Ma Li to finish off the main character. The frightened fighters explained to the commander that they would not be able to defeat the main character. Even Bitong and Huan Tao could not cope with the guy. The commander angrily asked his subordinates why they didn't listen to his words. He decided that they no longer wanted to live in Nanki. He angrily asked his subordinates who they were more afraid of. The soldiers looked back at the man with fear. The commander in the ring pointed with his hand to his subordinates how to attack the main character. He promised to help them. He pointed angrily at the protagonist and demanded that he obey him. He reminded him that his uncle was the mayor of this area. Shan asked his interlocutor with displeasure, what was wrong with his uncle being the mayor of this area? The commander and his soldiers were very surprised when they heard such words from the guy. The commander angrily reminded the protagonist that he had wounded Zhou Tian yesterday. This man was Zhou Mu's brother from the Shadow Organization. Shan asked his interlocutor in a calm voice. So what? The commander told the protagonist in an angry voice that Qiangju and his soldiers were rushing to his classmate's home. He once again demanded that the protagonist kneel before him and beg for mercy. The man in glasses said in an angry voice that he was already on his way to the guy's house. At home, looked at his frightened father. The main character asked his interlocutor with displeasure what else he would tell him. He was very surprised when he heard such calm words from the main character. The main character angrily answered the bandits that he had one question for them. Shen calmly asked the surprised commander if the mercenary in sunglasses would still try to kill him personally and his friend. The commander demanded on the phone that the mercenary destroy the family of the little fat man. He angrily shouted at the main character that only he can be popular in the city. Shan didn't waste any time. He swung his arm and hit the surprised leader in the face with all his might. The mercenary answered his boss on the phone that he had already planned to cut out the fat man's family. The beaten commander was hanging on the ropes near the ring. In the center lay a phone. The fighter asked the boss, "Do we really have to finish off the victims right now?" The main character strictly commanded the mercenary over the phone not to dare approach his friend. The bandit got scared and realized that it was Shan's voice. Shan squeezed his phone in his hands and crushed it. He angrily told the commander that he had warned the killer and he would decide for himself what to do next. He glared at the protagonist. He wanted to say something but could only grumble. A spectator from the audience said that the commander was already exhausted and the main character was very strong. He, after a short pause, raised his hand up and told the guy that he had convinced him. The main character calmly and trustingly walked towards his rival. The frightened teacher shouted at the guy not to approach the commander. The commander laughed evilly. He put electronic magic bracelets on the protagonist's hands. The protagonist's hands were bound by spiritual shackles for 3 minutes. The bandit angrily asked the guy, "Can he free himself now?" The audience in the hall was unhappy with the commander's deceptive trick. The teacher said with displeasure that the main character was very stupid. Xiao replied to the man that the guy still had a lot to learn. The commander joyfully began to jump around the ring. The main character was bound in shackles. He jumped up and swung his arms. He shouted at the main character that he was going to die now. He prepared to use his strongest ability. The audience member in the hall said in surprise that the commander used powerful spiritual energy. He launched a fireball against the guy in the market. The commander launched a fire stream and a noise bomb against the main character. The teacher angrily shouted at the boy to quickly dodge. He promised to cover him. He laughed evilly and looked at the guy. Shan calmly looked ahead. The main character, with his hands tied, stood calmly and watched as a fireball flew towards him. The audience in the hall watched in surprise as the fireball in front of the guy suddenly stopped. He started waving his arms in all directions. He decided to use another attack against the guy. A fireball appeared next to the commander. He felt exhausted and could not launch the ball again. The man launched a noise bomb explosion against his opponent. The main character stood calmly and watched as the second fireball flew towards him and calmly stopped. The audience was surprised to see that the fireball near the guy had stopped again. The beaten. He looked at him with a dead look after a powerful blow from the guy. The main character raised his hands up. He began to slowly juggle fireballs above his head. The bracelets on the guy's hands suddenly opened. His hands were freed. Shan turned around and looked to the side. The main character began to swing his arms in all directions with very sharp, powerful, and fast blows. Shan crouched in a fighting stance, preparing to swing his arm for a powerful blow. He looked ahead in amazement and realized that the guy was preparing to use his combat skill. The amazed man realized that the end had come for him. He did not understand who the main character was. The commander realized in shock that he would not be able to defeat the guy. He remembered that before he had always remained the winner. He glanced at the calm protagonist. He realized that no threats had any effect on this guy. The commander remembered that his father beat him regularly. He was powerless against him. He looked angrily at his opponent. He wanted to finish him off, but he didn't have that chance. The main character turned angrily to the side and thanked the commander. He couldn't understand what the guy thanked him for. He just wanted to kill him. The exhausted and worn-out commander answered the guy with the word please. He could no longer fight. The main character launched a bright fire explosion noise bomb against his opponent. The frightened fighters raised their hands up and shouted that they refused to participate in the competition. He, after a powerful blow from the main character, flew far to the side and destroyed the corner of the ring. A cube with bright markings appeared in space. A message appeared that the Greentown selection team was moving on to the next round. People looked at the flying wooden cube with surprise. They decided that someone was watching them. The wooden cube fell apart and disappeared into space. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that this device was sent from the center to monitor the outcome of the battles. He came to his senses. He laughed menacingly and shouted to the guy that he would see something interesting. The fighter asked in fear what the commander was going to do. The teacher told the fighters that they needed to leave quickly and stay away from this place. Sean calmly looked ahead. A happy mercenary appeared on the screen. He said with a smile that killing during the broadcast was very funny. The man angrily asked the main character what he would do now. The commander laughed evilly. He told the protagonist that he would not be able to warn his friend. All communication lines within Nanki had already been destroyed. The teacher took the phone in his hands and shouted in displeasure that the connection was not working. Shan calmly looked ahead. The mercenary found a strange guy on the street. He forced him to film. The boy held a camera in his hands and filmed the man approaching the house. He angrily shouted at the people that they were about to see the best broadcast of all time featuring the Shadow Organization's killer. The commander laughed evilly and raised his hands up. The mercenary suddenly fell into a hole near the house. Someone from the spectators shouted in fear that the killer had fallen into a trap. The beaten boy stood near the pit. He took a close-up shot of the man in the depths. There was dark brown smoke around the mercenary. He was screaming in fear at the boy not to film him too close. The killer fell into a manure pit in the middle of the road. He screamed angrily, shocked. The spectators watched in amazement as the mercenary fell into the pit. He was unpleasantly surprised. Ha opened the door and pushed his father out into the street. He shouted at the man to leave quickly. The killer began to climb out of the hole and threaten people. The surprised teacher said that the protagonist had arranged everything in advance. Ha promised father that he would keep their beautiful home full of memories. The man ran away from the house. At that time, the killer began to climb out of the hole. The mercenary managed to escape from the pit. He shouted in an angry voice that such a trap was nothing to him. The bandit angrily shouted to the people that this time he would definitely destroy them. Shan told his friend that he personally asked to set traps for the mercenary in this place. The killer took a careless step forward and stepped on a button in the ground. A huge log appeared from the side and hit him. The mercenary stepped forward and caught his foot on the thread. After that, stones rained down on his head and knocked him to the ground. The bandit climbed out of the pile of stones. He threatened the guy that he would kill him with a painful death. Ha was sitting in the corner, scared. The man approached him with a knife and shouted that he wouldn't run away. The boy held in his hands a device that stored the spiritual power of the main character. Ha remembered his friend's words. Shan told him in detail that he had to press the buttons on the device and then throw it at the bandit. Ha threw the device at the surprised man. The killer caught the box with surprise and slyly told the guy that it was probably a USB flash drive. The man looked at his son with excitement. He expected that he would keep their home full of memories. A very powerful explosion was heard near the house. The bandit was then carried far away. The owner looked up in surprise and saw his son and the bandit fly up above the ground. He was surprised that the explosion was so powerful. The subordinate entered the mayor's office. He told him that he had been defeated and Qian had been captured. He offered to intervene. Mayor. He Sheng Liang explained to his interlocutor that they knew nothing about it. Therefore, they would not intervene. The beaten commander stood near the screen. The broadcast was interrupted. The amazed spectators stood to the side. The shocked, he fell to the ground. He couldn't bear what he saw. The girl came up to the guy from the side and asked, "Was all of this really planned in advance?" Sean answered his interlocutor that it was all exactly like that. The girl looked at the guy from the side attentively. She was amazed by his calmness and decided that the Sean was a treasure. Liu came up to the main character from the side and in a serious voice suggested that they get married. Liu insistently told the protagonist that they could have children and that their descendants would have excellent genes. Shan replied to his interlocutor that he refused. The girl approached the guy and asked why he refused. Sean answered her that he just didn't want to. The main character and his companion stepped aside. People couldn't understand what kind of dialogue had just taken place and what had come over the teacher, Liu. The participants approached the city border. Then they prepared to go by car. The teacher shouted at the strangers to come out. He knew they were on the wall. Liu told the strangers that the detector had found them. A group of people appeared on top of the building. The man told the guests that one of his subordinates had been detained on their territory. He added that Chen Zhu was just a pawn. The head of the Shadow Organization was Ji Sheng Yu. He told the guests that they would now be their hostages and should come to them. The teacher asked the girl what the device showed. Liu explained to his interlocutor the detailed indicators of their opponents. The teacher sternly threatened his interlocutor with starting a war between the two regions. Yu calmly replied to the guests that if they caught them, they would have some argument in the negotiations. The man ordered his subordinates to grab the people below. The fighters rushed forward. A huge crowd of armed bandits rushed at the people. The guy said in a frightened voice that these freaks really went on the attack. Without thinking twice, the guy whistled loudly. After that, a huge bird appeared in the sky. The magical blue phoenix in flight began to scatter people flying around to the sides. Yu stood in a fighting stance. He couldn't understand where the flying monster could have come from. After that, he ran up and extended his hand to the guy. Yu grabbed the main character by the hand and threateningly told the guy that he would follow him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky. The man turned to the side in fear. Yu suddenly jumped up and started shooting at the girl with his weapon. Liu crouched on the ground and started swinging her powerful blades. After Liu's attack, she jumped back. Yu looked at his opponent with displeasure. He thought that she had very powerful attacks. She might be in the fusion stage. Liu angrily told the bandits that if they touched the main character, they would say goodbye to their lives. The fighter on the side reminded the surprised boss that he only wanted to catch the main character. Yu looked around in fear. The man pointed angrily forward with his hand. He told the guests that among them there were only 3 people at the fusion stage. They would not be able to resist them. Liu and the teacher looked at the boss with displeasure, menacingly and silently. The protagonist looked up at the bridge and told the man that he wanted to argue with him. Sean explained to the bandits that they themselves would form a circular defense. Then teacher Liu would sneak into their ranks and kill them all. The protagonist told the opponents that if they tried to break through their defense, many of their fighters would die. They would not gain any benefit if they caught them. Yu got really angry when he heard the guy say that. Liu turned around and told the protagonist that she liked the plan. The girl angrily asked the guy, "When can she start?" Sean answered his companion that he still hadn't finished. The main character showed the bandits his clothes. There was a huge pile of small containers in it. With his spiritual power, he could blow up the whole place. Sean looked angrily at the fighters and asked what they would do next. He advised them to make the right decision. After a short pause, the man told the guy in an angry voice that he had decided to underestimate them. At that moment, the man's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and realized that the mayor had called him. Yu was unhappy with the mayor's call. He asked him why the head of the district was concerned about such issues. The mayor was sitting in his office. There was a girl standing behind him. She was the head of the organization. The man told his interlocutor that the city leadership had ordered him to stop. Yu listened to the mayor's instructions on the phone with displeasure and surprise. The mayor, sitting on a chair, told the mercenary that he had ordered the man to immediately release the boys. The interlocutor thanked him. There were bodies lying around. The stranger thanked the man for his cooperation and prepared to leave. There were bodies of people lying on the floor. The mayor turned around in surprise and heard the girl call someone. She told the interlocutor that Nanki District had promised to stop interfering. The mercenary angrily shouted at her interlocutor that he should leave the post of battalion commander and go back. The girl continued to call her interlocutor by name. The man was holding the phone in his hands. The girl called Ma Qian on the phone. The huge pumped-up monster thought to himself that he couldn't come back soon. He had just found an interesting person. The fighter remembered the main character. He thought that this guy could radically change the balance of power in the city of Yongle. The participants stood on the street and rejoiced at the victory. The guy raised his hand and shouted that the Nanki district had cheated and the main character had defeated everyone single-handedly. The battalion commander of the Green Training Camp, Ma Tian, shouted to the boys that they were doing well. The teacher approached the commander of the MA from the side and told him that on the way back they were ambushed, but one of their superiors saved them. The man shouted joyfully to the guest that he had finally returned. He ran cheerfully to the side to play with the main character. Ma turned into a man like a donkey. He happily offered the main character to ride on his back. The students looked at the donkey from the side and shouted that he was disgusting. Sean slyly asked the commander when he would give him his post. The donkey galloped very far in front of the students and ran to the side. Sean asked his friend what had happened here. Ha reported that there had been a powerful explosion. The guy said that the explosion even destroyed his dad's store. The man was very upset. A man named Cao Lao Tso came to the frightened boy's home. He was the owner of the underground market Greentown. He promised the boy that he would do everything right. Chow hugged the protagonist and promised him that they would definitely find the people from the Shadow Organization. The teacher at the blackboard at school told the students to go away and remember to cultivate their spiritual strength more often. The main character asked the teacher, "What does it mean to cultivate spiritual power?" The teacher reminded the guy that he was already at the stage of enlightenment and did not know what it was. The teacher looked at the students and said that he would tell them everything tomorrow. He had some other things to do. Xiao was surprised to tell her colleague that she could teach the main character and explain what was what. The man told the protagonist that he could contact the deputy leader named Mi Su on this issue. Liu decided to run home first and make a report. Then she wanted to meet the guy in the evening. Liu told the main character in an instructive voice about the practice of spiritual power. With the help of meditation, you can raise your limit. Shan listened to the girl and said that he would be able to level up quite well. A friend on the side asked the protagonist in surprise how he had even reached the stage of enlightenment. Liu glanced at the student and told him to look at her carefully. Liu sat on the floor in a meditative pose. She described the details of the process. It required complete concentration. Liu closed her eyes and said that she was going to shut up completely. She needed to concentrate. The girl was sitting on the floor in a meditative pose. There was a very bright aura around her. The main character stood to the side with his friend. The student said in an admiring voice that there were currents of warm air in the room. Shan said in surprise that he felt it too. Liu thoughtfully told the boy that he could show his inner self through his imagination. She herself was able to increase her psionic power in just 5 days. The guy told his interlocutor in a joyful voice that he had the attribute of water. He asked if this method would suit him. Liu answered the student that he would succeed. The girl told the student that at first he would be a small drop, and then he could even become a sea or an ocean. The guy excitedly told the girl that he wanted her to help him. Liu pushed the student aside with a kick. She told him that she was only training the main character today. Shan thoughtfully told his interlocutors that he was improving in combat. Liu was surprised when she heard that the guy could focus on spiritual energy in combat. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he did not have to be believed. The main character stretched out his hands in front of him. He told his friend with surprise that he had gained 15 points. The student asked his interlocutor with excitement how he had managed to determine all this. The girl told the protagonist that they would leave the room so that he could focus on his imagination. The student and the teacher walked out the door. They promised to come back later. Shan looked thoughtfully ahead. He realized that he needed to allow the spiritual force to flow through the body through the meridians. Late in the evening, Liu stood on the balcony of a high-rise building next to her student. The guy asked his companion why she was sighing so heavily. Liu thoughtfully recalled that a couple of days ago, they almost died on the mountain. Now they are studying the cultivation of spiritual power. The student excitedly recalled when the monster almost ate him. The girl thoughtfully said that the main character could soon become a legend. He was stronger than them all put together. The girl told Ma Li that the main character has fire and air skills. She was interested in what kind of image he would show. The guy asked his interlocutor in surprise, "Would Shan really succeed today?" Liu told her interlocutor that for ordinary people it takes several days. The main character is far from such a concept. Ma Li thoughtfully said that at least Oganyok should learn from Shan. The girl from the balcony happily shouted that the main character will be able to summon a real flame. The guy happily shouted that Shan will show a real fire. The teacher and Ma Li approached the door. She told him that something interesting might be waiting for them. Liu and the guy went inside the room. They saw the main character sitting there in a meditative pose. There were stars and galaxies around him. The girl and the guy were amazed. They realized with excitement that they saw the damn universe in front of them. The protagonist was floating in the room in a meditative pose. His friends were surprised to see the universe around him. 4 attributes were balancing inside Shan. Liu couldn't understand. How could the guy have all 4 attributes? The student asked himself in surprise. What level of spiritual power could Shan have? The girl said with admiration that she had just seen the most powerful level of meditation. Liu prepared to leave. She said that she had nothing left to teach the main character. Her friend told her with excitement that he also did not want to be left behind. Late at night, the protagonist became exhausted and collapsed on the floor in his room. Shan lay on the floor in his room without any movement. There was silence around. The main character saw himself in a transformed body in a parallel reality. He used his hand to open the door that had chains on it. The warrior saw a light in front of him in a distant tunnel. At that moment, someone laughed loudly next to him. A monster with glowing eyes appeared from the side. He angrily told the warrior that he should not run away anywhere. The demon sternly told the frightened man that the punishment he so longed for awaited him. The guy got scared. He screamed loudly. Shan returned to his reality. Shan woke up from his vision. He was sitting in the center of the room. It was already bright day outside. The main character looked around the room in surprise. He realized that it was all just a dream. Shan sat with his eyes closed, but thought that he should not allow the spiritual power to be absorbed into his body. The brain and organs needed rest. The boy thought to himself that he had once already felt his father's strength. If he appeared before him today, he would no longer be able to oppose anything. Shan clenched his fist and realized that he had to win the championship. He hoped that the prizes should be valuable. The girl entered the office number in the building, where the director was sitting inside. Liu walked up to the table where the woman was sitting and announced that she had arrived. Xiao Shui praised her subordinate for accompanying the students in the Nanqi area. Xiao glanced at her interlocutor and told her to take a break. She wanted to assign someone else to the next stage. Liu was very interested. She told the headmistress that she wanted to continue. The boss calmly answered her subordinate that she could, of course, continue. The teacher told the fighters in front of him that they had worked hard over the past few days. 3 of them had reached a spiritual power of 99 units. The teacher told the students that they were ready to move on to a new stage. He asked the main character what was wrong with his face. Shan calmly answered his interlocutor that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Shan remembered how in recent days he had always dreamed of his father torturing him. He felt exhausted and could hardly sleep. The teacher took the paper in his hands and said that a new competition would start tomorrow. They would postpone the advancement to the next stage. Liu told the students that some of the participants from the Fujin region had already crossed the middle stage of enlightenment. One of the fighters said in a dissatisfied voice that he had the same level of psychic strength as the protagonist. The teacher told his subordinates that they did not need to worry. The teacher looked sternly at the students and said that in the next game, they needed to focus on simply participating. The main character said from the side in an angry voice that they don't need anything simple. They have to win. Shan promised the man that he would win all the fights even if 5 opponents came at him at once. The man looked at the main character in surprise. He didn't understand what had happened to the guy. He didn't care before. The teacher realized that the main character really did care about other people's opinions. Liu shouted from behind to the teacher that this time they would knock everyone down. The students joyfully shouted to the man that they would be able to fight back against their opponents. Ma Lu shouted that they would fight to the end. The leader clapped his hands. He demanded that the fighters bring them victory against the Fujian region. The students were very happy. Someone shouted that the green training camp must win again. Shan looked at everyone happily. Shan thought to himself with displeasure that he would soon have to plunge into the nightmares again. He was ready to feel the full power of his father. Shan saw a huge demon in front of him. Inside his body was the universe. The guy realized that he had to become stronger and not stop. He had to destroy any obstacles in his path. A group of fighters were walking along an ancient street. They were in the southern district of the city of Yunai. They were talking to each other. In the city of Yongle, several important economic hubs were united. Modern technologies were introduced in this place. People communicated with each other on the phone on the street. A street vendor offered the guests some local food. The boy happily agreed. The teacher suddenly rushed forward. He shouted at the student that they shouldn't eat local food here. The teacher angrily warned his companion that they could be poisoned here. The participant said with excitement that they needed to be on guard while they were not at home. The man offered his interlocutor to eat some canned food. The fighter shouted discontentedly that he didn't want to eat candied fruit. An old man in ancient clothes appeared from the side. He told the guests not to worry about trifles and to enjoy the food. The stranger bowed to the guests and said that the young lady from the Dunn family wanted to invite them to her place. They would be able to relieve their fatigue after a long journey. The teacher excitedly told the protagonist that this family is powerful. It hides the power of heaven within itself. Shan thoughtfully asked what such a great family could want from them. Servants appeared from the side. They were carrying large booths. The man told the guests that Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Dong were participating in the championship. The guests sat in the palanquins and the servants carried them. Malu looked out the window in the booth onto the street in surprise. The servants brought the guests in booths to a large building. This was the royal dining palace of the Lord and Lady. People went inside the big palace. Inside they were greeted. Jiang Weiling was sitting at a table with sumptuous food. Next to him was the hostess Dong Limao. She told the interlocutors that they could eat the food to their health. The stranger pointed his hand towards the guests. He told them to follow the elderly man towards them. The old man showed the guests the hygiene items specially prepared for them. The boy angrily told the stranger that he was worried about such a big pile of food prepared for them. The old man answered the guests that it was just their custom. The servant glanced slyly at the guests. He told them to prepare properly. The guy pointed to the side and wished the guests a bon appetit. The participants sat near a large table. Malu told his girlfriend with fear that the hosts had sat at a distance from them. Liu explained to the guy that the Jiang and Dong families were the most powerful in Yongle City. The girl warned her friend that these families had important influence in their homeland. Liu warned her friend that they should not argue against the powerful families. Ma Lu told the girl with displeasure that it would be very difficult for them to fight against such families. Liu advised her companion to simply enjoy the food. Dun looked carefully at the guests and asked which of them was called Huan Shan. The hostess at the table told the protagonist that she had heard of his exploits. Ma Li was surprised to hear that his friend was so famous. Dun slyly told the guy that she was ready to open the doors to him only on the condition that he change his name. The main character asked his interlocutor, why should he change his name? The hostess explained to the guy that the ruler of the Fujian region has the same name as him. Dun looked at the guy sternly and slyly. She asked him if he agreed. The teacher looked at the boy from the side carefully. He did not understand what the owners wanted from him. The main character told the woman with displeasure that he would not change his name just like that. Dun answered her interlocutor that in return, he could get a lot of real artifacts and pills. The guests at the banquet were very surprised when they heard such words of the main character. Shan suggested to the hosts that their Huangshan himself change his name. Ding viciously threatened the guy with death. Huan suggested new names for their ruler to the mistress. The main character continued to chat. The teacher ran up from the side and tried to shut his mouth with his hand. The girl on the side showed the main character an approving gesture. At this time, Jian put a glass of drink on the table. The ruler angrily told the protagonist that this conversation would remain on his conscience. He demanded that the guests leave immediately. The teacher continued to ask the owner for forgiveness for the main character. He asked Jian why he wanted to see them. The ruler told the guests that he wanted them to retreat so that they could save face for a greater reward. They had an advantage in the competition. The teacher told the boy that he shouldn't be so arrogant. There was a lot of influence on their opponent's side. Shan told his interlocutor that he was telling the truth. The main character told the surprised owner in a proud voice that he could take out 5 opponents at the enlightenment stage himself. The guests at the banquet were very scared because of the guy's words. They decided that they would not survive anymore. The hostess calmly told the guy that she had heard about his style. She warned him that if he said one more word, he would have big problems. Dean sternly reminded the protagonist that no matter his strength, there could only be one battle for him. Zhang angrily asked the protagonist what about his friends. The main character boastfully told his interlocutor that his friends would smear their fighters across the walls. The man and his hostess looked at the main character with great astonishment. Zhang laughed very loudly. He said in a cheerful voice that the guy was very interesting. The teacher angrily shouted at the boy that he was making people angry. Shan excitedly explained to the man that he had told the truth. The owner jumped to his feet. He shouted that the conversation was over and the food just needed to be thrown out. Zhang sternly ordered the servants to quickly send the guests away. The main character said in a stern voice that he wanted the waiter to bring the food boxes. Shan told the 2 maids to pack the food into the containers. The owner looked at the guy angrily and decided to go for a ride with him later. In the city, there was a union of the Dong and Jiang families. They controlled various industries. They were ruled by Emperor Li. Emperor Li adhered to strict etiquette. In this area, such etiquette is given special attention. The protagonist asked the man with displeasure, where could the emperor's name be repeated? The teacher explained to his interlocutor that people often called the ruler Huan Shan. Therefore, he could not use his name. The main character sensibly said that if the emperor over-adhered to etiquette, he should be ashamed of himself. The teacher told the boy that he should learn to keep quiet. The guests in the room were watching the broadcast on the TV on the table in the room. The ruler of Dong said on TV that there would be 4 opponents, and all of them were at the initial stage. She hoped that they would be able to take the victory. The girl said in an angry voice that their guests had sinned today. The sinner must pay with his life. She promised to personally kill the group from Greentown. The teacher turned to the side. He asked the boy with excitement where he went. The main character told the manager that he would go and think for a bit. The man said after the guy not to create problems. A maid in the palace approached her mistress's chambers. The ruler told the servants to let the girl in. The girl told the lady that the main character went to the city to buy an elixir. The ruler was lying on the bed. She asked what kind of elixir the guy wanted to buy. The maid said that Shan wanted to buy pills for himself to increase spiritual energy. Dun said in a thoughtful voice that such pills increase the level of psychic power by 30 units. She realized that the guy decided to use these substances during the game. The ruler said in a very angry voice that one pill could only increase the conical force for 5 minutes. The main character returned to his room late at night. One of the participants said that he wanted to see the upset faces of their rivals as soon as possible. Malu told the main character in a joyful voice that they were already preparing to go look for him. Shan answered the guy that he only went outside to buy a few elixirs. The main character stretched out his hand and on it lay golden balls. Malu shouted to the guy in surprise that he was able to buy pills for 200,000 yuan each. Shan told his surprised interlocutor that he had already thrown away the package. It was easier for him to hold the medicine in his hands. The amazed fighters could not understand where the main character got 2 million. The main character suggested that his friends go to the promotion with him. He needed someone. Misu looked at the guy and said that she would go with him. Shan told his interlocutor that he could not promise her that everything would go well. The main character handed his girlfriend a small golden pill. Misu answered the guy that this pill would be useless. Spiritual power would always remain at 99. The main character told his girlfriend to swallow the medicine quickly and do as he told her. Misu swallowed the pill. She suddenly felt changes inside her. The girl shouted joyfully that she felt a surge of strength. The elixir was really worth the money. Shan looked sternly at his interlocutor and told her to start her practice. Spiritual energy began to spread inside the participant. The protagonist saw meridians inside his girlfriend that were blocking the flow. He demanded that she raise her hands. Shan stretched his hands forward. He unbuttoned the clothes on the body of his surprised girlfriend. Misu was very embarrassed. She looked at the guy in fear and screamed loudly. The main character told the frightened participant that he felt her rib. The girl screamed in fear that she was ticklish. The students watched the main character through binoculars. The guy couldn't understand why the girl screamed. Malu turned around and shouted in a frightened voice that the main character did this to Misu. The friends asked the student with excitement what Shan had done to his girlfriend. The girl was tied up by her hands from above. The guy asked her with excitement why she did this to herself. Misu told her friend to make sure she wouldn't pull through. The guy reached out to her and started taking off her clothes. The main character told the girl that he had found something when he was fired. She had to hurry. He couldn't stand there any longer. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard near the girl when the guy touched her with his fingers. Misu felt a surge of energy in her body. She screamed loudly. The guy in the distance looked at the girl through binoculars in amazement. The fighter looked through binoculars and said that the main character tied up the girl. Malu shouted to his friend from the side, in a dissatisfied voice that he also wanted to see. Jay ran up from the side. He shouted to the guys that he also wanted to look through the binoculars. Misu stood near the tree and leaned her hands against it. She asked the main character if this would do. Zhao watched the main character from the side with surprise through binoculars. Shan at this time looked carefully at his girlfriend and said that he would hit her harder from behind. The main character swung his burning hand sharply to hit the girl. Misu thought at the last moment that life had not prepared her for this. Shan hit the girl from behind with all his might. The girl screamed very loudly after the blow. She felt pain. Misu flew high into the air after the guy hit her. Her shoes even fell off her feet. The girl fell to the ground after a short flight. The students on the side shouted at the main character in displeasure, saying that this was too much. The student angrily shouted at Shan that he had hit his girlfriend very cruelly. He turned around in surprise and looked at the detector indicator. Misu was lying on the ground on her knees. The guy next to her shouted that she had successfully passed to the stage of enlightenment. A student on the side shouted to the main character that he had succeeded. The participant said with amazement that Shan's methods had been able to help in the advancement. The main character spent a lot of his energy. He was out of breath and looked at his friends exhaustedly. The students began to demand that the main character also help them advance to the next level. The students tied each other up. They shouted that they wanted to advance too. The protagonist could use them completely. Shan looked displeased and told his friends that they still didn't understand. The student excitedly told the protagonist that the pill cost a whopping 200,000. Shan demanded that the guy simply take it and swallow it. The protagonist saw inside the student that his dots were even more confused. Then he grabbed his friend by the hands. The main character turned around and looked closely at his friend. Suddenly, the student was carried away and screamed. Shan used the centrifuge skill on his friend. He spun him and held him with his hands. This way, the one-way movement of the stream of spiritual power could be restored. The student shouted in a frightened voice at the main character to stop. Shan sternly answered him that it was still too early. The main character continued to unwind his friend's arms around him faster and faster. Malu said, in a frightened voice, that all this was very cruel. He already didn't want to move on to the next level. The main character continued to twist the student's arms. He shouted that almost ready. Shan looked at his friend with excitement and realized that everything worked out. The movement of the flows in his hands returned to normal. The main character suddenly let go of his friend's hands while moving. He flew far back. The student was very scared. He flew away far away with tears in his eyes. After the flight, Cao crashed into the wall and stones began to fall. The student looked at his friend in surprise. The guy's body was sticking out of the wall. Friend shouted with admiration that the level of spiritual power of Cao Mi exceeded 100 units. The student looked at the main character in surprise. He realized that he was really helping him get through the promotion. Shan was exhausted and breathing heavily. The guy with green eyes asked the main character for help. He was ready to reach a new level. The main character told his surprised friend that he would hit him on the ass. In his body, the situation was even worse than the previous ones. The main character told his friend that the energy flows in different parts of his body were blocked. His buttocks needed to be stretched. The boy stood up and bent down near the tree. He leaned against it with his hands. A frightened boy supported him on the ground. Shan swung his hand and shouted to his friend to get ready and hold on tight. The student asked the main character, "Will he really need to be spanked?" The main character slapped his friend from behind with all his might. After the blow, he broke the tree in half with his hands. The student felt a very strong pain in his body after the blow. He screamed very loudly. Shan angrily shouted at the guy to be patient. Then he continued to hit him from behind. The boy felt a lot of pain, but he tried not to scream. A frightened boy looked at him from below. Suddenly, the pain receded from the participant's body. He smiled calmly and happily to himself. The main character continued to hit the student from behind with his hand. He screamed loudly again. The participant continued to scream that he could not stand it any longer. Shan swung his hand and shouted at the guy that this would be the last blow. Shan swung his arm and hit the student from behind with all his might. It was a blow filled with love. The beaten student stopped feeling pain. A heavenly pleasure passed through his body and he smiled pleasantly. The main character hit the guy from behind with his hand for the last time and he flew far into the stone. A surprised little boy watched from the side. The participant crashed into the stone, next to the unconscious cow. Ma Lu looked at this from the side in surprise and said that he no longer wanted to improve. He wanted to go home. Shan ran up behind his frightened friend and shouted that he wasn't going anywhere now. The main character angrily whispered in the student's ear that he was not finished with him yet. Shan stood in a clearing. He told his interlocutor that he should first take a pill. Perhaps it won't be so tense for him. Ma Lu told his friend with excitement that he only remembered what happened around him a minute ago. He felt very uneasy. Ma Lu looked happily at the main character and said that he trusted him. Shan looked sternly at his friend and said that everything was fine. The interlocutor sensed some kind of catch. The main character hit his friend in the stomach with all his might. He shouted that he should not be shy about becoming a real man on this starry night. The exhausted students lay on the ground and could not get up. The teacher sternly asked the main character what happened to them. Shan explained to the man that the participants just needed to rest. He bought several elixirs. The main character put the box on the table and prepared to leave. The man asked the guy with excitement, where did he buy pills for hundreds of thousands? Liu on the side said in a thoughtful voice that all this was not so important. Their students were promoted. Liu told the protagonist in a serious voice that she would take him to her room and help him relax. The main character entered his room late in the evening. The night passed, and in the morning the sun shone. In the mountain valley, the fighters gathered in the grand arena. The host shouted that the first round for the Fujin region was beginning. The fans sat in the stands and shouted words of encouragement. The presenter shouted that he liked their mood. The fight in the arena took place without restrictions. Death or going beyond the limits was considered a defeat. The first players began to gather. The participants of the battle appeared in the corridor. The device on the wall began to scan their spiritual power. The fighters entered the arena. The host shouted that all the players were in the enlightenment stage. There were bright fireworks all around. Ma Lu looked away in surprise and said that he did not expect that they would be given such a warm welcome here. The old man was surprised when he heard that the Greentown representatives had entered the arena. He said to himself with displeasure that they should have launched fireworks when the enlightened fighters arrived. But they didn't have any more shells for the fireworks. The old man looked with excitement as the other participants came out. They were also in the enlightenment stage. Participants from the Fujin region appeared on the stage. Spectators were surprised that there were no fireworks for these participants. The lady asked the servant with displeasure why there were no fireworks. The old man explained to his interlocutor in fear that they had used all the charges for Greentown. Dunn threatened her subordinate with death. The old man fell to his knees in front of the lady and began to ask for forgiveness. The girl looked away in surprise. She could not believe that all the fighters in the enlightenment stage were in front of her. Dunn approached the rivals and slyly said that they had all provided false information during registration. Sean calmly answered his interlocutor that he was the only one who had made a mistake. The ruler told the protagonist with displeasure that she did not believe that his friends had reached the stage of enlightenment in a couple of days. Dunn looked angrily at the main character and said that he would still get it from her. The host announced that the team that would win 3 victories out of 5 matches would win. Chi Wanyan was named the first participant. He in glasses walked into the arena and said he was ready to begin. Ma Lu looked at his opponent and shouted that he wanted to take him out. Chi threw off his clothes and underneath was a pumped-up body. He shouted that he was ready. The fighter said in a frightened voice that he might change his mind. Zhou Guanyun stepped forward. He said in a confident voice that he would fight the opponent. The host told the audience that a fighter with a strength of 125 would fight an opponent with a strength of 153. After that, the fight began. Dunn glared at the guy and said that she would reward him if he won. She also threatened him with responsibility for losing. He glanced at the lady and shouted that he would do everything. After that, he suddenly moved to the side. The fighter suddenly ran up to the student from behind. Zhou didn't even have time to grab his weapon. He hit his opponent with a powerful blow, after which he was sent flying high. He looked up at his flying opponent and said that he would not hide. Zhou looked down and said in a calm voice to the fighter that he had decided to get rid of him. The participant swung his sword in midair and struck his opponent with a blinding shining sword. Zhou hit his opponent with a water crosscut while moving. The lady and Emperor Li watched the battle with excitement. Qi was knocked down. The fighter grabbed his wounded body with his hand. He shouted at his opponent that he dared to lie to him. Zhou looked sternly at his opponent and said that he was wounded. He had to give up. He became angry when he heard his opponent suggest that he surrender. Dunn told the fighter in an angry voice that if he surrendered, the death of his loved ones would be on his hands. Chai thought about his family with excitement. He grabbed the medicine in his hand and prepared to take it to buy time. The fighter swallowed the pills. The man shouted excitedly that Qi uses catalysts. The presenter shouted with admiration that Qi had increased in size. He had huge muscles. Zhou swung his blade at his opponent. Qi transformed and looked back at the fighter calmly. Qi raised his hand up. He was able to block the blow of the huge sword without any effort. Qi looked angrily at the fighter and said in a stern voice that he could simply die. Qi suddenly rushed forward. He threw his opponents aside with a powerful blow. The spectators on the side called out to their friend in fear. Zhou was badly injured and there was blood on his body. The ruler angrily told the protagonist that his friend was dying. They would now laugh at his expression. Sean sat quietly in his place and dozed. He did not react to what was happening. Dunn looked at the guy angrily and displeasedly. She decided that he fell asleep at such an important moment. Frightened, Qi remembered his family members. He was very worried about them. He was also afraid of threats from his mistress. Most of all, he wanted to be like his brother. The fighter swung and hit the ground with all his might with a crushing stone blow. His opponent jumped back. Zhu shouted in a dissatisfied voice at his opponent to stop. His body could not withstand such a load. Qi continued to actively and persistently wave his arms in all directions. Zhou jumped up and prepared to strike the fighter with his sword in flight. Zhou fell on top of his opponent. He knocked him down with a powerful blow of a falling star. Qi fell to the ground dead. The fighter turned around and angrily told his opponent that he could still stop. The beaten Qi rose from the ground and said that he could not lose now. He was afraid for his family. After this, the athlete jumped to his feet and very greedily swallowed the pills. The fighter's body began to increase sharply. The presenter shouted in surprise that the QE had become even stronger. Zhou turned to the rulers and warned them that their fighter could die. Dunn looked very angrily at the fighter and said that he could surrender. Zhou turned around to ask the protagonist for advice. He was surprised to see that Shang was sitting on a bench to the side, dozing. He jumped up and ran forward towards his opponent. Zhou shouted at him to spit out the medicine. The fighter shouted at the guy in an angry voice that if he wanted to help him, he could just die. He swung and hit his opponent with a powerful stone blow. The fighter flew far to the side. Zhou, after a powerful blow from his opponent, flew to the side and landed on the ground. Chu looked angrily at his opponent and promised that he would not give in to him. One of the friends looked at the fighter and said that the body of a man awakened by technology could not withstand such a thing. The beaten Zhou sternly shouted to the participant that he was going to finish this duel. After this, the fighter threw the sword to the side. He launched magical flying threads in front of him. The fighter's body was tied with powerful harnesses. He could not free himself. Zhou, with a weapon in his hands, looked angrily at his opponent and told him to give up. The fighter placed a huge sword on his opponent's shoulder. He shouted that he had no chance of winning. Chi continued to insist that he had to win. The contestant threatened his opponent that he would have to chop him up and end the battle. The beaten and tied up Chi managed to reach into his pocket and take out more pills. The fighter no longer had the strength to get up. He fell headfirst onto the ground and began to pick up the medicine with his tongue. Joe shouted at his opponent in a dissatisfied voice that he would not be able to restore his damaged meridians. Chi continued to swallow the medicine. The opponent shouted at him to spit out the pills. The teacher on the side said in surprise that the participant's body would simply explode. Dunn glared at her subordinate and demanded that he kill the guy. Then he would win. Joe glanced to the side in fear and looked at the lady with hatred. The guy didn't notice how his angry rival rushed past him. Joe swung his blade with all his might to hit his opponent on the back. He withstood the blow from the guy. Joe still held his weapon in his hand. The host looked at Joe in surprise and said that this fighter was refusing the opportunity. He swung his arm with all his might and hit the guy with a crushing stone blow. He crushed his opponent with a powerful blow and threw him far to the side. The fighter was still standing on his feet. The host shouted that Joe had flown out of the arena, and Chi continued to win. Ki thanked the fans in an exhausted voice. Suddenly, his body began to fall apart. The exhausted warrior fell to the ground. He was very thin, his body was withered. His friends helped Joe get to his feet. The main character approached his friend and handed him a box of medicine. Joe asked him for forgiveness for not being able to win. Sean told his friend not to apologize and to rest. He decided to continue the competition. The protagonist turned around. He shouted to the lady to help her warrior get up. Dunn angrily replied that her fighter was already useless. The lady explained to the main character in a dissatisfied voice that she does not collect all sorts of rubbish. The main character looked angrily at the girl and said that the muscular fighter was indeed right. Sean told the girl that it was not about the rules she followed, but about herself. The main character angrily told the lady that she needed to be removed from here now. Dunn looked at the guy with a smile and said that she would see if he could do it. The fighter's body was lying on the arena. The host shouted that the second round would soon begin. A warrior in yellow clothes came out to the battlefield. He kicked the body of the lying fighter to the side. The stranger said that the victory was pathetic. He shouted at the opponent to get out. The main character called his friend a banana peel and told him to win. The fighter was warming up his hands at that time. The boy turned around in surprise when he realized that he was called a banana peel. The young fighter did not understand why he was called an uncle. The beaten fighter sat on a bench. The protagonist carefully analyzed his injuries. Sean told his friends that the fighter in the future would have difficulty controlling even the slightest echo of power. The protagonist stood next to his defeated opponent. He asked what the fighter had eaten during the battle. Tao said that the guy had eaten a large amount of catalyst and his body had exploded. The protagonist handed his surprised friend some pills. He said that he could swallow them when he couldn't win. The host informed the participants that the next fight would be Lu Wuyi against Chao Ming. The fighters stood in the arena and beat each other very vigorously. The participants continued to attack each other with their feet. The host shouted that both fighters had moved into a tough confrontation. Chao rushed forward very quickly towards his opponent and tried to kick him. Louis was able to parry the guy's blow. After that, the fighter jumped far back. Chao looked at his opponent with displeasure. His strength was greater than his. Lu suddenly rushed forward. He hit his opponent with all his might with a piercing blow. Chao received a very strong blow from his opponent and jumped back sharply. Louis glared at the boy and said that he deserved praise for his fighting techniques at a young age. Chao told his surprised opponent that he was already 20 years old. Lu answered the surprised guy that he himself was 19 years old. The participant glared at the guests and said that they all looked young. He was amazed when he realized that all the fighters were older than him. During a battle, a fighter could steal a pendant from his opponent's neck. Louis opened the decoration and saw a photo of a beautiful girl inside. The guy started making excuses. He said that Zhang only loved their captain. The girl was a source of motivation for him. The main character asked excitedly where this girl lived. The teacher answered the guy that he had misheard everything. The fighter showed a photo of the girl with tears in his eyes. He said that she had rejected his love long ago. Cao excitedly told his opponent that they were brothers in misfortune. The fighter, with tears in his eyes, said that he was not good enough for the girl but did not want to lose her. The fighter said in an angry voice that he must kill the girl with his own hands. Lu decided to himself that his girlfriend's smile should belong only to him. The contestant said with tears in his eyes that no one could compare to his girlfriend. Cao displeasedly told his opponent that he was taking his words back. Cao told the fighter that they were completely different. He threatened to wipe him off the face of the earth. The guy rushed forward at his opponent and tried to kick him in midair. Louis shouted in an angry voice at his opponent that he couldn't understand him. The man swung his leg and kicked his opponent with all his might, sending him flying far back. Lou looked at his legs in fear and saw that they were tied with magic rings. Joe asked the girl with displeasure why they didn't use such rings in the last round. Mi-Soo answered him that the captain thought that Joe would have lost even with such artifacts. At this time, Cao rushed to attack his opponent in the arena. Lou extended both his hands forward. He blocked the guy flying at him with a palm strike. The contestant flew far back and fell to the ground. Louis angrily told his opponent that his legs were tied, but he had not yet won. The fighter suddenly rushed forward at his opponent. Louis shouted at the guy that he really wanted to die. Louis put his hands in front of him and used a bone-crushing palm strike against the running guy. The fighter told his opponent with displeasure that there was something wrong with his head if he wanted to continue the fight. Friends in the stands called out to Chow Mei in fear. Lou was stretching his legs. He had already freed himself from the rings. The fighter shouted to his opponent that his skills were impressive. Chow thought with displeasure that his opponent's spiritual power was much greater than his. Lou looked at the guy angrily and said that he could not be his rival. Chow looked angrily at the fighter. He didn't know what to do now to defeat him. The guy remembered the main character's advice. Shan recommended that he try something extraordinary. The guy rushed forward against his opponent. He held the rings in his hands and prepared to do something extraordinary. Lou shouted to the running guy that he would gladly send him to the next world. Cao angrily answered the man that he would not die until he avenged the girl. The rival shouted at the guy that he would finish him off just like the girl. He threatened to finish what he started. The surprised man couldn't move. His leg was chained to his arm. Chow looked angrily at his opponent and prepared to send him to hell. Louis continued to make excuses and shout that he would become different and change. The guy asked the fighter, "Is he really ready to become different?" Louis promised his opponent to fulfill all his requests. He also promised him girls. Chow angrily asked his rival, "Will he be able to bring back the girl's sweet smile?" The guy swung and finished off his opponent with a super powerful half-moon hammer blow from above with all his might. The guy stood and raised his hand up. He shouted that he won. His friends supported him. Louis angrily shouted to the participants that he would destroy them all the same way he killed his girlfriend. The guy finished off his opponent who was lying on the ground. The host shouted that Lu Wu had lost consciousness and Cao had won the second round. The winner raised his hand. The presenter shouted that there was now a draw between the teams. Dun looked at the defeated fighter with displeasure. She waved her hand at her subordinate. Two warriors entered the arena and took away the beaten Lu. Chow asked the losing opponent where they would take the beaten fighter. Chi said in a sad voice that the losing participant would be taken to the Ministry of Punishment. He would have ended up there too if he had lost. He shouted at the protagonist that he couldn't be on their side. Shan punched him in the back to give him a rest. The girl jumped into the ring and prepared to participate in the fight. She said in a dissatisfied voice that it would be easier for her to sort things out quickly. The spectators in the stands shouted words of support for the lady in a joyful and cheerful voice. Mi-Soo told the protagonist that she wanted to fight against her female rival. The girl turned around and reminded the protagonist that the rival leader had not yet volunteered to fight. Shan shouted to his girlfriend to take 2 spiritual energy storages. Dun climbed up to the battle arena on the backs of her servants. Mi-Soo climbed up the stairs to the side. The host shouted in a loud voice that Mi-Soo's spiritual power level was 127 units at the initial stage of the Enlightenment stage. Dong was at the middle stage. Her spiritual energy had exceeded 30. Mi-Soo realized with horror that she and her rival had a huge gap in strength. She didn't know what to do. Dun told her rival in an angry voice that she wanted to rip out her little eyes. The lady ran forward sharply to defeat her rival on the spot. Mi-Soo looked at her with fear. The girl used a fairy butterfly kick. She threw the dune over herself with a powerful kick. The lady flew up above the ground. Mi-Soo remained standing and waving her huge hands in all directions. Dun told her opponent in a happy voice that she had used advanced attacks against her. The girl launched a powerful high-frequency volley against her opponent. It hit the ground and stones flew up. The lady landed on the ground after the jump. She shouted to the girl that she was behind her. The teacher said in a frightened voice that Mi-Soo's speed was no match for her rivals. Dun stood up. She told her rival in an angry voice that she would not be able to defeat her at such a speed. The lady put her hand forward and was able to stop her opponent's hand. Dun used a powerful punch to send her opponent flying with a fabulous butterfly kick. The audience in the hall shouted words of encouragement for the girl. The mistress told her rival that she was very beaten and was on her knees. Dun grabbed her clothes. She told the girl in an angry voice that she could not compare to her power and beauty. Misu was frightened to realize that she would not be able to defeat the lady in speed and strength. Dun told her rival in an angry voice that she would always be just as vile and disgusting. The audience shouted words of encouragement for the lady, holding out their phones to take her photo. Dun stood in front of the fans and shouted for them to tag her in the photo. Misu was unhappy that her opponent underestimated her. The girl grabbed the spiritual power storage in her hand and pressed 2 buttons on it. Misu used the vault to hit her opponent with a powerful explosion. There were large clouds of smoke above the ground. Dun came to her senses and told the girl in an angry voice that she had gathered her courage and decided to attack her. The lady stood up. She had a burnt face and a lush hairstyle. Dun angrily told her rival that her insidious attacks on her would not work. The frightened spectators shouted at the lady to look at herself. Dun looked in the mirror. The frightened lady saw in the mirror that her hairdo had been destroyed. The angry Dun threatened the girl that she would kill her for ruining her hairstyle. Misu felt a powerful spiritual energy from her opponent. Now it was difficult for her to continue fighting her. Dun angrily told the girl that her dad dared to attack her. Misu explained to her rival that she ignored her and was distracted during the battle. The lady angrily asked her rival why she couldn't be rude to her. The girl rushed forward with all her might and hit the frightened girl with her knee. Dun hit her opponent with a fabulous butterfly kick to the head. Misu swung her arms around and fought off her opponent with an explosive missile strike. Dun waved her hand angrily and knocked her opponent far to the side. The girl flew to the side after the blow. Her huge arm was damaged. Dun held a piece of her opponent's hand in her hand. She threatened her that she would make her lose in disgrace. The lady concentrated and beat her opponent with a fabulous butterfly kick. The teacher told the students with displeasure that the girl was much weaker than the lady. They had no chance against Dun. The lady angrily walked in front of the girl. She reminded her that she had lost one arm and threatened that Misu would sink even lower. The girl angrily responded to her rival that she did not respect herself if she was only interested in the opinions of others. Dun launched a powerful, bright lightning bolt at her opponent's face. She cut off the bow on her hair. The spectators around looked at Misu in surprise. She seemed much more beautiful to them. The fans joyfully shouted compliments to the girl. They praised her beautiful hairstyle. The spectators around shouted compliments for the girl from all sides. She felt embarrassed. The lady got angry. She didn't raise it. Why did the audience pay all their attention to the girl? The fans all looked at Misu with joy. The beaten Chi told his former rivals that he wanted to meet this contestant. The lady shouted angrily that she would finish off her rival. She accused Misu of changing her hairstyle to get more points. The lady rushed forward and used the fairy butterfly attack. She broke off the girl's second powerful arm. Dun angrily shouted at the girl that her end had come and she would no longer be able to escape. The lady jumped up off the ground. She shouted that she combined beauty and power. After that, she called on people to take pictures of her. The lady looked at the people with displeasure. She did not understand why they were standing and who they were waiting for. Misu told her rival that she was concerned about the opinions of complete strangers. The girl told the lady with displeasure that she had a very fragile inner world. Dun shouted at her rival in an angry voice that she would smear them like a fly on a wall. The teacher shouted to the girl in a frightened voice that it was just a fight. Misu turned around and reminded the man that she had promised the captain to win. The girl looked at the main character in surprise and saw that the guy was dozing. Tao extended his hand forward and warned his girlfriend in a frightened voice about the attack from behind. The girl glanced back and saw the lady running towards her. She extended her hand to take the grenade. Misu used a smoke grenade to spray a very thick curtain around herself. Dun spread her arms wide to the side and shouted for the curtain around her to disperse. The smoke over the arena disappeared. The host shouted in surprise that the girl had disappeared and only parts of her costume remained. Misu was flying above the ground. She grabbed a small remote control with her hand and pressed the explosion button. The lady looked around in fear. She saw that the fragments of the girl's costume began to glow. The parts of the suit exploded violently. There was fire all around. The lady was thrown high into the air. Dun looked at the flying girl and called her a useless idiot. Misu angrily responded to her opponent that she wanted to blow up the arena. The ground under the lady began to collapse. She jumped high up. Misu shouted to her rival that if she fell, she would lose immediately. The lady angrily told her rival that she was not the only one who could fly. After that, she closed her eyes and focused. Dun waved her hands in flight. She used Royal Glide. Misu slyly told her rival that she answered her when she addressed her. The girl raised her hand up. She shouted loudly about the old pig. The lady held her hands in front of her. A pink ball began to appear in front of her. She could no longer concentrate and began to fall from a height. Dun fell from a height onto the arena headfirst. The host shouted that the winner was Mi-Soo from Greentown. The girl shouted to her defeated opponent that the most beautiful thing is inner beauty. The lady jumped to her feet. She demanded that the girl come back and fight her further. The teacher jumped to his feet. He shouted to his opponent that the match was over. The results could not be changed. Dun continued to run forward to fight against the girl. The teacher protected his colleague with the Admiralty Golden Shield. The protagonist heard a noise from the side and opened his eyes. Dun was waving her fist in front of the man and demanding that her rival come out. The angry lady shouted at the girl that she would not be able to escape from her. Lao ran up from the side. She hit the lady with all her might with a powerful huge sword and threw her aside. The lady, after a powerful blow from the girl, flew to the side and fell to the ground. Liu told her rival in a stern voice to go back and cry to her mother. The audience was shocked when the girl threw Mrs. Dong out of the arena. The teacher called the principal and said in fear that Liu Xiaoyan was out of control. The main fighter appeared in the arena. The spectators shouted with admiration that it was Jiang Wenming. Ma Lu told the protagonist that he wanted to fight against this opponent. Shan would then have to defeat only the bald guy with glasses. The main character warned his friend that the opponent in the arena was very strong. There was a big gap between them. Shan turned around. He told his friend that he would be even more ashamed of himself. Ma Lu fell to his knees on the ground, shocked that his friend would say such deadly words. The participants of the next fight were standing in the arena. The host shouted that the main character would fight against Jiang Wenmin. The protagonist stood and looked at his rival. Jiang had awakened 6 months ago, but had very quickly risen to the top of glory. The host informed the audience that the master's psionic power was a component of him. The teacher said in a frightened voice that the master was even stronger than the main character. There were worried fighters standing to the side. The teacher looked at the main character with fear and was afraid that he might not survive. The host shouted to the participants to get ready. The fourth round was about to begin. The people in the arena shouted excitedly that the emperor was coming up to them. The spectators in the stands began to fall to their knees before the ruler. Li slowly climbed the stairs. The emperor went up to the arena and thanked the guests for their greetings. He wanted to stop by and watch the championship. Li looked angrily ahead and asked who dared to harm Lady Dong. Liu felt a powerful blow in her body. She started coughing blood. The girl suddenly fell to the ground. A frightened teacher called her from the side. The emperor told the guests not to be afraid. He only greeted them. The teacher realized that the emperor's aura could kill a person. He heard that Li had a spiritual power of 50,000. The ruler told the people to stop panicking. They don't bully others just because they are stronger than others. The emperor asked the servant what the spiritual level of the rival of the Jian was. The subordinate answered the ruler that the main character's level was 170 units. Li smiled cheerfully. He shouted that the protagonist was very pathetic. The ruler demanded that the Zhang fighter lower his spiritual power to the level of his opponent and defeat him. The warrior bowed to the emperor and said that he would do everything just like that. Ma Lu said with surprise that the ruler turned out to be a very fair man. The teacher said in a dissatisfied voice that if the participant lowered his spiritual strength, the skills would remain at the same level. The opponents just wanted to humiliate them. The fighter took out a special bracelet from the rank. He immediately put it on his hand. Jiang looked at his bracelet and adjusted it. He said out loud that he and the guy would be approximately at the same level. The fighter specially cleverly adjusted his bracelet. He decided to leave the main character with a little confidence in victory. The emperor sat on the throne. He told the soldiers to begin the battle. The protagonist stood on the podium opposite his opponent. The host shouted that Shan would fight against Jian. The emperor sternly shouted at Jian to show his rival the full power of the Fujian region. The servant told the ruler in a frightened voice that the main character's strength indicator had reached 450 units. Li was very scared. He couldn't believe that the participant's power level could reach such a value. The fighter threw himself forward at the main character and shouted that he would now answer for his sins. Or he shouted in a frightened voice at his subordinate to stop. Shan hit his opponent in the face with all his might, using a powerful blow of former arrogance. The fighter took a very strong blow to the face. He shouted at the guy that he had acted meanly. The lying warrior pointed at the main character and shouted that he was pretending to be weak. Shan explained to his opponent that he had simply lowered his own spiritual strength. The emperor was amazed when he realized that the boy had advanced his strength so much in 2 days. The fighters were also surprised when they realized that the commander was stronger than the Jian. Zhang pointed his hand at his face in displeasure. He accused the guy of punching him in the nose and making him red. The warrior forced himself to calm down. He told himself that he should be proud that he was fighting in the name of Emperor Huanshan. The main character told his rival in a dissatisfied voice that he shouldn't fight for him. Jiang angrily shouted at the guy that they had asked him earlier to change his name. The audience in the hall shouted at the emperor that the main character had called himself by his name and was behaving disrespectfully towards him. Li was very unhappy when he realized that the guy dared to call himself Emperor Huanshan. The displeased emperor angrily told the boy that he could not call himself that. The main character calmly answered the emperor that he did not see the difference in names, whether he was unhappy because the guy was rude to him. Ma Lu laughed loudly. He shouted that the old man decided that he looked like the emperor. It all looked like some kind of wordplay. Li was very surprised when he heard a viewer's comment about the play on words. The ruler angrily shouted at the guy that he wanted to crush him. He launched a stream of fire against the main character. Suddenly, a bright, fiery explosion was heard in the arena. The teacher shouted to his companions to be careful. A very powerful, fiery explosion was heard on the ground. The debris of the building flew around. The emperor looked at the smoke in front of him. He said in an angry voice that uneducated people deserve to die. An unfamiliar fighter appeared from the side. He extended his hand forward and shouted at the emperor to train his subordinates. The guests looked in surprise at the stranger who appeared in the arena. Li looked at the stranger with great surprise. He did not understand who it was in front of him. A small chair fell from the sky and an unfamiliar man sat on top of it. Ma Lu was very surprised when he saw his father in front of him. The man sat on a chair and angrily told the emperor that he needed to refresh his memory. The spectators were amazed when they realized that the man was able to stop the emperor's attack. The commander angrily shouted at the ruler not to go too far. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Li angrily reminded his guest that they had agreed to stay on their own territories. Ma Qian explained to his interlocutor that he was not the first to break the rules. Ma looked angrily at the emperor and said that he could go out. He would keep him company. Li became very angry when he heard such words from the uninvited guest. The teacher was surprised to think that the battalion commander was able to shut the emperor up in a couple of words. It turned out that Ma was even stronger. Ma Li stood next to his father. He couldn't believe that the man could be the hidden king. The teacher from behind told the battalion commander that he was wrong about him. Ma turned into a horse and demanded that the man kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Li came to his senses. He angrily demanded that his fighter finish off his opponent. Jiang took a fighting stance. He shouted that he would grind the protagonist into dust and leave no trace. The commander waved a fan in front of him. He demanded that the main character show his opponents the results of their training. The teacher and his guests could not understand what kind of training the commander was talking about. Last night, the main character was in the forest against a man in training. The commander couldn't believe that the guy helped his friends to advance. Shan told the man that he could help him bulk up a little. Ma told the main character in an angry voice that he was the battalion commander. Shan then kicked him in the face with all his might. Shan jumped up sharply and high, and with all his strength knocked the man away from himself with his knee. The commander pointed his hand forward. He shouted that the genius from Gruntown had increased his spiritual power by 180 units in one night. Ma Li shouted to father that the boy had awakened less than a month ago. The amazed spectators looked at the guy. Someone shouted that Shan was an ultra-mega genius. Jiang swung his arm and threw the bracelet aside. He prepared to fight his opponent with all his might. The main character suddenly stretched his hand forward. He pulled the bracelet towards himself with the help of magic. The servant couldn't catch it. The main character jumped up sharply and with a very deft movement caught the ring. He hid it in his pocket. Shan said in a calm voice that he had received a high-ranking item for his collection. The warrior shouted at the guy in an angry voice that this artifact belonged to the emperor. He demanded that the fighter destroy his opponent. Li viciously accused the protagonist of stealing the artifact from him. He strictly ordered the fighter to kill Shen. Ma and his son laughed loudly. Zhang took a fighting stance. He threatened his opponent that he would smash him to the ground. The protagonist extended his hand forward and tried to stop his opponent. Jiang asked the fighter with displeasure. Who asked him? The fighters told the contestant that for the sake of his own health, he should not talk to their captain. Jiang angrily told his opponent that he could not handle him, even if their performance was almost equal. Jiang looked sternly at the protagonist. He shouted at him that from now on his efforts would be directed only at one point. Shan told the fighter with a smile that he looked even funnier when he was oozing seriousness. The fighter suddenly fell to one knee in front of the protagonist. The ground beneath him began to crack. Jing looked sternly at the guy and very angrily threatened that he would take his life. Jing rushed towards the guy and shouted that he would die. There was a bright fireball near his hand. Sean did not have time to defend himself from his opponent's attack. He was struck by the blue dragon's destructive tail. The main character got into a fighting stance. He activated the Admiralty Golden Shield for himself. Suddenly, a Jian appeared behind him. He shouted at the guy that he was too slow. Sean received a strong blow from another devastating attack from the blue dragon's tail. The teacher said in a frightened voice that the fighter Jiang is faster than Madame Dong. The protagonist will not be able to defeat him. The weakened protagonist crouched on the ground. The fighter told the guy that he couldn't use his spiritual energy. Jiang told his opponent that he was like a bottle of water. His strength was like a thin stream of water. Sean excitedly told his dissatisfied interlocutor that he needed to learn more martial techniques. The fighter rushed forward and swung his arm, preparing to use the blue dragon's clear division. Jiang threw his opponent aside with a powerful blow. He threatened him that he would rip out his dirty tongue. The fighter said in a frightened voice that their opponent was very fast. Misu reported that each of Jian's strikes was like Dong Limao's. The main character took several powerful hits and flew to the side. After so many hits, his body had a lot of serious damage. The emperor shouted angrily at the protagonist that he would not be able to match the speed of his opponent. At this time, Jiang ran into another attack. Jiang knocked the protagonist back with a blow from the blue dragon hammer. The beaten Dong raised her hands up and shouted that it was a good blow. Sean flew far away after a powerful blow. Cao called his friend in fear. He shouted that it would be difficult to recover after this. The fighters stood in the arena. The host shouted that the main character was thrown to the edge. Jiang was able to knock out the captain of the enemy team. He said in an angry voice that the guy wouldn't be able to wake up because of his broken bones. The host shouted that in the end, young Master Jiang had won. The fighter said in a proud voice that he had not even fought with all his strength. The fighter looked at the lying protagonist and cursed his boneless tongue. Suddenly, Shan jumped to his feet and asked his rival what was wrong with his tongue. He was cured thanks to the healing of another emperor. Jiang angrily asked his rival how he was cured and felt as if nothing had happened. The angry emperor realized that the guy had used some high-ranking item. Shan looked at his opponent and said that he should be honest with him. Jiang looked at the guy with displeasure and said that he could only show the most basic techniques. Shan looked angrily at his opponent. He shouted that he allowed him to hit him first. Jiang looked at the guy very angrily and shouted irritably that he would smear him now. The fighter rushed forward to attack the main character. Shan warned his opponent that he would now tie his shoelaces. The angry Jiang shouted angrily at his opponent as he walked, saying that he was going to die now. The main character blocked all the blows from the Jian with very powerful and fast hand movements. The fighter was very surprised. He realized that his opponent was able to block everything. Jiang couldn't believe that his opponent could have the same speed as him. Shan continued to wave his arms very quickly. The fighter thought that he was just childishly arrogant. Jiang was surprised to see the protagonist fending off his attacks while tying his shoelaces. The participant told the ruler in a frightened voice that he could not defeat his opponent. He considered the guy a monster. Jiang was very displeased when he realized that he had lost to his opponent. Even his speed did not help him. The fighter shouted at the guy with displeasure that he even had the audacity to contradict him. Shan happily told his interlocutor all the goals of the competition for him personally. Jiang got angry because the guy was so happy. The participant angrily shouted at the protagonist that combat skill is a combination of personal merit and spiritual attributes of each person. Shan jumped up. He pierced his opponent with a piercing blow. The spectators in the stands were amazed. Dun said in a frightened voice that the guy had just used the ability of Lu Wu. Shan folded his arms and attacked his opponent with a bone-crushing blow. The fighter was tied up in prison. He asked the guard with displeasure, "Why is he doing all this?" The guard pointed a stern finger at the surprised prisoner. He shouted that Louis had been secretly teaching the enemy his fighting skills. The prisoner shouted that such a thing is impossible. The ruler watched the battle. He asked with a dissatisfied voice, "Is this guy really using Lu Wuyi's skills?" Dong excitedly confirmed to the emperor that this was all the purest truth. The participant in the ring shouted at the guy that he only had one attribute of air, and he himself had the attribute of fire and wind. Jiang launched fireballs at his opponent. During the battle, the set of attributes will be a decisive advantage. The protagonist stood calmly and watched as the meteor shower fell on him. Jiang shouted at the guy that his windshield would not withstand the fire attack. He would not be able to escape. The main character got into a fighting stance. He activated the graceful butterfly cocoon for his protection. Misu excitedly shouted that the guy used the water martial art Dong Limao. Shan covered himself with his hands. He told his opponent that he was no longer afraid of his fire attacks. Li was very shocked and scared. He turned to the girl. Dun told the Emperor in a justifying voice that it was just a similar skill of the guy. The main character looked piercingly ahead. He prepared to attack his opponent further. The main character jumped up sharply. He managed to hit his opponent with the help of the fairy tale butterfly fist. The Emperor turned around. He accused the girl of secretly teaching the main character. Dun justified herself to the ruler and said that the guy learned these skills when he looked at them. The frightened girl tried to justify herself to the Emperor. Two guards grabbed her and pulled her up. Li angrily told the guy that deceiving the Emperor was a grave sin. He angrily asked him, where did he get such a high-ranking item? A cheerful Ama was watching the ruler from the side. The main character calmly answered the man that he does not copy skills. Shan told his interlocutor that he improves each specific skill along with his abilities. The Emperor shouted at the guy that no one in the world can do this. Shan looked away calmly. He told the Emperor that he would show him what he had learned long ago. Shan turned to face his opponent and explained that his boss was forcing him to attack and show his skills. The protagonist took a fighting stance. He prepared to use the Blue Dragon's clear division. The frightened Jiang realized that the guy was now going to use his own ability, which he had been learning for the past months. The Emperor shouted to his subordinate that he had betrayed him. The protagonist prepared to strike. There was a bright glow near his hand. The main character swung his arm with all his might and launched a fireball from his hand at his opponent. The Emperor laughed evilly. He said that he had never taught the boy. The audience was amazed. Ma happily called his student amazing. The main character launched several streams of fire from his hand against the fighter. 3 fireballs reached their target. A bright explosion was heard. Jianya was thrown high into the air. The Emperor looked at his fighter who had flown away with fear. Jiang remembered himself in his youth at the last moment. The clothes on his body were burnt. The fighter flew high above the ground almost naked. He came up with a poem about his crushing defeat. The Emperor stood and looked at the flying warrior from the side in surprise. Li was very scared. He realized that his main warrior had lost. Ma stood to the side and was very happy. The beaten fighter lay on the ground. The host announced that Greentown was leading by 3-1. Shan told himself that although he was battered, no one would study for him. The Emperor realized that he had a genius guy in front of him. He was able to use 3 attributes. The ruler shouted to the guy from the podium that he wanted to give him the best resources and a guarantee of results. He also promised him a high status. The teacher was surprised when he realized that the Emperor was interested in the main character. Ma hugged the boy and called the Emperor an ugly and unbalanced old man. Liu told the commander with displeasure that she was the first to fall in love with the main character. The frightened teacher tried to close the girl's mouth. The main character stood next to Ma. He shouted in a displeased voice to the commander so that he would not create problems. He asked the guest with displeasure what he had forgotten in the Yunlei. I will explain to the ruler that the guy does not belong to any of them. Shan retained the right to choose. The Emperor became very angry when he heard such words from the commander. Li shouted in an angry voice at the man not to dare insult him. The guards shouted to the ruler that they would fight together against the commander. The Emperor extended his hand to the side and said that unnecessary deaths were not needed. Suddenly, a huge combat robot appeared from the side. Someone from the audience shouted that it was a big giant. The teacher shouted that before them was a high-level awakened technique. The guards were delighted that the Guardian of Dago appeared before them at the stage of reason. Misu was shocked when she saw a huge robot in front of her. The teacher shouted at the fighters to run away quickly. The Emperor said in a displeased voice that no one should get the boy. He ordered the Dago to attack the warrior. The worker answered the ruler that he obeyed him. After that, he prepared to attack the fighter with a bright light. Dago shot a bright light at the main character. Next to him, the guy was attacked by the Emperor with fire. 2 huge burning balls flew at the fighters. They stood there and couldn't move from their place out of fear. Ma looked angrily at the Emperor and said that he should not have hidden such a weapon from them. The commander took a fighting stance. A bright fire burned all his clothes. A bright and powerful explosion was heard in front of the combat robot. There was fire everywhere. A very bright fire appeared around the fighters. They screamed very loudly. The teacher looked at his commander in fear and realized that he had taken the blow. Ma still stood in a fighting stance. There were huge clouds of smoke around him. Li said in a frightened voice that the man had blocked the attack with his body. Surprised fighters stood to the side. The commander turned to the side. There were bloody marks on his face. One of the soldiers shouted that the man was bleeding. Mo fell to the ground dead. The Emperor shouted to the people that they had rushed into trouble and could not withstand the attack. Li shouted in an angry voice that the guy was just pretending. He laughed loudly. Dago offered the boy to stay with him. He promised to make a good warrior out of him. Otherwise, the fighter would die along with his friends right here and now. A girl in black clothes suddenly appeared from the side. She turned to the frightened emperor. The stranger looked angrily at the man and told him to let the people go. Li asked his interlocutor with displeasure. Who was he? He threatened her that she would die along with the fighters. The girl angrily told the ruler that he was hiding his family in an elite residential building in the Baekwan district. The emperor was surprised when he heard such words from the girl. The interlocutor told the ruler that her subordinates were now near members of his family. The warrior glared angrily at the emperor and demanded that he listen to her. Li looked piercingly at the stranger and said that she shouldn't do anything. Li stood on top of the robot. He shouted at the people to stay out of his sight. The stranger thanked the ruler for his cooperation. Ma jumped to his feet and shouted that he wanted to fight the emperor. The surprised teacher looked at the fighters. He did not understand what stage they were at. The stranger told the MA commander that the leader was already furious. She asked when he would return. Ma stood on his feet and put his hands behind his head. He shouted to his interlocutor that he was busy training a new talent. The girl turned to the main character. The stranger said in a dissatisfied voice that it was his fault that Ma refused to return to their group. Their colonel was therefore very angry. Shan calmly answered his interlocutor that there was a lot of water around and there was no need to play with fire. The girl launched a small green ball at the main character. She said that she didn't like it at all. Liu came up from the side and threatened the stranger with a huge sword. She said that she didn't like it at all. Liu looked at the warrior with displeasure and demanded that she take her hands off the guy. The stranger held her hand in front of her. On top of her was a huge sword. She asked Teacher Liu if she knew what stage she was at. Xiaoling answered her interlocutor that she was at the initial stage of the mind stage. The stranger angrily told her rival that she was in the early stages of the fusion phase, so she could be very impulsive. Liu explained to the warrior in a calm voice that she always controlled her impulsiveness. The stranger hit the teacher on the head and prepared to leave. She said that she was very angry with her student. She was also unhappy that Ma Qian did not return to the group. The commander told the girl that he was ready to return in 6 months. The warrior demanded that the man return quickly. The stranger looked sternly at the man. She told him to definitely come in a month. The warrior jumped up and began to fly away into the sky. Ma waved his hand at her goodbye. The main character and his friends were returning home by train. The fighters returned to their hometown. They were greeted and congratulated. The warriors were walking down the street. There was a very joyful crowd around them. The main character was walking in front. The naked commander jumped out on the street and shouted that he wanted to say something. He was holding some document in his hands. People looked at him with displeasure. After returning to Greentown, everyone went to rest. The protagonist sat in a meditative pose. He was restoring spiritual energy. Last time, his upper limit jumped high. He must not forget to strengthen the meridians. Liu ran up behind the frightened girl and asked, "Does she really like the main character?" The fighter stuck his head in the ring. His friend next to him looked at his phone and said that only a minute had passed. The boys began to train their spiritual energy one by one. A warrior approached Joe from the side and asked, "Does he feel the difference?" The boy replied that he did. The main character turned around in surprise. He noticed his phone ringing on the table. Shan saw on the phone that the director Xiao Shui had called him. He set off. The commander asked the guy in the corridor, "Is he really coming to him?" The guest replied that he was going to the director. The guy told the man on the go that he doesn't like being late. Ma shouted discontentedly at the main character that he is heartless. Ma pointed his hand after the main character. He shouted that the guy was much stronger than the rest of his peers. He shouldn't waste time on useless competition. Shan answered his interlocutor on the go that he himself wanted to become even stronger. The master followed the guy and demanded that he listen to him to the end. Ma extended his hand forward. He promised the boy that he would get the main prize for him and give him 3 times more. The main character turned to the commander and asked what he meant. Ma asked the boy to go with him to the battlefield in the Wolf region. The guy asked the commander, did he really want to lure him over? Ma answered his interlocutor that his intention was quite obvious. The main character told the commander that he agreed to his proposal if he helped him level up. The guy went into the director's office. Xiao told the guest that his opponent in the final would be Baekwan, and she wanted to tell him more about these fighters. Director Xia said that the 2 warriors will be among the strongest masters of the Baekwan region. One of them, named Ouyang Ura, has the attributes of air and earth. He is in the middle stage of the enlightenment stage. The fighter named Duanmu Buddha has the attribute of both water and fire. He is in the middle stage of the enlightenment stage. The main character told the director that he did not agree about the championship. Xiao took the TV remote. She said that they could watch one battle now. There was nothing but static on the TV screen. Someone's comments could be heard. Xiao was sitting at the table. She told the surprised guy that the signal was not very stable. An image of fire appeared on the TV screen. Someone shouted that help was needed and that the participant was seriously injured. The announcer announced on TV that Hongyu District had won. The principal was unhappy that Hongyu District had won. A girl appeared in the bright fire. The announcer shouted that the participant from Hongyu City had been awakened by the mind. The main character and the director looked at the screen with great surprise. There was a frightened girl on the screen. She was awakened by reason. There was fire around. Suddenly, the stranger looked piercingly ahead. She had a bright red eye. Sean approached the TV in surprise. He asked with displeasure, "Where did the signal go?" Xiao told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that the spy she sent could have been discovered and killed. The commander opened the door with his foot and shouted to the main character that he couldn't wait any longer and was coming in. The commander told the director that the main character would no longer participate in the championship. Sean turned around and told the man in a stern voice that he would participate. He decided that it would be possible to learn the martial techniques of the awakened mind. The director sat at the table. She said that those awakened by the mind are powerful fighters. Their psychic power grows exponentially. Sean should be more careful. The main character answered the woman that he would be on guard. Ma looked at the guy with displeasure. He reminded him that they had already agreed. Shan looked angrily ahead and said that he wanted to see the awakened mind. 5 days later, Zhou trained his fighting skills. He changed weapons and had 2 swords. Tao was lying on the ground. He said that he had improved his speed and strength. He had also learned new fighting skills. The girl held a gun in her hands. She said that she increased the range of her firearms attack. Her friends asked her why she didn't keep her cute hairstyle. Misu answered them that she wanted to rely only on her strength. Malu spat water from his mouth into a glass. He said that the water from it now has an increased vitamin content. The protagonist said in a thoughtful voice that he hadn't practiced at all in the last couple of days. He had only been doing missions. Misu told the guy that he must have more money. Sean happily told his friends that he now had 2 million in money. They were very surprised. The girl looked at her phone. The mission parameters were unavailable. Joe asked his friends, "Will there be a new mission after advancing to the enlightenment stage?" The teacher explained to the boy that the protagonist had completed all the missions and had not slept for 5 days. Xiao told the fighters that they had decided to increase the number of accompanying teachers in the final. She would stay here with her deputy Wang Gan. The teacher thought happily that he would no longer have to restrain Lu alone. Cao said happily that they would now be accompanied by 4 senior people. Ma sat on a chair behind him and told the boy that 5 senior people would be with him. The soldier told the battalion commander that he wanted to report something to him. Ma replied to the guy that he was standing with his back to him and talking. The guy told the commander about the cities in detail on the map. He said that there were a lot of disagreements between Greentown and Nanki. The commander told the soldiers to leave all of this to him. In Nanki district, 2 men were sitting at a table. It was the head of the shadow organization named Ji Shengyu. Next to him was the mayor of Nanki district named He. The interlocutor told these men on the phone not to allow people from Greentown to pass through their lands. The interlocutor told the men that as a token of gratitude, he would increase the volume of goods supplied to their market. The Emperor Li was talking to the men on the phone. Ji said to his interlocutor in a thoughtful voice that the ruler wanted to form an alliance with them. He shouted, "What is Li, old and cunning?" The mayor said in a dissatisfied voice that the emperor wanted to get favorable trading conditions for himself as well. This would already be a big problem. Jai turned around and told his interlocutor that they could ignore this situation. He replied in a thoughtful voice that they could not do anything against it. He explained to his interlocutor that all 3 regions in the north were under the control of the emperor. Even if they were stronger, they would not have a chance of victory. Qianju entered the office accompanied by a security guard. He proposed that the men form an alliance with Greentown. Qian proudly told his interlocutors that the people from Greentown were his friends. A couple of days ago, the commander and his subordinate entered the building. He told the soldiers to get out of here. The guy angrily asked the man, "Does he really want to make fun of him?" Ma smiled and told his interlocutor that they were almost friends. The commander brought the soldier a pair of bright sunglasses as a gift. Tian took the glasses and told the man that he couldn't bribe him with such a small thing. The commander offered him a lot of money for the sake of friendship. Tian said to the man with a smile that all this meant nothing to him. Ma offered the fighter a bloody jade medallion of rank 3 million. After that, the mercenary joyfully shouted to the commander that they were now friends forever and ever. Qian handed the men a document. He told them that their districts would now cooperate. Some expensive goods would enter their market. Ji and the mayor carefully read the document. He said in a thoughtful voice that this offer was much more profitable than Li's slave offer. Qian smiled and told the other party that they should sign at the bottom of the paper. In the end, they would cooperate with their Nanki district. Both men looked at each other carefully. They realized that there would be an alliance with Greentown. There were very bright fireworks on the city streets. Representatives of Nanki districts shook hands with each other. The train was rushing at full speed across the bridge. The main character was sitting inside it. In Fujin City, the emperor said in a dissatisfied voice that the people from the Greentown Alliance needed to be punished. Li sat on the throne. He told his interlocutors that the Nanzi region would now be their enemy. He asked them what ideas they had. Baokui Gang was the mayor of Hongyu district. He told the emperor that he wanted to show him a young girl who had awakened her mind. Zhuge Hong was the mayor of Bacon district. He told the emperor that the girl had defeated the strongest disciples in his district. She had maimed them all. The emperor became interested in the young girl. He said that he was waiting for the final to see her performance. Li walked up to the screen where the train was visible. He said that the guy inside it needed to be eliminated. Shan was calmly riding inside the train. The emperor told his subordinates that the guy needed to be eliminated. The man in glasses asked with interest, "What kind of small camera is this?" Li explained to his interlocutors that the camera is very miniature. It transmits information in real time and costs 10 million. Both men looked at the image through the camera with interest. At this moment, the main character suddenly turned his head to the side. People were watching the guy through a large monitor. The man said that Shan could detect the camera. Lai calmed his subordinates and said that such a camera cannot be found. It does not make a single squeak. Suddenly, the main character sharply extended his hand forward towards the camera. The emperor and his subordinates were very scared. The image on the monitor disappeared. The emperor and his subordinates sat on the earth in fear. He shouted at the main character in an irritated and dissatisfied voice that he would finish him off. The man on the side looked at the emperor in surprise and saw that he had grown claws on his head like a crab. The main character and the teacher were watching the monitor. The final battle was supposed to be a team fight of 3-on-3 fighters. The winner would be the one who stands on his feet. The teacher warned the fighters to beware of the girl awakened by reason. The Cao asked the man, "What was special about this girl?" The man told the boys details about fighters with different levels of awakening. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that a person who is awakened in mind can directly sense spiritual energy. The man told his interlocutors that a person awakened by the mind can carry out long-range attacks without using any external devices. Shan thought about it and realized that he really wanted to learn the skills of his awakened rival. The main character walked around the Hongyu area of the city with his companions. The teacher told the soldiers that the emperor used to own 5 districts. Ma turned into a small horse. He hung the bag on himself. The teacher said in a displeased voice to the students that they could pretend they didn't know the man. At the border of the Baekwan region, a large dragon was flying in the sky. It was carrying people. In the cabin, the subordinates happily told the emperor that it was a great honor for them to ride with him. Bao poured a drink into a glass. He asked the ruler how he was feeling. Li told his subordinate that he was feeling fine. Another guest looked down from the window and said that there was a wonderful view. The man told the emperor that he was sighing in vain. The main character is just a little brat, and there is no need to get angry. He called on the phone and told his interlocutor that the money should already be at the specified location. The girl sat near the big screen. She told the ruler that the deal could be considered active. The mercenary threw her legs onto the console. She said that as soon as she had the money, she would do everything according to the agreement. Hu Xiaoyu sat on a chair with a demonic helmet on her head. She promised the ruler that she was a professional in her field. Huang Daoji appeared from the side. He informed the captain that he had prepared the ducks for him as she had requested. The commander held the phone in her hands. She told her subordinate in an angry voice that they were now heading to the western border of Yongle. A great deed awaited them. Xiaoyu asked her subordinate with displeasure, "How can she take a shower without water?" Ji answered the displeased lady that he had drained all the water. The main character was sitting with the teacher in a room at a white table. The man wanted to tell the guy why the girl was crying. The teacher told the boy that crying can also show a burning pain inside a person. The main character very vividly and clearly remembered a crying girl against the backdrop of a fire. The guy said to himself in a thoughtful voice that Pain must mean something. In the middle of the night city, many people gathered in the stands at the arena. Fireworks thundered around. Everyone was waiting for the final of the Yongle Championship. The man at the side turned around and told the emperor that he had prepared a place for him. He added that the fat man had little brains. Li replied to the subordinate that Bao was a slippery type. The teacher came out to the fighters and told them not to worry and to relax. He clapped his hands and said that fear must be gotten rid of. The main character and his friends unanimously answered the teacher that they understood him. The man turned to the side and said that the Hongyu players had arrived. After that, a man appeared. He was leading a girl on a chain behind him. The stranger was chained. She had a blindfold on her eyes. The man was pulling her along. The captive fell to the ground. The owner sternly demanded that she show him a good show. Otherwise, he would kill her. The teacher looked at the man and the captive girl with displeasure. Mr. Strictly demanded that his subordinate get rid of all the fighters from Greentown and spare no one. The gentleman removed the bandage from the girl's head. He told her that there was a special mechanism in her handcuffs. The gentleman told the girl that if she won, he might even free her. After that, he demanded that the participant act. The girl had bright blue eyes. The man called her by her name, Shuya. Shuai stood in the arena and looked carefully in front of me. Her body was beaten. The teacher commanded his subordinates to be on guard. Sean silently glanced to the side. The host shouted that the battle was about to begin. Participants from Greentown appeared. The evil emperor sat on the platform. The man looked at the protagonist with joy. He said that this guy was bothering the ruler of Li. The mayor of the city looked closely at the main character. He was interested in what he was capable of. The servant at the side warned Mr. Bao that the boy could irritate him with a few words. The man walked up to the boy and said that he hoped he could get out of here alive. Sean walked past the man. He didn't answer him. Bao drank a drink from the thermos. He decided that he would put the guy in his place. The main character told the teacher on the go that he had just seen a talking monster. Bao got angry and choked when he heard such words from the guy. The host shouted that the final battle between Hongyu and Greentown was about to begin. The fighters entered the arena. The spectators in the stands were very happy. They supported the teams of their cities. The angry emperor looked at the main character. A dissatisfied Bao sat nearby. The teacher shouted words of encouragement to the students. The fighter on the tower asked the lady, "Do they really need to start already?" Xiao Yu angrily replied to her subordinate that they would wait for the signal for now. The participants entered the battle arena. The final of the championship between 5 training camps began. The 2 fighters told the Shuya girl that she could choose her own fighting style. The main character with his friends and looked attentively at the rival. The teacher said with surprise that in front of them was an awakened mind. The protagonist carefully remembered the girl's face with her eyes closed. He saw different periods of her life. Shan looked closely at his rival. He saw her piercing gaze. Shan looked at the girl and felt a chaotic spiritual energy from her. I very sharply stretched my hand forward to attack the guy. The main character looked at his rival in fear and saw her hand. Suddenly, a bright blue circle appeared around Shan. It was a psionic prison. The main character found himself inside the space and couldn't get out. The teacher said in fear that the guy was sealed inside. Zhou swung his blade and rushed forward at the girl. He demanded that she release the boy. I waved my hand and created a protective pink dome around myself. It was a psionic barrier. The fighter couldn't break through it with his blade. The participant stretched out her hand forward and began to rotate it in different directions. A glow appeared near Zhou. The girl stretched her hand to the side. She threw her opponent far back. There was a bright explosion. I stood there and held my hand outstretched in front of me. Bright rays emanated from it. Zhou flew far to the side after the girl's attack. A fiery psychiatric explosion was heard. Molly shouted to his friend in a frightened voice to be careful. The girl attacked Cao with magical energy. I directed a stream of energy at the guy. She used the transfer of psiotic force. The participant swung her hand sharply and hit the guy on the head with all her might. He was unable to defend himself. Li shouted happily. Cao fell to the ground after a very powerful blow from his opponent. The emperor shouted to his subordinate that he would give him a good reward for the girl. Bao demanded that the participant continue to beat her opponents. I stretched my hand to the side. She looked and said that she didn't want to kill anyone anymore. Bao strictly demanded that the girl carry out the emperor's order. He reminded her that the ruler would be her future master. The girl did not listen to the gentleman's words. She stood and calmly looked away. I moved my hand and disbanded the dark cocoon where the main character was hidden. The gentleman strictly demanded that the girl finish off her rivals. He promised her freedom if she won the championship. Shoo. I turned to the angry gentleman with displeasure and said that he could take his empty promises for himself. The girl's legs were shackled. She told the man that all his words were lies. Bao listened to his subordinate with displeasure. The girl said that she would still be a toy in someone else's hands. Shuai definitely looked to the side and shouted that she would not fight anymore. The man grabbed the remote control and pressed the button. He angrily reminded the girl what happened to her last time. Sharp rods jumped out of the bracelet on the girl's hands. They pierced her. The girl screamed very loudly. She fell to the ground. There were traces of blood around her. Bao viciously threatened the girl that he could crush all her bones or even tear off her arms. Shuai turned around. She looked at the gentleman and said that she would no longer kill innocents. The man grabbed the remote control with red buttons. He threatened the girl with punishment if she did not obey. Bao activated the electric shock on the fighter's hands. He demanded that they fight. The warrior swung his leg with all his might and hit the lying participant. The fighter was beating the lying fighters. He was shouting at the girl that he didn't want to die because of her. The main character ran up from the side. He grabbed the frightened participant with his hand. After that, he punched the fighter with all his might using a piercing kick. Sean looked away with displeasure and said that a bunch of fighters were bullying a little girl. Lai was very angry when he saw the guy in the arena. Bao was unhappy because he saw the main character's face again. The frightened fighter threw his hand back sharply. He shouted that it hurt a lot. Sean glared at his opponent and said that this was too much for a little girl. The announcer shouted in the arena that the championship was gaining momentum. A kid from Greentown decided to protect a player from Hongyu. Bao angrily told the boy that he shouldn't worry, even if he decided to kill the girl. The main character explained to the gentleman that it was very painful for the girl to fight. She began to cry when she was forced to go into battle. The guy threatened the man that he would make him stop. Shoo. I looked at my new friend in surprise. Bao was very angry that the protagonist dared to order him around. The teacher and the fighters silently looked at the main character. The man realized that Sean had reached the mayor himself this time. Shuai told the main character that her master has a lot of influence. The main character told the girl that only he himself decides what to do. He then told her to mind her own business. Shuai was surprised. She stood next to the main character and did not know what to answer him. The main character told the surprised man that he understood what he was feeling. The protagonist told the master that he had been despised by the human race for a very long time. He called Bao an egg and accused him of offending people. The audience was very shocked when they realized that the guy called their mayor an egg. Bao shouted at the protagonist in an angry voice that he wouldn't be able to piss him off with tricks. The protagonist extended his hand forward. He apologized to the man for hurting his pride. Bao angrily called himself an ordinary person. The main character looked at the man in surprise when he heard him say words about a person. The man fell to the ground and started bleeding. Subordinates ran up to help him. The emperor angrily shouted at the mayor that he now understood what he himself was facing. Bao pointed his finger at the protagonist in fear. A servant at the side warned the mayor that he was not feeling well. He should not talk because he was coughing up blood. Shuai watched from the side as the main character scolded her master. She laughed cheerfully. The girl fell silent and apologized. Bao angrily asked her how she dared to laugh at him. The man grabbed a huge remote control with his hands. He was ready to press the button and blow up the girl. The main character swung and launched a huge fireball at the man, blowing up his remote control. The girl looked at her master in fear. Bao asked her angrily, "How dare she stand in his way?" The main character told the man in a displeased voice that he did not understand the girl's pain. Bao shouted in a loud voice that he organized this championship. He demanded that the main character be killed by the guards. The man extended his hand forward. At that moment, someone shot his guards with a sharp shot. Bao turned around and looked at the fighters who had fallen to the floor in surprise. He realized that someone had knocked down the bodyguards at the peak of the influence stage with one blow. Ma, in the form of a horse, told the man not to make a scene in the arena. Bao could not understand who he saw in front of him. The commander told the man in a stern voice that the children could figure everything out themselves. The emperor explained to his subordinate that Ma Tian was hiding behind the mask. Bao turned around and glared at the main character next to the girl. He wanted to take out his rage on them. The man angrily shouted to his subordinates to beat up the main character. The fighters rushed forward. The protagonist's friends jumped to their feet and began to defend him. They fought off the attacking rivals. Shan looked angrily at Bao and said that he had not yet felt all the girl's pain. The main character looked at the man with an evil demonic gaze. He promised him that he would make him feel even the smallest part of the girl. Bao was very scared when he looked at the guy. He couldn't stand on his feet and fell to the floor. The mayor's servants ran up to him from the side. They asked him excitedly what had happened to him. The emperor asked his subordinate, "Why did Bao Kuai fall to the ground?" The audience in the hall did not understand what had happened. The main character stood next to the girl. They silently and piercingly looked ahead. I asked the guy in a shrill voice in silence to help her. The girl excitedly told the guy that he could try to help her now. The girl burst into tears and asked the main character to kill the man. "Shoo, I remembered my burning house!" She shouted angrily that she had already completely lost hope. The girl flew to the side after a powerful blow from the man and fell into the snow. The boy laughed. He shouted to the lying girl that his father had taught him this skill last night. A man stood nearby with another boy. The girl screamed that she needed to go home. The guy demanded that Shu get up and fight with him further. The girl jumped to her feet. There was cold around her. She stared ahead. The girl walked all alone through the abandoned forest. Her footprints remained in the snow. "Shu, I was walking through an abandoned city." She approached an empty building. There was silence around. The girl put her hands in warm water. She felt the warmth. Then she washed her face. The little mistress put the kettle on the stove. Then she sat down at the table and turned on the lamp. After dinner, she washed the dishes. "Shu, I was sleeping deeply in my bed. It was snowing outside. The clock on the wall was ticking." The girl suddenly jumped up on the bed and she joyfully shouted that her mother was back. A woman came into the room. She told the girl that she had to be late. Shu ran around the room in circles around her mother very happily and cheerfully. On the table in the room, there was a photograph of the girl and her family. There were bouquets of flowers around. The woman sat on the bed and told her daughter that dad had gone far away to fight. The daughter told her mother discontentedly that her father could have returned and helped the family. The woman stroked the child's head. She explained that the father had gone off to fight, as it was his duty. He should be back soon. The mistress told the girl to go to bed early. She had to go to school tomorrow. "Shu." I looked at my mother in surprise and asked her to hug her tightly. The daughter hugged her child. The girl then hugged her owner. Mother asked the girl if she liked it. "Shu." I answered the woman with tears that she liked it. The girl sat up in bed and promised her mother that she wouldn't be late for school tomorrow. Then she went to bed. "Shu," I was lying on the bed. She wanted to say something else to the woman and jumped up. The girl told the woman in fear that she should never wake up. Otherwise, she might be taken away to fight. The hostess assumed a fighting stance. She promised her daughter that she would stay with her forever. After that, the girl went to bed. Shu, I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. She fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. On a winter day, the daughter said goodbye to her mother. They waved their hands to each other. The mother straightened the girl's clothes. She told her daughter to find herself some friends. "Shu," I told the woman with displeasure that friendship was definitely not her thing. The mother stroked her daughter's hair and said that she would meet a true friend someday. Friends would help her and protect her. Shu asked her mother with excitement, "Will she really ever have such a friend?" The woman answered her daughter that she absolutely will. The woman hugged her daughter on an empty, snowy street. She promised her that everything would be fine. Shu, I walked away along the snowy street. At this time, her mother began to lose consciousness. The woman fell down dead in the snow. She suddenly lost consciousness. The girl cried in fear and screamed for her mother not to die. The patient on the bed explained to her daughter that she was just overworked. The patient explained to the child in a weak voice that all her money had gone towards the treatment. She would really like to move to a new house in the spring. The patient anxiously told her daughter to forgive her and not leave her. A doctor came into the office. He told the mother and daughter with displeasure that they should keep quiet. Shu stood next to the patient's bed. She asked her mother with excitement, "Will everything be okay?" The woman looked sadly at her daughter next to her. The mother called her sad daughter to her and wanted to cheer her up. The patient promised her daughter with a smile that life would get better and better. She would find a friend and live a happy life. The woman stroked her daughter's head and said that everything would definitely work out. The patient promised her daughter that everything would be fine. She wanted to calm her down. "Shu," I calmed down. She looked happily with a smile at the woman and said that everything would be like that. There were many human bodies lying on the streets. Everything around was on fire. There was a body of a man lying in the room with beads in his hands. The photograph on the table was broken. The girl walked alone along the snowy street. There was a snowman standing behind her. A man in glasses greeted her. It was her teacher. The man promised the girl with a smile that she would receive free tuition and a subsidy of 500 won every month for good academic performance. "Shu," I called my mother on the phone. She shouted to her in a joyful voice that she would be on free training. The mother asked her daughter to bring her lunch. The girl promised her mother on the phone that she would bring her some food. She turned around and saw someone throw an envelope under the door. Shoo! I looked closely at the envelope in the room. The woman asked her daughter what had happened. The daughter read the death notice of soldier Xu Xiangzhou in the envelope. His family was promised a pension. The woman asked her daughter on the phone in fear if everything was okay. Shu, I came to my senses. She told her mother on the phone that nothing had happened to her. The girl looked at the letter with tears in her eyes. She told her mother that they would see each other later. The girl hung up the phone. She bowed her head on her knees and looked at the letter for a long time. The daughter felt great grief. She cried when she remembered her father's death. One of the patients brought the woman some fruit and treated her. The mother happily said that her daughter loved apples. The woman turned away happily and cheerfully. She decided to prepare some kind of gift for her daughter. The patient told her neighbor that her husband went to war. She does everything to make the girl feel happy. The patient told the woman that her daughter had a very wonderful mother. The woman happily said that she was very happy when she knew that her daughter thought the same way as she did. There was a very strong fire raging outside. At that time, the girl was slowly walking along the path. Shu was walking down the street. She decided not to tell her mother about her father's death yet. People gathered around the hospital. A very strong fire was raging inside it. The girl ran up to the burning building in fear and called her mother. An unknown man stopped her from the side. The man grabbed the girl and stopped her. He shouted that they needed to wait for the firefighters now. The girl activated a psychic barrier to push back the people around her. The daughter ran at full speed into the burning hospital and called for her mother. There was a strong fire raging in the building. The girl ran between the flames and continued to call for her mother. Shu I ran scared down the hospital corridor. She kept screaming as she ran. The girl ran to the end of the corridor and saw a powerful fiery explosion in front of her. Shu I fell on the floor. There was a very bright fire around her. Things were burning. The girl stretched out her hand forward in fear and went inside the ward. There was a woman lying on the floor. Shu I continued to call my mother in a breaking and frightened voice. She approached the lying woman and put her hands on her body. The daughter screamed at her mother that she was pretending and demanded that the woman wake up. The daughter sat next to her mother's body and continued screaming for her to wake up. The patient on the floor showed no signs of life. The daughter screamed at the woman to get up and not die. The daughter continued to sob. With tears in her eyes, she asked the woman not to die. At this moment, a stranger entered the room. The girl turned around to look at him in fear. The girl decided that there was a doctor in front of her. She asked him to save her mother. An unknown man in glasses angrily shouted that he would blow up his boss's house. All this is done by the life-giving power of the awakened. Shoo, I asked my interlocutor in a frightened voice. Could it really be he who blew up the hospital? The stranger with the burning hand looked angrily at the girl and told her to leave with him. The man rushed forward towards the girl. He was ready to grab her. The surprised stranger suddenly froze in place, his body no longer moving. The girl stretched out her hand forward. She angrily told the man that it was all his fault and everything happened because of him. The man looked angrily at the girl and was surprised that she was also awakened. He explained to her that her mother was an accidental victim. The girl stretched out her hand forward. She shouted at the man that she would kill him now. The frightened stranger shouted to the girl that he hadn't even really lived yet. He had only recently woken up. The man angrily shouted at the girl that her mother did not want her to become a murderer herself. The stranger swung his arm and with a powerful blow threw the girl aside. Shuai was lying beaten to the side. She continued to call for her mother. Several unfamiliar agents in glasses appeared from the side. The man looked at them in surprise. Someone shot a dart with a sleeping pill into the girl's body. She looked at herself with fear. Two strangers grabbed the girl by the arms and began to pull her to the side. She continued to beg for help. The girl began to gradually lose consciousness. Her eyes were closing. She kept wanting to save her mother. The girl on stage asked the main character to help her and kill her rival. Shuai looked at the guy with fear and explained that she had already lost all hope. The main character raised his hand in front of him. He told the girl that he would not commit a crime for her sake. Shu. I fell silent. She looked at the guy with displeasure and questioningly. The protagonist reminded his opponent that she had to give up so that he could get recognition for winning the championship. He rolled his eyes to see some of her skills. Shuya made a face and called the guy a fiend. Shu, I explained to the main character in a stern voice that her master was very influential in the city. The girl told her interlocutor that she was now being blamed for the fire that killed her mother. The real killer continued to live at large. Money solved all the problems. The girl remained in the cell. At night, guards broke into the girl's room while she was in prison. They started to harass her. Shu, I told her with excitement that she was saved only thanks to her superhuman strength. A man with a cigarette grabbed the girl by the hair. He angrily promised her that he would make her show him everything. Bao viciously threatened the captive that if she pulled any tricks, he would make her see real torture. Bao put out his cigarette on the girl's hand. After that, she screamed loudly. The girl told the main character that she only needed to commit suicide. If she left the arena, she would not be able to do anything. Sean looked closely at his interlocutor. He asked her to show him her hands. The girl pulled the clothes on her hand. There were many scars on her. The spectators looked at her with fear. The main character calmly promised the girl that he would help her get rid of the man. Shoo, I was surprised when I heard such words from a guy. She looked at him with distrust. The girl asked the departing guy in surprise, will he really help her? The main character looked closely at the lying man. He said in a thoughtful voice that he was the culprit of all the girl's troubles. Sean explained to the gentleman that he wanted to personally verify that he was so strong. Bao looked at the guy with fear. The main character turned around and pointed at the girl. She wanted him to hit the man, and then he would be disqualified. Shoo, in that case, I would have a chance to win the championship. The girl screamed in fear when she heard such accusations from the guy. The spectators watched everything that was happening in surprise. The main character sternly demanded that his interlocutor announce her defeat. The girl told the guy not to get involved in all this. The main character angrily asked the girl if she wanted him to beat her master. Shuya shouted that she accepted defeat. She demanded that the guy hit Bao as hard as possible. The main character looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that nothing could bother him anymore. Two beaten fighters lay in the arena. The protagonist's friends dealt with them. Chang turned to the substitutes and told them to come into the arena. The substitutes raised their hands and said that they surrendered. The main character strictly demanded that the man summarize the results. He wanted to beat him up as soon as possible. Bao looked at the main character with anger and hatred. He didn't know what to say to him. Ma jumped on stage. He shouted to the surprised audience that he was giving his victory to Greentown. Molly handed the microphone to his father and demanded that he repeat his words. The man told his son that he was very smart. Ma shouted into the microphone to all the spectators that he was the mayor of Greentown and the deputy head of Yongle. He declared Greentown the winner. The prize should be presented by the emperor himself. Li was very angry when he heard such words. He knew that the man was not any deputy or even the mayor of the district. The protagonist calmed the girl down with a gesture and said that he would take care of the rest. Bao waited for help from his bodyguards. The guards brought a protective screen to the man. He prepared to activate his defense. The man grabbed the remote control in his hands. He threatened the main character that he would tear the girl to pieces. Li turned to the man. He reminded him in an angry voice that the girl was meant for him. Bao angrily shouted at the guy that if he wanted to try to save the girl, then soon he would be collecting only scraps from her. Misu flew through the air. She grabbed the guy's leg. Molly poured water from his mouth onto the man in the arena. The gentleman looked at his remote control in surprise and saw that the water had caused a short circuit. Shuai looked away with fear. She remembered her mother's words about how she had not met a good friend. The main character's hand lit up and he prepared to attack the man. Bao warned the guy in an angry voice that he was the head of this area. The angry man viciously threatened the main character that he would torture him 1,000 times. Sean prepared to attack the master. He swung his hand and shouted that before his death he had tasted life many times. The man pointed his hand at the main character. He demanded that the guards finish him off. The teacher and the rest of the fighters rushed from the side and scattered the guards. The main character jumped up. He prepared to attack the man with a bright lightning bolt from his hand. Bao told the boy in an angry voice that he wanted to start a war against him and against Emperor Li. The girl clearly remembered with excitement her mother's words about her friend. The mother told the girl that she would always have friends. She should reach out to people and then people will reach out to her. The main character swung his arm with all his might and struck the man in the face with a powerful blow. The main character swung with all his might and hit the man. He flew far back. The girl and the audience were very surprised when they realized that the guy had just hit the mayor. The beaten man lay on the floor. Someone from the audience demanded that the guy hit the mayor again. Bao thought to himself in fear that he still needed to defend himself before taking the pill. The elite bodyguard squad arrived. The man pointed them in front of the main character and told them to deal with him. Ma and her colleagues stopped the guards. He explained to them that the guy and the mayor should solve this problem themselves. The emperor asked the commander with displeasure. What did he want? Ma answered the ruler in an angry voice that horses cannot talk. The man found the strength in himself and jumped to his feet. He took the remote control in his hands and activated the protective cage. The mayor found himself inside a thorn-like, highly durable spiritual cage. It was impossible to break through it. Bao pointed forward at the girl and shouted that in the future there will only be awakened ones. No one will care about the thousands who died. The man shouted at the girl in an angry voice that people were only attracted to her abilities. The protagonist told the girl to leave. She was free. Misu removed the handcuffs from the hostage. The girl turned around and asked the guy, "Did he really hit the mayor just for her sake?" Shan answered her that it was all true. Shan explained to the girl that after they had taken revenge on her tormentor, she could decide what to do next. The girl rubbed her wounded hands. She thought for a long time about what to do next. I angrily shouted that she wanted to beat the mayor even more and leave this place. The protagonist glanced at the man. He answered the girl that he wanted the same thing. Bao in a stern voice reminded the girl that his shield could block any attack. The man repeated to the girl with a smile that the shield could stop even an attack at the mine stage. Yuao threw his remote control outside the cage. The girl activated a psionic explosion. The remote control near the cage exploded brightly. The girl said that everything was ready. The man looked ahead in surprise and saw his protective cage fall apart in front of him. The mayor was very scared. He began to ask the emperor for help with excitement. The ruler ordered his subordinate to stop. He threatened him with consequences if he did not obey his order. The protagonist swung his arm and rushed forward to attack the man. He shouted that even the immortals would not save him. Bao took out a box of pills and wanted to take them quickly. The protagonist broke the jar of medicine with a blow of his hand. The protagonist hit the man with a powerful steel fist of trust. Shan continued to beat the mayor with a large number of blows, causing the ground beneath him to break. Bao was lying on the ground. The main character was sitting on top of him and continued to finish him off with powerful blows. The girl stood to the side and watched attentively as the main character beat up her offender. The mayor's battered and unconscious body lay on the arena. He was all swollen. The girl behind told the main character that it was enough for the man. I looked happily at the main character from behind. She realized that she finally had a friend in her life. The beaten mayor lay on the ground. The emperor angrily told the protagonist that he had finally asked for it. He called on the fighters to gather. A dago in the form of a robot appeared in the hall. He shouted to the ruler that he had been waiting for this. The emperor's most loyal warriors came to his aid. Jiangdong Ouyang and Buddha. There were also a lot of bodyguards and teachers gathered in the arena, preparing to fight against the Greentown fighters. Ma looked ahead in fear and shouted that there were many people gathered in front of them. The teacher said with excitement that their opponents were well prepared. The main character told his new girlfriend to be ready. The situation was getting heated. Suddenly, Zhao Yu climbed up behind the guy. She hugged him and angrily told him that she was in his debt. The stunned protagonist didn't have time to do anything before Hu Xiao attacked him. Everything happened too quickly. Yu pierced Shan's body with a lightning-fast movement. As a result, the young master lost consciousness and instantly collapsed to the ground. Shu couldn't believe that the young cultivator was actually dead, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Afterwards, Ya ran to Huang and began to heal his wounded body. Feng, in turn, called on all the fighters to retreat. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. Suddenly, Xiao Yan rushed into the thick of things, ordering everyone to immediately make way. However, Shu continued to try to heal Shan, because she believed that he would survive. Xiao Yu even felt sorry for the little girl because she killed her best friend. But after a certain amount of time, I actually managed to literally resurrect the guy. Hu was stunned by the inexplicable miracle. Shu also did not expect that she could cope. At the same time, Xiao couldn't understand how the spiritual energy didn't leave the young man's body. Naturally, most of the Emperor's supporters decided to finish off the teenager for a generous reward. Using all their devastating skills, they launched attacks at Huan. However, Shu did not allow them to get close to her brother, saying that she hated fighting. But she had no other choice. Everyone immediately felt the girl's incredible aura. I continued to use unknown magic, striking all the fighters with lightning. Feng, in turn, did not expect that Shu would be such a strong warrior. Meanwhile, most of Emperor Li's henchmen were literally thrown out of the arena. At that moment, I was exhausted, which was taken advantage of by Xiao Hu, who instantly rushed towards Shan, intending to kill him. But Qian Yi came to his aid, and the battalion commander immediately struck Yu. Huan Dao didn't expect such a technique from Ma, realizing that he really wasn't that simple. Xiao, in turn, flew several meters and fell to the ground, which was extremely painful, after which she suddenly jumped to her feet, and the stunned Ji asked if everything was okay with her. Teacher Feng was at a loss, because the ship's captain, Lone Wolf, was still standing on her feet. But just a minute later, she once again fell to the ground without strength. Dao immediately rushed to her aid. Naturally, everyone decided to deal with Chen, thereby avenging Yu Hu. However, Ma skillfully dodged all attacks, avoiding regular blaster shots. But one of the Emperor's servants still got close to Huan's body, and Yunfen and Hu Kei immediately blocked his path. The frightened Shu also did not allow anyone to approach Shan, continuing to heal him. Soon the others came to their aid, claiming that no one would harm him. I once again began to use all my strength to try to help Huang. While the team began to attack the overconfident Emperor Master, Huan Dao decided to remind Ma Yi that he was forbidden to appear in this territory. But Qian continued to beat the ruler of Fujian, insisting that they had confused him with someone else. Ji, in turn, saw a robot approaching them and noted that everything would soon end. Ma suddenly stopped and said that he really was an ordinary horse, but with magical abilities, which only angered Dao and the others. Huan was enraged by his behavior and called for an end to their battle, which was interrupted in the wolf zone. Xiaohu suddenly came to her senses and also threatened the battalion commander. Lord Li decided to help them in order to finally take revenge on Chang and to rid the world of his presence. Dago, in turn, joined the Imperial Avengers and rushed towards him. Li Feng was shocked by the fact that so many Mind Stage Masters had gathered in one place. However, only Yima was at the advanced level of the Mind Stage, which could play into his hands. Shu, meanwhile, was busy healing the main character, who never regained consciousness. I tearfully begged the young cultivator to wake up, because the thought of his death was simply unbearable. Qian was brutally beaten by 4 Imperial henchmen. The extremely self-confident ruler of Fujian said that Ma alone could not cope with them. Dago immediately rushed to the crippled commander, but he called Li to deal with the situation elsewhere. The enraged ruler declared that he had insulted him and now this place was his grave. But Yan noticed that he didn't have enough strength, and suddenly Xiaoyan burst into the slaughter, who bravely began to throw the thugs aside, which was extremely timely. Huan Dao suddenly asked them why they obeyed Ma Yi. A puzzled Feng and Hu Kei asked him in return who he was. Ji naturally ignored them and said that today they would go to the next world, after which he rushed towards the masters using his magical abilities. Thus, Yan Feng and the others were subjected to a massive flame attack. Dao noted that they should have submitted to the Emperor's will, but it was too late. Qian, in turn, flew into him like a bullet and thereby knocked him down. But Xiaohu came to the rescue, who pounced on Ma Yi, dealing him a crushing series of blows. In doing so, she used her special technique called Phantom Vanishment. Dago also hurried to fire several projectiles, and Qian had a hard time. Emperor Li was extremely happy about this and also rushed to attack the commander. Ye began to mock him, saying that his insolence had instantly evaporated into thin air. However, Ji noticed the change in Qian's spiritual power, which had reached the peak of blood rage, and Ma immediately responded with his favorite technique. Xiaohu did not expect such incredible power from the commander. His eyes literally lit up with fire. Everyone was stunned by the fact that they themselves helped him break through to the next stage. The enraged Qian urged them not to delay and to decide on the next suicide bomber. Huan Dao began to understand that it would now be quite difficult for them to defeat him. By then, the Imperial bodyguards had rushed to attack Mi Su's team once again. Zhu and Li set out to stop them, and a fierce battle ensued once again. However, the forces were unequal and Ma and Yuan found themselves in a difficult situation, after which they hurried to Huan's body and Shu, who was treating him, who grabbed Shan and hugged him. One of them instantly attacked her, but the girl used teleportation at the last moment. Thus, finding themselves in a completely different direction, they again rushed towards her. By striking fiercely, they were able to damage her magical barrier, and it instantly became covered in chips. A distraught Ma Lu urged them not to touch Huan, but they ignored him. The furious guy walked towards them, his eyes blazing with bloody fire. After a couple of minutes, a huge amount of blood literally began to spew out of him, which simply washed away the thugs. They could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the blood began to eat away at their skin like acid. The pain was unbearable. Lu, in turn, continued to fill everything with fiery blood, but soon everything ended. Waiting for the right moment, one of the Emperor's henchmen began to attack him in response. The other one threw Shu aside, saying that he could finally finish off Shan. But Xiaoyan came to his aid in time and fought him back, cutting off his blade. Feng was shocked because despite such serious injuries, Lu continued to fight bravely. The bloody girl boldly rushed into battle and declared that no one would leave here alive. On the horizon, the silhouette of an unknown person was visible. Upon closer inspection, Feng recognized her as Jiang. They naively thought that it was reinforcements, but Qian Yi said that it was not reinforcements at all. Jinyue, in turn, said that she was forced to carry out her leader's order. A stunned Ma urged her not to touch the children, agreeing to go with her. At that moment, a shot from the cloud cannon was fired at the commander. The ruler of the unknown organization repeated that she was following orders. The wounded team immediately blocked her path and said that then she would have to fight them. Zhang clarified that she was ordered to eliminate only the young master. Therefore, she will not touch them. Naturally, they hastened to object to her, declaring that Jin would not come even a meter closer to him. Yu replied that she was much stronger and that they should give up, since all their efforts were completely in vain. The team fundamentally disagreed with this, and Xiaoyan suddenly attacked her, delivering fierce blows. Zhang easily repelled her attack and quickly attacked back. Everything happened quite quickly. Thus, a fierce fight ensued between them, Jin being much stronger than her. In this regard, she called on Liu to retreat because she had quite serious injuries. Yan continued to attack in vain, ignoring her opponent's comments. Zhang's palm suddenly glowed with magical light, and she again suggested that they surrender. But no one listened to her, and in the end, Feng began to restrain Yue's efforts with the shield, which, after a couple of seconds, shattered into small pieces after another blow from Jin. She knew the team was extremely strong because they were able to withstand an incredible amount of attacks. At this moment, Yunfen attacked her from behind, but Zhang managed to block her attacks. Xiaoyan urged them not to let her get close, as she had no equal in close combat. Yue praised them for their unexpected zeal and asked if they were trained by Qin. Feng said he could only guide people down the path of recklessness. Jin once again urged them not to interfere with the mission, but they continued to persist. She then used her magic technique again, trying to deal with them in one blow. Having said that, she would deprive them of the opportunity to attack and would soon send them into pitch darkness. A moment later, an incomprehensible circle appeared under their feet, which instantly froze them in their tracks, after which Jiang began to deliver her crushing blows. No one could oppose her, which Yue took full advantage of as she continued to beat down the petrified warriors. Soon it was Xiaoyan's turn, who immediately fell to the ground unconscious. At the same time, Jin acknowledged their strength, saying that they were truly worthy opponents. Unexpectedly, teacher Hu Kei decided to stop the powerful Zhang. Everyone began to dissuade him, because he was simply weaker than Yue, but he did not listen to them, sealing himself in a triangular barrier so she couldn't break through it. However, with just one movement, his shield was destroyed, and Hu himself was sent flying to the side. Jin, in turn, said that she did not want to kill them and again demanded that they retreat. Since they had no chance of defeating her, the team continued to resist. As a result, they suffered incredible damage, and Yue rushed towards Shan. Approaching him, she looked at the guy for a long time, saying that only he was left, adding that she was truly sorry, but she had to carry out her patron's orders. The teenager remained unconscious, not even realizing what was happening. Zhang then began to use her special technique to end it all. But at the very last moment, the brave commander Yima rushed towards her and struck, after which Yue received significant damage. Everyone was stunned by this outcome. Huan Dao and Captain Hu Xiao couldn't believe that he was still alive, because just a few minutes ago, Qian was on the verge of death. Dago followed after him, firing a huge number of projectiles at him. But this did not bring the desired result, and the commander held on with all his might. The enraged emperor could not understand how he was still standing on his feet. Suddenly, Qian did some manipulation to his body and seemed to become stronger. Dago once again rushed after him. Xiaoyu was completely speechless, but after dodging the robot's missiles, Yima appeared before them again, safe and sound. A shocked Huan Dao stated that he now understood why he was so valued in the wolf pack. The wounded commander, to his surprise, was confident in his abilities, which he stated. At this, Qian called on them to stop, saying that they would not be able to defeat him anyway. Ji noted that he would not last long like this soon, since his abilities were quite energy-consuming. Feng, who was lying on the ground, admired Ma Yi, because he had single-handedly confronted 4 masters at the mind stage. The emperor, in turn, said that there were no rules to a fight and ordered Daguo to kill Qian's son. The robot instantly turned towards Liu, and the enraged commander urged him not to do this, stating that they were unable to kill him and so decided to deal with the weaker one, and Ma instantly grabbed a huge stone and tried to direct it at Dago. However, he didn't have much strength left, and with great difficulty he lifted the boulder from the ground. Li hurried to generate a magic sphere, saying that he would not survive now, after which he shot a lightning beam at Qian and his son, which eventually resulted in an explosion. But the commander managed to block the blow with a stone, which shattered into small pieces. The bloodied Ma Yi survived once again, shocking those around him once again. At the same time, he even had the strength to stand up on his feet, but at that moment Jiang ran up to him. She instantly bound his hands behind his back with a magical rope, urging him not to resist. As it turned out, these were proton shackles of antimatter, and they were extremely difficult to destroy. Xiaohu thanked her for her help, but an angry Jin Yue ordered her to shut up. Huan Dao, in turn, noted that they were both recruits from the same regiment. The bloodthirsty emperor immediately rushed to deal with the body of the young cultivator. Yan began to tell Jiang that she was making a terrible mistake, but the girl obeyed only her leader. Li meanwhile released another beam of magic, but again he was met with failure. Because Hu Kei and Feng repelled his attack with their barriers, but since they couldn't absorb the damage for long, another explosion thundered. In doing so, the ruler expended a huge amount of energy and felt a sharp weakness. Suddenly he began to lose consciousness and began to hit himself in the face to keep from passing out. Then he tried to generate a thunder sphere again, but it instantly evaporated. The Lord immediately resorted to the help of miracle pills in order to gain at least a little strength. After giving himself a few more blows, it seemed he had actually managed to shake off the sleep, after which he again began to prepare the final fatal blow, shouting that no one is allowed to go against the emperor himself, and it always ends badly for them. Shu continued to treat the protagonist and thus support his grave condition. A couple of seconds later, a huge beam struck the magical barrier, and it shattered into hundreds of pieces. Thus, the blow hit the target exactly, which naturally made the ruler extremely happy. Everything around began to shine with a bright light, after which there was an explosion, and everyone became silent for a moment, with only one question in mind, whether Huan and Shu had survived. The fog soon cleared. The team was horrified to discover that there was no one inside the crater that had been created. Jin Yue, in turn, said that they died because they were unable to avoid the explosion. The ruler could not believe that he had finally achieved the desired result. Qian and the rest of his teammates were horrified, realizing that it was all in vain. Suddenly, a maddened Li laughed, declaring that he wanted to look at their corpses. But at that moment, an unknown magical sphere suddenly appeared behind him, from which Shan and I flew out, completely unharmed. Everyone was shocked by their appearance. Even the Emperor's minions could not believe what was happening and literally froze in place. Ma Yi asked the teenager how he was able to recover so quickly. The guy stood in the middle of the destroyed arena and looked around at everyone with his frowning gaze. They soon realized that the boy had used his psionic flash ability. Confused, Shu asked how he could use her technique. Huan replied that it was a long story, after which he immediately used psionic suction and directed it towards Li, which was immediately drawn into a fiery sphere, which eventually took the place of the head. It was unbelievable, and no one dared to move, realizing how strong Shan was. After all, he managed to somehow use the technique of those awakened by the mind. But the most amazing thing was that the guy had the ability to control the skills of two types of awakening at the same time. No one had ever seen a double awakening, and so everyone began to take it seriously. The Emperor could not believe what was happening at all, calling him the Devil Incarnate. The main character could actually learn and use several abilities in seconds. The ruler of Fujian noted with horror that he was seeing something like this for the first time in his life. And that was precisely why the young master was a serious danger. Because if he had been on Li's side, the question would have been different. Ma Yi immediately urged Jiang to let him go, but Yue still stood her ground and said that she had no such order. The emperor immediately ordered the destruction of the young cultivator, because in the future, he could become even stronger. Huan Dao was only too happy to nip the weed in the bud to avoid a disastrous outcome. Han told you that she was now safe, since he had become their main target. Ji instantly attacked Shan, stating that there was still a two-stage difference between them. Then the guy once again used psionic flashes, which Dao began to break one after another in order to find in which of them the boy was hiding. However, the young man suddenly appeared before him in a split form, thus giving him two clones of himself. The teenager seemed to be mocking everyone, literally starting to dance in front of them. The dumbfounded emperor could not understand when Huan had managed to adopt his skill. Huan Dao, in turn, rushed to attack again, claiming that he was much stronger than him. He soon managed to eliminate two copies of Shan and headed towards the last one. Naively believing that this was Huan, he caught up with the guy a couple of minutes later, subsequently which dealt a crushing blow, but it also turned out to be a copy. Shocked, Ji began to look around, not understanding where the teenager was. Shan appeared behind him with complete calm and announced that he had created 3 clones. The enraged Huan Dao attacked him once again, but the situation repeated itself, and 3 copies of Huang appeared in front of Dao again. Everyone was simply perplexed. Ji urged him to be a real man and fight him in a fair duel. Li in turn asked if he could do the same, but Li Mao noted that his body would not be able to withstand such a load. After a certain amount of time, Huan Dao was exhausted, but continued to run after him. Xu knew very well that it would be quite difficult for Shan to use this skill, because it consumes too much energy at its level of development. Hu Xiao and the Emperor decided to help catch the teenager, as this could take a very long time. The extremely stubborn Ji again rushed towards Huan, saying that he would soon get tired. But suddenly, Shan used a magic cage, which instantly sent Dao flying away. At the same time, the young man noted that this barrier is capable of holding back attacks at the stage of reason. Enraged and having lost a huge amount of energy, Ji was ready to give up. Han knew that he needed to become stronger in order to control such powerful skills. The embittered ruler of Fujin said that this shield works in about 5 minutes. Surprised, Shan asked again if his calculations were correct, because if so, then this time would be enough for him. After which he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Everyone looked at the guy in bewilderment. Li stated that he couldn't do anything in those 5 minutes anyway. But soon the teenager opened his eyes and directed his confident gaze at the Emperor. Then he released an attack of incredible power. Everything around was covered with numerous lightning bolts. The dumbfounded Huan Dao suggested that he had taken some kind of elixir, but Hu Xiao contradicted him, having said that in that case his meridians would not be able to withstand such pressure. Even Jin Yue couldn't understand why his spiritual power was growing at such a fast rate. Soon, Huang's power increased to the advanced stage of enlightenment. At the same time, the pace only increased with each passing second, which is what Xiao Yu said. After a couple of minutes, Shan was at the peak of enlightenment. Everyone was shocked by his power. They simply watched what was happening, because they could not interfere with the process. The guy, in turn, began to emit unimaginable magical waves from his body. One of the beams suddenly shot into the sky, indicating that the fusion level had been reached. At the same time, the young man remained inside his barrier, which remained safe and sound. A dumbfounded Huan Dao asked Hu how he had reached such a level in such a short time. After all, his aura became much denser, and for this, at least 5 rings were needed. Huang himself smiled and said that he finished it in less than 5 minutes. Then they realized that they were dealing with the strongest man they had ever met. The main character became so powerful that his rivals began to doubt their own strength. The young master could truly be called the king of all kings and their ilk. With the improvement he received, the young cultivator could use skills much more often. Even on the brink of death, Shan managed to learn a third-party ability, which once again spoke of his perfection, and everyone understood this perfectly well. However, the extremely self-confident Huan Dao still tried his luck and attacked the teenager. Han instantly began to fight off his fierce blows and carry out his own series of attacks, after which he used the division again, but this time it was slightly modified. And instead of 3 copies, Shan was given the ability to create as many as 6 clones. Jai was horrified by the evolution of the boy's skill, realizing what he had to go through. Then Dao began to look for some flaws in the copies of the guy in order to find the real Huan. At this moment, one of the clones suddenly looked at him, and Huan Dao immediately rushed towards him. He soon dealt a crushing blow to him, but it turned out to be Shan's clone. When dying, the copy emitted a blinding light that could actually deprive a person of sight. Then he split up again, the enraged emperor ordering his minions to attack them. But as soon as they took a step, Huan again split into several clones. After a couple of minutes, there were even more of them, and it was simply impossible to find the real Shan. Xiaohu was shocked by what was happening, realizing that even if they killed half of it, it would split into multiple clones again. Suddenly, she said that it looked like mitosis. The copies immediately stopped and began to explain in unison that this is not true at all, and in fact, he has replication, and he only copies the appearance of a person. Unable to bear such mockery, the emperor rushed to kill one of them. A few seconds later, a blinding light struck the eyes of the lord and captain Xiao Yu. Feng and Qian were also shocked by the teenager's incredible skill. The lord of Fujin became furious and said that he was tired of this constant division, after which he also tried to use replication and created 3 clones of himself. Then he began to nervously declare that he would now definitely deal with Huang. The copies instantly began to repeat his cries and movements. Li was surprised, realizing that they were completely copying his behavior and voice, and this began to irritate the ruler, which immediately destroyed them, causing a blinding light to hit his eyes. Captain Xiu Hu, in turn, began to laugh at the foolish emperor. Lai continued to rage, realizing that if this continued, he would simply lose his reputation as a king, on which he had worked hard for so many years, so it was necessary to get rid of Shan as soon as possible. Jinyue immediately threatened Qian and urged Huan to surrender immediately, as Ma Yi might die, adding that if the guy uses even one more skill, the consequences will be dire. Huan Dao also directed a fire sphere at his friends and ordered them to stop this circus. The Lord, in turn, used his last strength to generate a thunderbolt, and he even sat down for a while. However, he did manage to create a huge magic ball. Li stated that if the teenager did not appear immediately, they would all die, and the deaths would be on his conscience. Qian shouted at Shan not to fall for their tricks, especially since they wouldn't live anyway. After all, if he dies with them, then all efforts will be in vain. But this way, there will be a chance for his salvation and revenge. Because the world of Reiki is originally built on bones, and in it there is only one line between a partner and a burden. Besides, he had never met a greater genius in his life, no matter what methods Huan uses. The most important thing is that he is alive and can help the others by dealing with this scum. All of Shan's copies suddenly turned around and looked at the commander in surprise, after which the guy confidently said that only the last coward is ready to abandon his friends in trouble. Everyone was stunned by his statement and continued to silently listen to the young man, who stated that he understood perfectly well what consequences awaited him. But he became a completely different person. The perplexed Ma Yi could not understand why he was showing off, because they could all die. Suddenly, Qian urged the protagonist to run away, but Huan refused to do so. Huan Dao and Jiang instantly launched their lightning attacks towards Shan. The emperor also hastened to generate another magical sphere, saying that soon everyone would die, after which, the ruler of Fujin released a huge beam at the young master. The young cultivator instantly covered himself with his hands. Yima knew that he couldn't block this attack. However, Huan actually survived, and the stunned Li began to attack him again. The teenager, in turn, demanded that he not touch his friends, and only then would he do whatever was necessary. However, Qian continued to insist that the boy's life was more important than any person. The emperor said that he had sacrificed 10 years of his life for this attack, and that someone would definitely die today. Shan instantly became enraged and replied that if he killed his friends, he would greatly regret it. Li felt the murderous aura of the young man with his entire body, and couldn't understand what kind of technique it was. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't deal with him right now, Huan would become even stronger in the future. Zhang and Ji were shocked, because despite everything, the ruler still decided to deal the fatal blow. Xiaohu and Dao urged the ruler of Fujian not to do this, as they risked dying. However, the distraught and out of his mind, Li declared that this was the only way to deal with Shan. The teenager himself was prepared for something like this, and only watched what was happening. Suddenly, an unknown voice ordered him to stop immediately, because in the future, Huan will sow the seeds of discord, and then he will not be able to avoid shame. The bewildered emperor could not understand what was happening and who was speaking. Suddenly, clots of bright light appeared and rushed towards the ruler. Lu and Misu recognized them as the balls of the demon monkey and realized that this would not end well. At this moment, they flew into the emperor's sphere at great speed. Li was terrified, realizing that the thunderbolt could simply explode right in his hands. At the same time, everyone wondered who exactly was attacking him from such a great distance. The balls continued to hit Li's sphere, and eventually he let go of it. Turning around, he saw pitch darkness, in which an unknown phenomenon was visible. A certain magical clot, which contained something resembling a dragon, was rapidly approaching him. Xian noticed that there was a strong spiritual vibration. Jin added that it was a B-class monster. Soon an ice dragon appeared before them, terrifying them with its presence. On his tail were demonic golden monkeys. No one could understand why they appeared. In the middle stood their leader, whose skin Huan took, which Misu reported. There were a huge number of them, and, in addition, the monsters were Class C, which spoke of their incredible strength. Xiao Yu called on all the warriors to unite in order to be able to defeat the monkeys. A moment later, the ice dragon rushed towards them and landed quite abruptly. A glow appeared on his head and everyone wondered what it was. As they approached, they recognized a girl named Jinglei, which surprised them greatly. Hua, in turn, saw Shan and asked him if everything was okay with him. The guy was surprised and silently stared at the young lady, as if he had lost the power of speech. Soon, Jinglei came down from the ice dragon's head and headed towards the protagonist. Yu and Huandao were stunned by what was happening, because she could control such powerful monsters. But Jin Yue was more concerned about the fact that Hua knew the young master. The young cultivator, in turn, continued to remain silent and look at her. Suddenly, the girl said that they didn't really know each other, but she knew him. Huan was perplexed and tried to understand how she knew about him and who she was. Xiao Hu immediately said that higher powers are strictly forbidden from invading someone else's territory. But Jinglei replied that all the people here were strangers with powers of the upper order. So Yu ordered Ji to kill her. Dao immediately began to carry out the captain's order and directed his fire spheres at her. However, this did not produce any results, and Hua easily repelled his efforts. Shocked, Xiao noticed that the flame balls couldn't even reach her. Not understanding how she manages to block any blow because she just stands there, Ji in turn stated that his fire was attacking chaotically, while Jinglei had taken an ideal position. At that moment, the girl said that she did not intend to fight them, especially since they could not hurt her in any way, adding that they were actually quite strong, but had absolutely no idea how to fight against people like her. But she needed to punish them for their insolence. After a couple of seconds, the dragon began to spew an ice beam. The monkeys also rushed to release a huge number of glowing balls. Everything around started to explode, and Jin Yue and the others simply didn't know what to do. Huang's team also didn't know how to escape from such a crushing force of the stranger, who stated that she was going to destroy Xiao Hu's ship and Miss Zhang's car. Stunned, Yue couldn't understand how she knew about the location of the device. Yu's ship suddenly caught fire, and she called on Jinglei to stop it immediately. But Hua continued to smile sweetly and talk about how she wanted to destroy it all. The enraged Xiao began to generate a magic sphere and said that in that case she would personally finish her off. Of course, the others had great doubts about this, but suddenly Jinglei jumped off the dragon, rushing straight towards the enraged Hu, who continued to attack her to no avail. However, as before, she was not afraid of all the captain's efforts, and she went down absolutely calmly. But at a certain point, Hua changed course and headed towards Shani. The dumbfounded Xiao Yu couldn't figure out how to deal with her, since Jinglei simply avoided all attacks. Qian and Jiang began to realize that they really couldn't defeat such a powerful man. Meanwhile, Lei was approaching Huang. The guy stood silently in place, staring at her. At the same time, the young man did not feel any fluctuations in spiritual energy and did not know what it would do next. Suddenly, the girl extended her hands to him, saying that it didn't matter who he was. After all, even if he was the king, it still wouldn't change anything. Soon she landed right in front of him. Jinglei smiled sweetly at the protagonist and said that she was very glad to see him. Suddenly, Xiaoyan became furious and Feng urged her not to touch Hua. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. At the same time, the girl added that the young master should not pay attention to her, since she was used to talking to herself. Then Lei turned to the warriors and announced that the battle was over for today, because as long as she was here, no one would dare to harm the young cultivator. Jin Yue, like Xiao, understood that they really had no other choice. At this moment, Hua suddenly flew up to the bewildered emperor of Fujin. Then, just as casually, she ordered him to announce the results and distribute prizes to all participants. After all, if he didn't do this, she would simply kill him. The old man understood that it was better not to provoke her. As a result, he agreed to admit defeat, looking at his terrible reflection. At the same time, he began to rethink what had happened, where hatred had blinded him. The ruler also said that he was ready to wait for the rise of a new brilliant warrior. Huan replied that even though he could not kill his friends, in any case he could not be forgiven. Soon the ruler announced the team from Greentown as the winner of this competition. Everyone was sincerely happy that they were able to defeat the 5 powerful camps. Li, in turn, agreed to provide them with a huge amount of material. Even though everything was over, one thing was still unknown. Who was this Jinglei and why she came? Hana said that they shouldn't torment themselves with this question, and when the time comes, she herself will tell them everything, adding that she actually knows Shan well and simply spent many years in hibernation. Suddenly, the Monkey Lord came up to them and started making strange sounds. Lei said that he wanted to know where his fur was, which Huan stole from him. The surprised guy replied that he himself gave it to him, and now the carpet is lying under his table. Suddenly, Feng walked towards them and said that he had a question for her, but the girl got ahead of him. Noticing that he was clearly wondering if she was the one who sent the demon monkey when they were on a mission, Laya was shocked, saying that this was exactly what he wanted to ask. A smiling Jinglei said that she would do everything for Huan, after which she abruptly declared that she would no longer answer their questions. But an enraged Ma Yi urged her not to take them for fools, because she understood perfectly well that everything was not so simple. But Hua calmly replied that he shouldn't be so nervous and panicked, especially when it came to trusting loved ones. But Qian let it slip that she was deliberately hiding her identity, and that she had a rather strange motive. But Lei smiled once again and said that if he was confused in his thoughts, it was better to listen to his heart. However, the serious-minded commander said that the unknown person was an enemy. The girl asked him, quite casually, what he was going to do with her then. The maddened Qian instantly pounced on her with his fists. Jingle continued to calmly stand in place. Using his favorite skill, Yima tried to defeat the stranger with one blow. However, he was unable to do so as Hua blocked his strike. The main character couldn't understand how she managed to block all attacks while standing still. Suddenly, she noticed a flower growing through the destroyed foundation of the arena. The puzzled Qian believed that she was deliberately pretending to be so unperturbed. At the same time, Jingle urged him not to be so puzzled, because this was her unique ability to predict events. But the enraged Yima tried to hit her again, and only waved his arms. While Hua easily avoided all of his attacks, the commander eventually ran out of steam. Lei smiled and said that this was her skill. She knew what his next steps would be. However, Qian did not believe her, saying that even he himself could not know this and that she was simply deceiving him. After which he suddenly began to dance and asked her if she knew that he would want to dance. He then rushed towards the ice dragon and dealt it a crushing blow, while Jingle turned to Shan. After giving him the letter, she asked Huang to pass it on to the director of their training camp, Shui. The young master agreed and asked if she could really predict. The girl smiled and asked him in return whether he wanted her to help him get even. Hana showed him a certain talisman and said that it was proof that she was not lying, adding that it is an extremely rare anti-shock spiritual stone and it reflects physical damage. And at the moment of his next replication, he should simply summon her double. The young cultivator decided to test this technique and immediately created a copy of it. A few seconds later, a clone of Jingle suddenly appeared behind the teenager. At this time, Qian once again rushed to attack, trying to knock the young lady off her feet. Without even realizing that it was a copy of her, the explosion subsequently occurred, which blinded everyone around. Juan did not have time to stop the battalion commander. Thus, a huge crater was formed at the site of the explosion. Shan immediately rushed towards it to find out whether Yima was still alive, while it was unclear where Hua had gone. Finally, the smoke cleared and the guy saw Jingle smiling as always. The girl sat astride Qian and declared that he had foreseen all of this, so it was better for him not to waste his last strength. She also asked the young man to hurry with Ma Yi to the Wolf Zone and deliver the letter to Shui, adding that at the moment Huan is not strong enough and is easy to catch. A puzzled Shan asked her again, because he really didn't understand what she was talking about. Then Li said that she would tell him differently, so that he would not waste his time on her riddles. In fact, his father is looking for him, and Hua called him her imperial prince. The stunned teenager couldn't understand what was going on and why she called him that. Soon the young lady said goodbye to him, saying that they would definitely meet again, after which the girl suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only rose petals. Surprised, Juan wanted to ask her about the things that interested him, but Lei had already disappeared. Picking up one of the petals, he wondered if she really knew who he was. Meanwhile, Shan's friends arrived and were sincerely glad that he was okay. However, they could not understand what had happened to the commander and why he was stuck with his head in the ground. Soon the team, led by the main character, returned to Greentown, where they were warmly welcomed. The young master hurried home to rest as soon as possible. He also needed to return the fur to the demon monkey, but since it could not be found, he sold the skin at the market. The young cultivator couldn't get everything that had happened out of his head and was lost in thought. At the same time, Shan noticed that his spiritual power had increased, but his meridians were damaged. Naturally, he was haunted by the mysterious figure of Jingle, who could predict the future, because if she really did send the monkey, then everything becomes much more confusing. But the most amazing thing is that Hua knew who the teenager really was. He didn't like this situation because nothing was known about Lei, but she had him in the palm of her hand. At that moment, his gaze fell on a certain notebook under the pillow. Of course, he became curious. Taking the notebook in his hands, he realized that it was Huang's diary and decided to read it. He soon discovered that Shan was a real hard worker and wrote down various thoughts every day. He also improved all the time, after which the guy began to think about how he could increase his strength. Looking around, Huyin understood the conditions in which his predecessor had lived. But even so, the boy did not give up. And this is the most important thing in people's lives. Motivational posters were hung all over the apartment, which Shan studied with pleasure, realizing that if it weren't for that terrible incident, Huang would have achieved great success. The next day, all anyone could talk about was that Qian was no longer the battalion commander. Naturally, Sui took his place, and everyone actively discussed these rumors. At this time, Yima was in Xiao's office and they were discussing what had happened. She asked him if he was ready to return to the Wolf Zone. Qian answered positively. The former commander asked if she wanted to go with him, but Zhui refused. Speaking about the fact that he clearly didn't just give her his post for nothing, she also thanked him for everything. In response, Qian began to claim that she was indeed suitable for the role of battalion commander. But suddenly Ma said that he wanted to take his son and his friend Huan with him. Xiao understood that it was because of the colonel, whom he was still angry with. Qian himself did not deny it, but he also wanted to understand why the leader was so eager for him to return. Xiao also asked why he didn't take Shan with him initially. Ma replied that he wanted to help her with the emperor, but the girl said that it was a lie, because he could have sorted out his own affairs and then helped with Li. And now he came here just to say goodbye to her. Qian decided to remain silent. Realizing that Zhao had really gotten smarter, he would miss her greatly. Suddenly, Yima asked what was in the letter intended for her from Jingli. Zhui noted that she had outlined the necessary measures to finally bring peace to Greentown, and she even pointed out how to eliminate the emperor and his henchmen. But the newly minted commander did not know whether she should listen to her. Qian said that it was really better to trust her, especially since they had no other choice. They soon said goodbye, and Ma hurried to leave his former office, while Xiao agreed to give Huan to him. Zhui also urged him to take care of himself and not go on a rampage like he likes to do. Wandering the streets at night, Qian thought about his regiment, realizing that the consequences would be irreversible. Besides, tomorrow morning they have to set out on a long and difficult journey. Returning home, Yima poured himself a cup of tea and calmly began to drink it. But at that moment, Shan approached him and urged the former commander to set out immediately. Soon the protagonist, along with Qian and Lu, rushed into the distance. Ma noticed that he bought himself a pair of sunglasses. His son was genuinely happy to return to the border of the Wolf Zone. Huan silently walked forward. At the same time, they constantly talked about how they had never had fun together before. Suddenly, Little Shu stopped them and began asking to join their team. The young master was extremely surprised to see the girl at such a late hour. Naturally, the young cultivator did not want to take her with him, so as not to expose her to danger. But he didn't have the right to dictate. So he said that she was free to make her own decisions, and the guy called her a strange name. Lu, in turn, began to show him photographs of his friends and ask how Shan remembered them. He also asked his friend what name he called him among others. Qian interrupted their fun and urged them to take this expedition extremely seriously. After all, the place where they were going to go is not famous for its friendliness and is quite a dangerous place. After a certain amount of time, Lu became exhausted, declaring that he could no longer continue on his way. Ma Yi noted that his son was too weak and needed to prepare well for what was to come. The young man in turn asked his father to give him something to drink, and Qian immediately gave him water. However, he began to drink it in an extremely strange way, which only surprised me. They soon checked their route on the map and came to the conclusion that they needed to find the hidden store. After some time, they checked the map again and found that they were going in the opposite direction. As Yima moved away from the store, he began to realize that his problems were just beginning. However, even so, Qian did not lose heart and said that they could take on various tasks. Then, putting on their horse mask, they continued their journey through the wolf region. They soon came across a huge number of scorpions, which they set about destroying, which was achieved without much difficulty, and only Lu was unable to distinguish himself with his fighting skills. After which they hastened to attack a flock of wild birds and also eliminated them. But Junior Ma again blamed his middle stage of enlightenment, which Shu began to tease him about. Qian then urged them to finally find this secret store. But Huan objected to him, asked how they would prove that they had completed all these missions. The former commander said that to do this it was necessary to collect trophies from killed monsters, so they had to go around the entire area again, and only finished in the evening. It was obvious that Ma was not the best team leader, but soon they were lucky enough to find that very store, where they bought a car to move around the wasteland much faster. Suddenly, Qian gave the car a name, Sandboat, but his son was indignant, saying that it was a car, and Ma urged him not to argue since, in his opinion, the name had a certain charm. After some arguing, they finally set off, but Lu suddenly fell out of the car. Meanwhile, Zhou, Mi, and Cao were in Greentown and were indignant about Shan's departure, who did not tell them about the trip to the wolf pack, which they began to question their new commander about. Sui stated that if they wanted to catch up with him, they would first need to reach the fusion stage, adding that if they dared to leave the city without permission, they would face inevitable punishment. She also assured that everything would be fine with Huang, since he was under the supervision of the experienced Qian, who at this time successfully crashed the car, driving into one of the trees in the wasteland. Lu noted that he should have clarified the driving aspect, since he absolutely does not know how to drive a car. An enraged Ma Yi urged his son not to be clever because this area was quite dangerous. Finally, Shan couldn't take it anymore and hit the former battalion commander to calm him down. Zhui, in turn, did not expect the team to react so emotionally to Huan's departure. At that moment, she discovered an envelope with a letter on her desk and became curious. Where Liu Yan announced her resignation and didn't even ask for money, Xiao found it strange. At this time, the main character and the others continued their journey without a car. Liu kept blaming Ma for everything and insisting that they would now be stuck in the wolf zone. Extremely displeased, Qian demanded that his offspring not forget himself and not dare to speak to his father in such a tone. Unexpectedly, Shu asked them not to quarrel, especially since the commander knew the way. Then Liu reminded them that he had initially been unable to navigate the map and had led them into a dead end. This time, the old man decided to remain silent, realizing that it was indeed his mistake. Suddenly, Qian sensed the approach of a strong spiritual force and called on everyone to prepare for battle. As it turned out, it was Xiaoyan who rushed towards them. Stopping near them, she recommended that they make her the commander, since this was a usual thing for her. Naturally, everyone agreed to accept such a competent Liu into their team. After all, she really had the necessary skills, and suddenly she asked Shan if he had forgotten her. The young master smiled and noted that of course he remembered her and would be happy to accept her into the team. At the same time, the young cultivator called her mechanical ears. Liu noted that he remembers everyone by their characteristics and asked her for help since they had reached a dead end. Yan replied that this was exactly why she was here, but Qian countered, stating that he was the leader here, something that everyone had doubts about after recent events. Liu also said that they could move to her team, and then he would be alone. Ma immediately objected, having declared that no one would follow her, but everyone hastened to convince him otherwise. Yan soon repaired the car altogether, which simply shocked everyone, after which they again set off on their journey through the wolf zone. After a while, they came across a huge wall. Liu noted that it was to hold back the monsters. At this point, Shu became interested in this issue, and the younger Ma began to tell her about it in more detail. At that moment, the gates opened and an unknown soldier came out to them, asking what they wanted, adding that if they intend to go further, they need to have a fusion level to do so. However, Liu assured that her team is extremely strong and they have nothing to worry about. Xiaoyan was even at the merger stage, but did not have a qualification certificate with her. Naturally, the guard didn't believe her and said that even his son lies more confidently. As a result, the girl became furious, tired of proving her strength to him. At that moment, they suddenly heard some suspicious noise and began to look around. Where they found a monster climbing onto the wall, it was a huge golem. The guards immediately began to open fire on him, trying to finally defeat him. However, his stone skin blocked all their efforts, which became a real problem. Xiaoyan immediately called on her team to help them move forward. Shu in turn asked Liu to take more water into her mouth and soon throw it at the demon. The girl herself began to get closer to the monster, and the younger Ma immediately splashed water into his eye. In doing so, he deprived him of the opportunity to see what was happening. I continued to climb the wall. Thus, they distracted the demon as much as possible. Shan and Liu Yan immediately rushed to attack, and within a couple of minutes they successfully eliminated the huge monster, which suddenly flew off the wall and fell down. Everyone immediately began to run in different directions. The guards at the security post were stunned by the team's incredible abilities. At the very last moment, the soldiers ran back to avoid a collision with the beast. However, Qian didn't have time to do this, and subsequently he collapsed straight on top of him. But using his incredible technique, Ma Yi pushed the monster back onto the wall. At the same time, he began to assure that he did not expect such a result and did not want to harm the wall. But the most important thing is that they were able to defeat the dangerous monster and clear their way. Xiaoyan noted that in these places only the strong are respected, and this should not be forgotten. So the guards let them go, and they headed deeper into the wolf zone. Another soldier noted that they never presented the necessary documents. The partner replied that it was not a problem, because they helped them fight off the monster.